Thank you. Welcome to Speechify. Find Speechify in your toolbar. Choose your voice. Voices.
Choose your voice. Voices are the heart of the Speechify experience. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. Choose your speed. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Choose your speed. The average reading speed is 200 words per minute. Congratulations. You've learned the Speechify basics. Here are the other things you can Speechify. Part 1/2. Love. Latest version for republishing. Love Reneé Thompson. Forward. I figured I needed to rewrite the story Love because in the first time I wrote it I feel I was held back. In order to conform to normalcy and to not be looked at as crazy and delusional, and have questions asked of me, as to how could a 15-year-old girl of the suburbs write such horrific scenes? What must be going on her life to cause such emotions to pour into characters that she doesn't know and will never know. But the thing is that I do know them. They are me, and I are they, and know I was never molested or hurt, or beat, lived to die, hurt to death, and I should or eat leans over me put me in that a brute want you up at him smile got it out because I figured it to be so brilliant. I mean it was, but it could door in my direction, and once see working on that I'll write a book that's more uplifting and truly comical. I promise. My life, my tragedy. II Chapter 1 Found in Pain. Charlie. He turns around in his chair and looks down toward the base of the door in my direction, and once seeing me begins to grin softly. For his grin is different from that of Michael's. For Michael's grin has some sort of a twist to it, like he knows something I don't. It makes me wonder if I'll ever beat him. Charlie motions for me to come to him and I do. Pushing myself up and off the side of the door frame, I step over his Letterman jacket tossed carelessly on the ground, and carefully around his video games that he just bought, and CDs from his friend's house that he promised to give back 2 weeks ago but still sit here on the floor every day. I reach him, sitting in his swivel chair at his desk that I love to sit in when he's not here, and act like him. But mostly I swing around and stare up at the ceiling, one that I can finally call my own. I've never met anyone like Charlie. He's a pretty big guy. About 6'5" and muscular, but not too buff like the wrestler guys me and Michael watch on TV. He's more slender and his eyes have a way of calming you. He never seems to let anyone cry too much, but then he always lets you mourn and grieve to relief. And the way his arms hold you, you'd think nothing in the world could harm you. That everything in the world is at peace, and that love truly does exist, and that nightmares are nothing but silly little puppies who bark but stir no one. His skin is like mine, a soft and delicate caramel, and it fills me with pride because we are truly related. I never thought in a million years I'd have people to call my own. It's as if being alone killed a lot of things in me, a lot of desires. He looks down at me and grins, and I look up at him in return and smile weakly. In that moment I wanted to tell him things that I never would have dreamed of telling, never would have dared. Because the way he looked at me, I began to believe in things, people, expressions. I look down slowly and pull on my sleeves and drag them down my arm and cup them in a tight ball in my hand so he won't see. So no one would see what? So subtle and so smooth. It was like second nature, no longer a game. Just daily routine. What's up, lil man? He reached down and picked me up off my feet and placed me in his lap, hugging me closely and tightly, and kissing me on my cheek. It felt good for a second to be held and kissed. He brought both his arms around me and rested his chin on the top of my head, and from there peered down on his notebook paper. Babe, you already know what the business is. I turned and looked up at him, smiling softly. That was what Charlie said all the time about everything. You know what the business is. What are you working on, Charlie? He held me tighter to him, locking me into him with his left hand and picking up his pen with his right. An English paper, writing about how this dude argues. I looked at the paper and saw only a paragraph written. He was always never focused, but in some way he always managed to get things done. You better get writing, I said, leaning back into him, slowly beginning to become alive again. He pressed his face against mine and hugged me tighter. You say I better get writing, lil man? I nodded and laughed as he tickled me. Then I turned around in his lap and ran my hands through his hair, and then over his eyes slowly, as though things he weren't real. I wanna go to your game, Charlie. Charlie kissed me on my cheek and ran his hands through my hair. Then come, lil man. Ask mama to bring ya. And that's when it hit, a sharp pang in my chest, maybe where my heart should have been, and I sort of lost my breath in that instance. I swallowed hard and looked down at my hands that still, though I had ran my hands through his hair, were clenched and tight as if I were ready to fight if I could. Lil man, I looked up at him. We play tomorrow at Cowboy Stadium. Now ain't that something? I nodded my head soberly and let my eyes drop to his paper 3. Your daddy coming to see you. He turned my face toward him and stared at me for a long time. Our daddy is coming to see us. You hear me? He loves you too. I stared at Charlie a long time, wanting to tell him that notions like that only existed in fairy tales. But my brothers were all dreamers. Boys, they had never seen life in all its entirety. And so I nodded when his eyes wouldn't move for his sake. Okay, I like him. Charlie rearranged me in his lap and held me closer to him, bending his head down to kiss me again. And he loves you, just like all of us. I nodded my head and stared at my sleeves, for that's all I could see nowadays. Will you ask mommy to take me? I asked earnestly. looking up at Charlie, all through his eyes, maybe in search of that sweet soul, a soul so abnormal. Charlie picked up his pen and wrote something on his paper, in which my eyes followed his every movement. He was something supernatural to me, like my own daddy. I'd never met such affectionate men. Of course, lil man, I want you to come. You gonna play football like me, right? I shrugged at him sheepishly. I didn't like sports. Maybe. I sat back in his chest, the only place I really felt safe, and sighed deeply and stared at his hand as he wrote and wrote for a long time. Then I looked up at him, in such an earnest way I probably shouldn't have, in order to protect myself from hurt, you know. But he causes me to dream in some ways. I suppose I overdosed. Can I sleep in your room tonight, Charlie? He looked down at me and frowned. Lil man, you got your own room, bud. Plus your bedtime is way earlier than mine and mama would never allow that. I swallowed so hard on that I nearly choked. And my tears so hidden in me almost spilled over. My head fell and I don't think it ever rose. I tried to breathe and play the game that my mother had taught me to play, but it was as though I couldn't play no more. I was tired. Tired of dress up. Tired of play. I slid off of his lap and walked toward the door, and he asked me what was wrong and I just said I was tired, which I was. I wasn't lying. And I walked through the dark house and to my room, looking over my shoulder wearily. But what could that ever do? What did that ever do? I entered into my room and shut the door, and cursed at it in my mind, for it had no lock. What door doesn't have a lock? And I crawled onto my bed and cuddled against myself, the only one who knew, and braced myself for him, whenever he would come. But I was too tired to be scared, and too scarred to really feel. So I looked out the window wearily and stared at the birds flying and chirping in the setting sun, and wondered when my mother would come back to me. My parents were teenagers when I was conceived. They were kids. Just kids with no idea of where they were going, or how they were going to get there. Their dreams were minimal because their eyes were blinded by a cataract by the stereotypes and labels that hung about their heads. Days run and run with no ending line in sight. So how were they to know? How am I to know where it is people are going? Where it is I am going? What the whole purpose is? Skewed and deflected. This life, this time that we have here on this earth is fading so quickly, and the consequences once decisions made lay so heavily, burdening those sometimes to where those can't stand. So by this cataract they could not see, and many of the things they could not see, could not comprehend, was that of the benefit of waiting to be together. Why not? When death was All around you and heartache was a natural common companion. When failure showed its face every turn of the head, so I was conceived, and 9 months later born. My mother had been kicked out of her home when her stomach began to show signs that I was living with my father in his home at the end of her 10th grade year, while his life was becoming torn by the distance being created with his mother and father. A new life was blossoming for him. He had me on the way and my mother was by him destined to be all his. My mother was 16 and he was 18, heading to play basketball at University of Kansas the next fall. My mother was planning on going there too, because of her academic brilliance that enabled her to leave a year earlier than her other peers. And indeed they did go, and they lived life abundantly those 4 years together, for they were inseparable those years, deeply in love with each other. Mother and father both finished college, obtaining their degrees, and due to my father's talent in basketball, he would play in the NBA the following year. My grandmother on my mother's side would not take care of me. She stated to my mother strictly that I was not her responsibility, and that she had me and would therefore take care of me. My mother could not take care of me, because that would jeopardize her ability to receive an education, unfortunately, and likewise. My grandmother and grandforefather on my father's side echoed the same thing as my mother's mother, that they would not take care of me. Plus, at the time they had young children of their own. Consequently, they put me in the orphanage as a holding place until they could come and get me. Rarely did I see them, and because of my young age I don't even remember them. The times when they did come, my mother's face was a blur to me for a long time, and then as I became older it disappeared altogether. I stayed in the orphanage for 4 years, alone, and because of my age mostly in isolation. I could not speak because of my age, could not comprehend much because of my age. I was totally alone in this big, scary world, painful world. You would think that, since college is 4 years, for my parents to return to me when I turned 4 years old. But instead it came to be that my father did not remain in the NBA long, because he was caught with a ton of drugs in his car and was put in jail for 5 years. He did not show his face, neither did my mother, for she went on to work somewhere else completely forgetting about me. Possibly she thought I could remain in the orphanage for a couple more months, maybe years. I turn over onto my stomach and sigh deeply, looking at the ground as if in a trance. I wonder about my mother. I wonder about where she is and why she won't ever tell me. I hate being a child and not knowing things. I hate how she sends the letters and they come but she never comes. As if she doesn't exist. Because even though she kisses the paper at the end, her signature of sorts, it doesn't complete me in the way that I thought it did or thought it would. And though I hold her picture in my pocket, it's like looking at the picture of an eagle in those books that I get from the library at school, where I run my fingers over it and try and grasp everything I can, but I get nothing. Because wonder and awe is gone and it's like progression and knowledge become stagnant. I need to be able to touch, feel. I roll my sleeves up as slowly as I can, scared to look at my wrists but I have to. It's like getting a shot. And slowly I pull up my left sleeve, and while holding my breath, I look at my wrist, and immediately no tears fall, immediately no tears fall. Because feelings are no longer feelings, no longer existent in this world, gone and adrift. Small cuts on my wrists like paper cuts, with a few larger cuts that sting horribly still, worse than when they were created. And my wrist still swells, now turning from bright red to a faint purplish and blackish glow. I try to bend it but it screams out in pain, and so I refrain, and spin on my back, bringing the sleeve back over my wrist, staring out at the sky. I like the sunset and the sunrise, but I feel it's only because it's the only thing that keeps me company. I bring Big Bird to my chest and hold on to him closely and try and rock myself back to sleep for a few more minutes before Mom comes in whatever form she might come in, and I cry for the first time in a long time. I suppose not immediately, but eventually. DJ, I look to my right wearily and see my mother, and praise something. I see my mother. Mommy. She smiles sweetly at me and runs her hands through my hair staring at me as though she hasn't seen me in so long. And sometimes, I believe she has. Hey baby, you going to school today? I breathe in deeply and look across the room. I'm tired of playing. Baby, what's wrong? And this is the worst of it. I hate it when she comes back and she finds out. And she cries inside herself. Because she never cries in front of me, and sometimes I just want her to cry in front of me and let me know that she feels too. Or at least something in her feels and is real and living. Righteous. She frowns at me ever more as I begin to cry. Cry and cry. My chest heaving terribly. For she's been gone for 2 whole weeks without relief, that I thought he had completely stolen her away and she would never come back. Baby, what happened? She whispers, barely audible. I shake my head no, and turn away from her, crying from the depths of my soul so hard that I begin to wail and wail. I'd never do it if he was here, but she's here. Or so I think. Or so I pray. And louder my cries become, because it's only seldom that I cry. And with so much pain, I have to get it out somewhere. She touches my back and pulls me toward her, but I don't budge. I don't want her to look at me. I want her to know that I can take care of myself. That I can keep our secret a secret. I can, mommy. I promise. I will. I will. I will. I won't let them take you away. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I turn around and face her, my eyes so weary, and my heart so weary, everything so tired and hurt, drained. I reach up and touch her face and hold her in my hands and shake my head slowly. I wipe away her tears and try and breathe, for I know she hurts. I know she hurts. I'm so sorry, baby, I hear her whisper in life. But I'm dead. The dead hear nothing. The dead hear everything. I close my eyes slowly and breathe. She's back. She's back. Even if for a little while. This orphanage that I was detained to was full of corruption. The adults, who were supposed to protect the children, were instead trafficking kids as sex slaves, sending children off with pimps, mostly girls, but a few boys slipped through as well. I will always remember though, this boy Marcus. He was 12 to my 4 and was fairly tall for his age. In fact, that's why nobody messed with him. He usually kept to himself, always reading things, and watching the news on television. News like CNN. Sophisticated shows that spoke about the world and in a way educated him about more than his small world, but a grander world that existed beyond what he could see. Marcus had a plan like I've never seen. He was determined to leave where he was. He was determined that he was gonna be somebody. I turn around from the entrance to the school and look back at her in the car staring back at me, and I wave at her goodbye and smile. Not because I necessarily wanted to. But because I know she needed it. She said she had a big case today. She was putting this man away for rape of a young girl. I found it terribly ironic. She waved back at me and smiled with relief. And that made me better. I turned to my brother Michael and walked through the door that he held for me. For he wasn't being mean today. For he knew I had one of those mornings where tears could just not go away. He and Charlie and Deshaun always thought it was because of all the time I had been on the streets. See, one day I walked in on this girl being raped. I was so young I didn't even know what was going on, but the way those people looked at me, it confused my innocence. I turned and I ran until I couldn't anymore. Fell into an empty parking lot and turned on my back and looked up at the ever blue sky beside skyscrapers and buildings. I remember sitting up and looking around myself and seeing people walking around all around me and hearing cars, and whistles, and phones, and people talking, and music, and it was like ecstasy, ecstasy. You gonna be alright, lil man? I looked up at Michael and nodded my head. Yeah, Michael nodded, all of sudden happy again. Alright, if anyone mess with you, call me and I'll hoop their ass. I smiled weakly at Michael and walked toward my third grade hall. Alright, Michael. He didn't even hear me, I don't think. He just skipped down toward his sixth grade hall screaming at the top of his lungs, my brother about to hoop. About to hoop. Some A today. I figure he's gonna get in trouble today and mama gonna have to come up here, but that's fine by me. Usually when that happens she takes us both out of school and we go somewhere fun. He always kept this black Nike bag that contained his most prized possessions, and many of his writings. I remember he used to write late at night under a faint flashlight that he kept to himself. He never wrote any other time than late at night. I would watch him nights that I couldn't sleep. Watch how he murmured things to himself, always constantly talking to himself. But during the day or any other time he never said a word. He just wore this hard, rock solid, mean mug that he gave to everybody, which I believe added to why no one ever talked to him, messed with him. He also carried this Frederick Douglass book with him in his bag and read it all the time. The book was starting to become worn by the time he decided to leave, but he cherished it and treated it with more respect than I'd ever seen man give himself. Another interesting thing was that he wore the same clothes every day. He was a very simple guy and needed very little. He had a humble spirit and needed not the flashiest things that other kids mesmerized themselves over. Instead, he mesmerized himself with education. He said that if you had education you could go anywhere, any clothes, shoes, anything. He laid his hand He sold it. I remember him saying that stuff doesn't make you powerful, doesn't take you anywhere. Money does. Plus it's light. Good morning, DJ. Good morning, Mrs. Jefferson. I place my bag down on the table and sit down with a soft thud. Out the corner of my eye I see the other kids are in the center of the room playing with toys and other things. But I'm not a kid. Plus, my mother is back. I wonder sometimes where she goes when she leaves like that. Sometimes I get mad, but I can't really get mad at her. I know it's not her fault, but it still hurts. I sat down at the end of the table near the window, for it seems in this classroom that the window is my only companion at times, or more so a release from the chaotic world of crayons, colors, shapes, and animals that incessantly confuse me. I suppose it's the consequence of living for too long in the real world. The world, for childhood makes no sense to me, but it's the thing that I want the most, dream of the most besides my mother, call it love. I open up my drawing book and look at the pictures that I drew yesterday, or the day before, but on Sunday, and I run my finger over the lines, figuring times. I stare at the birds and I begin to remember actually staring at them. A synced time, memory, but then it blurs to another one as I turn the page and see another, and the time in my head that I feel I remember blurs with another, and my joy of being able to differentiate different times crushes and I hurt. Or at six least in my mind I say I do, I should, but should, but my body feels nothing, like it's no big deal, kid. Who cares if it was this time, or another time? But it does matter. Everything matters. Hi DJ. I look up and stare at the girl, confused. Forever confused. Marcus knew very well of the corruption in the orphanage, and many of us looked to him to be the leader, the savior. We thought that in some kind of miraculous way Marcus would deliver us like Moses delivered his people. But he didn't. One day he just up and left, and never came back. I noticed Marcus and seated myself underneath him. He didn't like me very much, because he saw me as a nuisance. I saw him as a brother. I remember tugging on him, asking him to read me things and play with me. He would sometimes shoot me a glare, or kick me. Many times he pushed me away and I would tumble backwards due to my feeble state. But I was persistent and remained his shadow, and in turn he grew to having me around him. At first he wouldn't speak to me as he wouldn't with others, but slowly he began to speak to me, and teach me things, like learning to read, and math. These things to me then were only games, and it was cool to have a brother to play with me and for once show me attention. Hi. She smiles at me genuinely and sits down at the table straight across from me and looks down at my drawing book with a weird curiosity. See, you're a magnificent drawer now. And the first time I met you, you said you couldn't even color. I smile weakly and look down at the book full of my drawings of mostly birds, but cars as well, and landscapes, and buildings, but mostly paintings of paintings. I couldn't. She reaches out and touches my hand, and inside I shudder, but then I remember it's Kelsey. Just Kelsey, and she won't hurt me. Marcus on many accounts never let anyone harm me. No one ever picked on me, or stole my food, money, clothes, etc. Because Marcus was always watching me. His eyes, his peripheral vision never left me. He was always protecting me and gave me a bit of a childhood free of worry. Many nights Marcus would allow me to sleep with him, wrapping his large arms around me like a huge lock that would never allow me to leave. It comes to my mind now that Marcus was doing that because at the time, the traffickers were coming in pretty hard looking for little boys and girls that they could take and conform into their foul practices. Again, Marcus was protecting me. The day Marcus left, he spoke to me in private in the dorms. He sat on the bed and I stood facing him. I was pretty hyper, because I was indulged in the freedom of childhood, my last wisps of it. He yelled, no, barked at me. He told me that I needed to grow up, that I needed to become alert of my surroundings, to read people's expressions, their intentions, and that I needed to learn to steal money, but most importantly to remember all he had told me, and to leave the orphanage as soon as possible. He shook me several times, wanting me to get it and understand. And I did fairly. I understood all his words, but I was still of the innocent phase, and wished to remain, him to remain. He hugged me for what felt like an eternity and then stood, collected his stuff and left out the front doors. Are you okay? I shrugged my shoulders and looked down continuously. fighting my urge for tears to flow down my face. I look up and over to the window and breathe in as deeply as I can and shake my head, biting down hard on my lip. No, no, I'm not okay. That was the last time I ever saw Marcus. He had come and gone like night, and like many after him, he disappeared from my life. Marcus was my big brother. I loved him. He was like all mine. He was everything at that age that I was searching for, yearning for. He was like a father to me. He was like Superman. Do you want to talk about it? I shake my head no and look back down at my paper. Good morning, DJ. I look up wearily and look at Mrs. Erickson walking in a gray wool dress-like thing. A woman so in tune to fashion it seems her religion. Her hips are small, and her body is slender from the top to the bottom, curvier more so than my own mother. Good morning, Mrs. Erickson, I mutter between my lips, barely recognizable that she stops her rapid movement and looks at me firmly. We going to have a good day, DJ? I stare at her for a long time, the light of the classroom blinding me to some degree, and somewhere in me I shiver at her, almost the exact replication of my mother, though she looks nothing like her. But age, maybe age and gender. I nod my head wearily and look down, away from her eyes. Yes, Mrs. Erickson. 7 That day in the empty parking lot, I remember sitting up dazed and tried to make sense of where I was. All around me were tall buildings and roaring cars could be heard nearby, like lions roaring. I remember this time very clearly, because I was alone and Marcus was gone. The streets were cold and scary, with the ominous buildings and the busy people rushing here and there. I walked many days around and around, pointlessly. Scared I was, but too I was curious. This world was big, but yet the people were interesting. I remember loving to go into the stores like Walmart and Target and watch people of all colors and hairstyles come in and out. I liked to listen to their sounds and analyze their movement. Acting out different people caused me so much joy and laughter and released my anxiety of the world. Some people were nice to me as well, smiling and giving me suckers, or stickers. I started to not worry about adults or big people, because they were so nice to me. I loved the stores as well because I could try on things, glasses, and clothes, and play in the kids section. I would stay there all day and at nights I would sleep and eat as much food as possible in the storage rooms, for I thought in my innocence that I could never leave. I look down at my hand as I feel Kelsey grip it harder as to bring me back to reality, back to life. Seems I always fade. She tilts her head slightly to look up at my face, emotionless. I love you, DJ. I just shake my head. Such mysterious words. You're my best friend. I look up at her and she stares back at me with compassionate eyes. It's going to be okay. She scoots closer to me, when nobody else in the room can see, and she whispers to me, I love you. Those mysterious words. It turned not to be this way because I began to hate the stores. Mothers would come in with their children, kissing them and hugging them. It made me begin to wonder where my mother was. Fathers would come in with their sons to buy bikes, and basketballs, baseball gloves, and video games, and then they would leave. This scenario happened many times a day, especially in the evenings when kids were out of schools, and weekends were horrendous. That was when whole families came in, and shopped for countless items, stuffing their carts full of food and drink. It wasn't until this one man picked up his kid who was running full speed to him yelling, Daddy, 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 did I leave the store once and for all? I made residence in an alleyway behind this dumpster where I figured no one could see me. Again, I was of innocence. I left my stuff there during the day when I would walk around searching for food. I always found food, but could never embrace it, because these people were not like those at the Walmart or Targets. They were mean, and could care less about my frail state and hunger. It made me realize that the world was not happy and Barney, but that the world was truly cruel, like Marcus had tried to get me to understand. But it was like I didn't believe him. I mean, I believed him and every word he said. It was just that I couldn't, I guess, believe. Understand why? DJ, you should get out there and play, sweetheart. I look up at Mrs. Jefferson and dismally shake my head no. Yes, DJ, you should go and play, Mrs. Erickson says curtly to me, staring at me quizzically as to why I haven't gotten in a confrontation with her, or as to why I haven't hit somebody yet. or said something smart. Misconceptions. I shake my head no and lean back against the fence and look back down at my drawing book. Lost dreams can't hurt me if I don't dream them, because memories are bad enough. Saying things like, look at this little nigger with bread, he ain't ate for days. Stupid kid, where yo mammy at? Out here beggin'. And nigga, why you on my block? Huh. I remember being scared to death. Shaking. Young. I can share. Laughter. One of them snatched the bread clear out my hands. I stood up reaching for it, but I was too small to even compete with them. I remember yelling stop, stop, but the dudes just kept laughing, tossing it around to each other. Fed up, I kicked one of them in the shins. The boy stared down at me and then turned to his buddies and said, no, this little nigga did not just kick me. They all laughed and then that's all I remembered. When I awoke, my bread lay tarnished with crap all over it and the birds picking at it. At this I cried. I was young, so what else could I do? DJ, come on, let's play. I look up at X and then on to the other boys that surround him and stare back at me. And I shook me head. Might make your life a bit easier, kiddo. I used to know a kid named Chris and this girl named Angel. They were like my world on those streets. I met Chris because he stole my money and Angel because she saved me. They were only teenagers, but they were my first parents. Chris got me in the hustle of gambling by cards and Angel protected me from seeing too much on the streets. But in the end I still seemed to see too much. I remember Angel taking me up these stairs shortly after I had met her, being saved from this irate Asian man who in so many words threatened to kill me if he saw me again in his store. She took me to this building and we went up these stairs to the top floor. The building was vacant and old and seemed like it hadn't been in use for years. The walk up the staircases was long, very long, and I found myself winded. But eventually we came to this door where Angel knocked loudly 4 times, and then softly another 3. Then the door opened wide and this black boy stared out. He dressed like Marcus, in sagging clothes, and a chain around his neck. Where Chris with the food, yo? Angel pushed past him, dragging me along inside. The room was lighted by lamps and contained a couch, 2 tables, and a TV mounted on a box. All around there were mats with clothing and blankets. From what I could see, there were 5 other people in here all around the television. They were of all different colors, kind of like Walmart or Target. And who the hell is he? The black guy asked, pointing to me as he closed the door. Angel looked down on me and asked, well, who are you? I shrugged and said, DJ. Really, is that your name? That's what my name was at the orphanage. I chirped. Why this kid here? The black boy asked, looking toward Angel who was busy preparing a mat. Because he needs a place to stay, Isaiah. He ain't stayin' here for free. He bout to work my hustle. Angel turned to him from the mat and moved her bangs out of her eyes. Then let him work your hustle. But just allow him to stay here, okay? She went back to fixing the mat in the corner of the room. And he had better not get hurt. He ain't gonna get hurt. What are you drawing now? I look up and see Kelsey standing over me, looking down at my book in my left hand and my pen in my right. I'm a rebel. I never use pencil. As if I don't ever want it to be washed away. I shrug my shoulders and she sits down beside me and leans over me to view it. I stare at her hair, and her face, down to her lips, and then back to her eyes amazed with me. See, she was never on hard times. She has never hurt. Never has she seen a person killed, murdered for their shoes or $100 or a couple of dollars. Never has she been left, deserted, unwanted. Never has she been marked or targeted for a pimp's use. Never has she never cried because to do so shows weakness. And never has she ever been refused, looked over. She has a kind heart, a beautiful smile, round and gorgeous eyes, eager for the day, and restless for the night. She's patient and gentle, loving, and things that just don't make sense to me. Things that I have never seen. Her hair is brown and her skin is a dark caramel, smooth to the touch and the eye. She's like life, like the angel I found. Angel introduced me to the remaining 5 people in the room. One was a black girl who was 14 years old and she was the black guy's girlfriend. Her name was Kiki and like Angel she was gorgeous to me. The other 4 people consisted of 3 boys and 1 girl. The girl was Hispanic and wore a lot of stuff around her eyes. I remember this clearly because she scared me. She wore the same clothes as Kiki. and her name was Latoya. She was 13 years old. One of the boys was like 11 and his name was Tre and he was black. He dressed similar to Isaiah and Marcus, and so did the other boy though he was white. His name was Cody. Angel told me her name was Kelsey, but she was okay with me calling her Angel. I like this one. It's one of your best, Kelsey said, pointing at a picture of a boat at sea with the moon shining down. She looked at me and smiled sweetly, and I looked up at her and for the first time smiled back too. Angel explained that they were like a family, that they depended on each other to survive, but she also said you had to pull your load as far as paying for the family money, so that Chris could go and buy food. At first I was skeptical of all this. They weren't adults but they weren't kids either. They in a sense could take care of me. But at this I remembered Marcus's words, which were, always take care of yourself. I like this one too, I said, looking down at it and running my finger across it. I felt Mrs. Erickson cut her eyes down at it and she gave some sort of look by the lips, as if a child from the hood can't be anything more than a future casualty or tax cost to society. And that's why I hate her. When did you make it? I look back at Kelsey and smile. 9. My mother and her ex-husband I guess took me and my brothers on a boat 3 weekends ago. I nod my head remembering the sun and the trees along the bay, and Michael beside me whooping and hollering. He's always whooping and hollering. That's when David taught me how to fish. I nod my head some more and look back down at the picture. We had a picnic, and we all sat on the boat and ate it. My mother made all the food, everything from scratch. It was like we were a family. I look at Kelsey and smile, feeling relieved and alive almost. I sat in my mother's lap and drew this one, I say, looking back down at it. I miss that. It wasn't long before Isaiah was teaching me how to make and sell crack. He was a drug dealer to a bigger drug dealer, earning a third of his make. He told me if I could sell enough or sufficiently handle his transactions that he'd make sure I was paid for. I denied this offer. What the hell is wrong with you, kid? You don't tell me no. You lucky you stay in here. Stuff in your face like a pig. I stared at him blankly and waited for him to finish. I want you to pay me in cash of what I make for you. Isaiah glared at me for a long time. I don't think he expected me to be so smart, and it was annoying him. Fine, he finally said, and we shook on it. Isaiah taught me everything about the game. He told me which block to be on, which blocks not to be on, told me how to deal it to the customer, how to not look suspicious and be cool about it, and how to attract the customers as well. Anything I needed to know, he taught me. I remember my first night on the hustle. I was so scared. I was all alone in the middle of the night, posted on the corner Isaiah told me to be on. All throughout the night I could hear loud voices and drunks would occasionally pass by in cars or on the sidewalks. Gangbangers would post up across the street and get high while hollering at girls. My body shivered most of that night, not from the cold or wind, but out of sheer fear of everything. Even the slightest movement would send me into a frenzy, cause me to jump out of skin and drew tear stains on my face. In that exact moment I yearned for my father to come and take me away, hold me and tell me that all was okay and that nothing would harm me. Just to have his arms encompassing me in this time of fear and anxiety was all that I wished for. Never had I wished for him ever more than what I felt at that moment in time that dripped slowly and ominously like water from a faucet in a vacant house. I got 4 guys that night and made $200. I had never held that much money in my hands before, and as I started to walk to the building I grinned to myself. I could run away with this money. But I shook my head and continued in the direction of the building, realizing in awe and a bit of fear that the streets had made me cold and evil. How could I do something like that? But then how could I not? But this was my mind. This was my mentality. This is what was in me. Evil and trickery. But if he was in my spot, thinking on it now, what would he have done? In any case, it made no sense to me because I had no customers but the ones he gave me. How would I make money? Money could free my hunger, free my cold, shivering skin. My mind was swimming. That sounds like fun. My daddy took me to Disney World this summer. It was so much fun. I think he's going to take me again this summer. But to Disneyland. You should come with me. I shook my head no at Kelsey. She was such a stupid little girl. But a beautiful, stupid little girl. Silly, your daddy would never allow that. That's just too much money. Why would he wanna take me anyway? Kelsey frowned hard. I'll make him. I shook my head no and looked over at X playing on the hardtop with the other boys. You live in a fairy tale land, Kelsey. That's not how the world works. Kelsey shrugged her shoulders. I'll make it work. I turned and looked at her and I couldn't help but to smile at her. I know you will. I was left with only $25 out of $200. I didn't understand how I was up all night long, scared to death, and I get back and they take all my money. I was not able to sleep with Angel that night on her mat either because Chris was sleeping with her. He was kissing her a lot this night, more than usual. All on her neck I remember, and grabbing her in places. She too was kissing him. I watched for a long time. Out of my curiosity as a young kid, I didn't understand why they kissed, why they were grabbing each other, holding on to each other. LaToya kissed and grabbed too. She was always with some man or another. Once I went into one of the rooms in the building and saw that LaToya was lying on the ground with this man on top of her. It reminded me of the girl at the orphanage, and so I became enraged and went and started hitting the man, who was a businessman, and looked to be like in his early 40s. He started yelling at me and then LaToya, asking, "Who the hell is this kid? Is this a joke?" He said he wasn't paying LaToya anything. I didn't understand paying for what? But then he threw a 20 at her and stormed out, in which she sat up and put her clothes on and then proceeded to yell at me. "What the hell is your problem, DJ? I lost a lot of money today cause of you." I shrugged and murmured sheepishly, "I thought you were being hurt." LaToya looked at me with disgust and shook her head, vehemently irritated. "This is my hustle, DJ. Just like you have yours, I have mine. And this is it." I didn't understand, but I nodded my head. "I'm sorry, LaToya. I thought he was hurting you." LaToya shook her head again and slumped to the ground and motioned me towards her. She sat me in her lap and hugged me. "It's okay, DJ. I know you meant good by it. I hate doing this, but I have to, you know? It's how I'ma survive." I hugged her back and said, "I understand." And for once, I actually did. "We're going to go together," she said, taking my hand. "One day we're going to go." I looked at her and breathed in deeply. "One day." "Done, DJ, come on, baby." I look up from the puzzle on the floor toward the door and see my mother waving me to her eagerly, standing beside Mrs. Jefferson, who smiles at me sweetly. I grin up at my mother and put up my finger for her to hold on. I turn back to X and grinning say, "Pick a piece, buddy." X doesn't look at me. Instead, he sits on his hind legs, calculating and stroking his chin. He sighs after a while and then picks up a puzzle piece from the cluster and tries to place it in the space, but it fails to fit. "Ha, I told you, you wouldn't win today." Kelsey giggles to herself and crosses her legs in the chair above us and deducts points from him on her little notepad. X rolls his eyes and shakes his head, falling back on his butt, and then out of nowhere throws a pillow at me. "This is a stupid game anyway. Puzzles aren't even a game." I stand up grinning at X, who sits with his arms crossed, angry, and toss the pillow back at him. "Oh, you're just mad because you suck and I beat you." X rolls his eyes again. "Whatever. Go home, asshole." "Hey," Mrs. Jefferson says, looking at us. "Nice language." I laugh and walk up to the wall where all the coats hang and retrieve my coat and school bag and give Mrs. Jefferson a hug around her knees. "Bye, Mrs. Jefferson." She hugs me tightly and smiles at me. "Goodbye, sweetheart." She then looks up at my mother, who I go to and hug tightly. "He was an extreme pleasure today. He was so mannered and respectable. So I'd say we're making slow progress, aren't we, DJ?" I nod up at her sheepishly, holding on to my mother tightly. "Yes, ma'am." My mother bends down to my level and helps me put my coat on, smiling at me, and I smile back at her, because it's her and it's amazing to see, and I feel safe again. "That's great, baby," my mother says, hugging me to her. I kiss her on her cheek and she kisses me back on mine. And for the first time in a long while, it doesn't scare me. I just try and take it day by day with him, you know. But but he'll get it eventually. My mother says, looking up at Mrs. Jefferson. Mrs. Jefferson smiles down at us genuinely. You know he's very smart. My mother stands up slowly and looks at Mrs. Jefferson curiously, taking my hand in hers. Mama looks down at me and looks at me the way she used to, like she loves me. Yeah, I've had an idea. She looks back at Mrs. Jefferson. He just needs a place to learn and grow in. He needs to be challenged, you know. He needs a place to be able to be a child. Focus on childlike things. She looks back at me and shakes her head, lost in me, running her fingers softly against my skin. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. Mrs. Jefferson shakes her head politely. 11. I completely understand. She begins walking to her desk around these kids who play with cards on the floor, and we follow her. I look back at X and he's looking back at me curiously, but I signal to him that it's something about school and that I'm not in trouble. I look at Kelsey too, and she just waves at me, all happy. Stupid kid. We have a talented and gifted program. This will excel him, you know, and challenge him far more than this class can for him. Because I see him, you know. He finishes his work way before any of the other children, and he picks up on things very quickly. Well, I do teach him at home, but it's more than that, you know. I think he's special. Mrs. Jefferson smiles at my mother and hands her this pamphlet. Look through it. Pamphlet. Look through it. Really, it's a great program here. I'll work with him only for 3 hours a day, so he'll still be a part of this class. I look up at my mother and watch as she reads through the pamphlet. That Erickson lady doesn't teach this class, does she? I look at Mrs. Jefferson earnestly. I hate that lady, and so does my mother. No, another lady by the name of Mrs. Jean. She's young like me, so she'd be good for him. I notice he responds well to the younger teachers. My mother smiles and feels relieved a bit. Yes, he does. She looks down at me and smiles, and I smile back up at her, holding her hand tighter. She looks back up at Mrs. Jefferson. I don't like that Erickson lady. She's killing my son's creativity. She tells him all the time he's a bad kid and makes him feel that way too. He's not a bad kid. He's just curious. Mrs. Jefferson nods her head in understanding. I understand. She's not the most patient. I want her to stay away from my son. I look up at my mother's face, and I see the righteous anger, the love she has for me. I mean it. I want that lady to stay away from my son. He's too beautiful for that. Mrs. Jefferson nods her head in compassion. I'll make sure she doesn't hurt him. My mother nods her head and breathes in deeply. Okay, she smiles and nods her head, and begins to walk toward the door. Come on, DJ. I run sort of to follow her, and slip my hand into hers. I look up at her and she looks down at me, and she smiles at me genuinely for the first time of many rare occasions in a while. And it makes me feel something that I don't understand. Like nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong with us. This is how the world, how we are, it's just how things are, and a part of me, as I looked ahead toward where Michael waited near the window, was okay with that. Mama, we going to Charlie's game? I looked up at my mother and waited for her to answer Michael, who had practically screamed across the hallway, but she didn't answer. She just kept on walking toward him with this calm air about her, this patience that she always held for him. And when she finally reached him, she took his hand in her left and gently walked him outside past the principal, who eyed her. But I don't know why he eyed her. But then again, he eyes everybody's parents. Or at least the black parents. And he black himself. Michael taught me what black was. How are you the son of an NBA player and you passin' like a sorry white girl? I frowned and looked up at him. White? What's that? Michael looked down at me and frowned like I was the dumbest idiot he'd ever seen. Are you serious? Nigga, white people right there, he said, pointing to a woman waiting on the DART bus across the street. Me and you black, he said, pointing to our skin. You see the difference? I looked back and forth for a while, trying to comprehend. It didn't take much, and then I nodded. Yeah, sure. My mother ignores him gracefully and walks out the front doors with both of us hand in hand. Mommy. My mother looks down at me briefly and then picks me up. Mama, are we going to the game? Michael continues, still talking loud. I really don't understand why he talks so loud. My mother looks at him. Why are you talking so loud? My mother asks, looking down at him and getting her keys out to start the car. I look up at him and he frowns at me. Mama, we got to go to his game. It's a big game. I ain't even got homework. Mama opens up the car door for Michael and ushers him in. Shut up, Michael. Yes, we're going. She slams the door on him and carries me around the car to the other side. She places me down on the ground, and as I reach for the door, she grabs my arm and I turn to her. Her eyes looking different now, and for a second I thought they were the eyes of him, but they're not. They're just hers, but different, worried and concerned. 12. You make sure David takes you home with him, you hear me? I stare at her for a long time, numb and cold, hard, as if I don't understand what she's saying to me. But then, nodding my head, I remember what world I live in. Not that of the other children, not even that of the real world. I live in hell. She raises my head to look at her, and so I look back at her, and into her, which are still the eyes of my mother, and a part of me wants to cry because I thought she'd stay. I just want her to stay more than a couple of hours. Hey, I need you to make him take you home. Make him take you home. Okay? Fight as hard as you can. Force him to take you home. Make him want to. You hear me? I look down at the ground soberly, and after a long time of staring at the ground, I nod my head. Good. She rubs my head and sighs deeply, staring at me uncomfortably. I open up the door. It won't be like this forever, she whispers. But I've heard that so many times before. I no longer hear it. He hit the ball. Beside the point. You suck. I shrugged and kept looking at the ants. Don't care. Michael threw the ball at my head again. Yo, what the hell is wrong with you? Nigga, you ain't gonna be no pussy looking at butterflies and crap. And drawing rainbows. He yelled, going after the ball. But I like rainbows. I frowned. Michael turned around and eyed me as if I was a complete idiot. He shook his head and reached into his bag and pulled out a football. Choose one. I looked up. I don't want to play. Leave me alone. Michael threw the football at me, and so I stood up and ran to him and pushed him. It made no difference. Nigga, are you crazy? Michael said, ignoring the fact that I had pushed him. This is the way you gonna get out the hood. Like David did. Don't you wanna be like David? Yo, daddy. I thought about it while Michael ran off to get the football as it had hit my head and ricocheted across the yard. I turned around. Yeah, Michael grinned that stupid grin he always did and ran back to me. Well, nigga, we got a lot of work to do. Cause you gonna be a star, you hear? I shrugged. Yeah, whatever. What we gonna do? For the next 30 minutes Michael worked with me on my passing, showing me the correct way to pass the ball. He'd throw it real hard at me so that I could learn to catch balls that come flying at insane speeds. He said I'd need this skill when I went to the cage. I didn't know what that was, but I listened to him. I actually began to pass pretty well, and Michael even said I was a quick learner. I look out the window, wondering if I am, if I ever was, if I ever will be. Will it ever get better? What is not? I hate being a child. I hate being done. I remember things that nobody else seems. I remember things that nobody else seems. We pull up to the stadium, and as we do, it seems I hear nothing but the faint yells and hollers of Michael, consumed in the colors and the people and the flags. I've never seen so many people in one place. I sit up a little more and look up at the stadium, how big it is, and in doing so I allow myself to imagine being at the very top. I let my face drop and look at my hands. I feel a push in my shoulder, and so I turn and look at Michael as he starts to get out the car, still whooping and hollering. He's a passion of a child I only wish I was half of. Come on, lil man, let's go. I look after him, closing the door and running around the car, and look up at my mother as she yells after him. I look at her in the rearview mirror, putting on makeup and dabbing at her eyes. They think kids don't know, but I know. I grab the handle on the door and get out and look toward Michael, who is standing about 2 cars down, staring at the lines and the stadium with eager excitement. And as if he could feel my eyes on him, he turns around and waves me earnestly to come and join him. Come on, DJ. Why are you going so slow? I stuff my hands in my pockets and put my face to the ground and start to walk to him. 13. Hey, y'all, hold up. The game ain't going nowhere. Michael makes a face at my mother still getting out the car. The way you were driving we know. Michael mutters under his breath. What you say, boy? I turn and look at my mother after reaching Michael. I can't believe she heard him. Nothing. Michael yells. He wraps his arm around me and hugs me to him. Lil man, this bout to be the best game you done ever seen. They got the number 1 running back out here. And the quarterback is pretty raw too. But I think our team is still better. We just underrated, you know what I'm saying. I just sigh and shrug my shoulders. Oh come on lil man. I'm need you to get a pep in yo step. And I'm needs you to calm down Michael. I am not gonna chase you all around this stadium. Michael waves his hand at mama. Yeah, you're a girl. You wouldn't understand. I look up at my mother and catch her eye him. But she doesn't say anything as a police officer comes towards us. Hey ma'am, you a pretty. Pretty sight to see, but I'm need you to get out of the middle of the street. I look up at the man as he grins at my mother, and then look at her while she smiles sweetly back at him. I'm sorry officer, children you know. She grabs my hand and ushers me and Michael off to the side. Oh I know, I have 5 little brothers and sisters of my own. Michael glares at him upset already. See, it never fails for a man to hit on my mother. In fact, every time we go out, 1 or 2 men hit on her, and they always do it in some cliché way like we as kids don't know what they're up to. But Michael knows very well, and he hates it. He's just a kid. He dreams that his parents will get back together and the family will be right again. He plans it on every occasion, and wishes and prays with everything he has. He's a kid, and none of us dare take it away from him. Nobody care about how many brothers and sisters you got, fool. My mother looks down at him as though she never heard such a thing come from his mouth. I just laugh and hold my brother's hand. I never know why she puts on such a surprised face. Back at it again. Me and Michael both turn to our right in that instant, and my mother looks up too. And as we all do, we see David, tall and handsome. Daddy, Michael screams. He releases my hand and tackles David at the knees, causing an even larger grin to transcend on David's face. But he eyes my mother and sneers at her, for I see the things that no one else seems. Leaning down. And hugging Michael back. David, my mother says, acknowledging him. David only continues to smirk at her and doesn't say anything to her. Instead, he looks past her at the officer. Officer, he says, nodding at him as politely as he can. The officer nods his head and starts to walk away, making a comment to my mother that I can't hear. I turn around and watch him as he walks on down the parking lot past other mothers and children, and I just don't understand. He doesn't say anything to them. Hey little man, David says, basically punching me in my shoulder. I turn around to face him, and when I do, time seems to stand still for a while. His face so pure and clean, promising, and his eyes seem to shine bright and radiate like Michael, so in that moment I can't deny that Michael is his son. I step back inadvertently and grab my mother's hand. I don't know. Some things I just don't understand. Hi, you doing good? I stare at him and shrug, holding on to my mother tighter. I'm fine. Michael stares at me a little like I'm crazy. But then he hears the announcer from the stadium, and so he begins pulling on David's suit roughly. Daddy, come on. Let's go. The game is gonna start. David looks down at Michael and rubs his head gingerly. James, come on, will you? I look around the car in front of us and see a white kid about my age walking slowly, playing on a Gamma Boy. I look up at my mother expectantly, and she glares at the little boy while her chest heaves slightly. Slightly. In anger, she turns to David and purses her lips, trying to suppress her rage. Aren't you just despicable? David shrugs his shoulders arrogantly. I wasn't gonna leave him at home. The kid looks up from the Gamma Boy, and the first person he looks at is me, and he beams. Hey. I frown at him and look up at my mother. See, look. Now little man has a friend. My mother glares at David, and then rolls her eyes. Daddy, can we go please? David looks down at Michael's earnest face again. 14. Yay. We're going now. He looks at my mother. You have the tickets. My mother rolls her eyes and reaches into her purse, pulling out the tickets, and hands it to him reluctantly. Thank you, David says, smirking at her. He turns to Michael and slaps him on the back. Come on, Mike. And like that they start out running toward the stadium. I turn and look at the little boy about my age, and kind of frown at him. I never knew I had another brother. I never knew there was someone else my age. I stepped away from my mother, and went toward him as he smiled goofily and offered his hand to me. I'm James. It was like I needed to be joined, connected to someone of my age, of my human. And it seemed he might provide that. It was like my heart was light, and for the first time ready, not heavy and not afraid, though afraid I was. I took his hand in mine and shook it, and I looked in his eyes. But his eyes were the eyes of Michael. His eyes were the eyes of those children in my class. And so my heart immediately dropped with such a pain I felt myself whimper somewhere deep inside, and cry out tears of mercy to whoever was tormenting me. Suddenly I felt hopeless again. I didn't understand going from being so high to being so low. He wasn't me. He didn't know me. He didn't know the pains I knew. But the way he smiled at me, and the way he threw his arm around my shoulder and began to ramble and skip toward the stadium, talking about, I've heard so much about you. I'm 5. Do you have one of these? I knew I was subtly blessed in some way. I had another brother. Done many days I would walk around with Chris. Really I would be running, because Chris was way taller than I was, making his strides very long. Chris and Angel had a very interesting hustle, one that I never fully understood, but I know that they were always stealing something or the other. Angel wasn't like Latoya. She didn't use her body, but instead used her head to feed herself. And boy could Chris and Angel use their minds. They always came in with loads of cash, or a TV, or a radio or some other kind of item. And then sometimes, weeks later, the object would disappear. I don't know. But they always seemingly had money, and I guess the friends that they had also contributed to their ability to steal large and very expensive items. But in any case, Chris would talk to me all the time, teach me all the time. He taught me where to go and where not to go. He taught me how to efficiently steal money and other objects. But most importantly, he taught me how to play cards. I was pretty good at it, counting cards and such. It was fun and easy to me, and I did it with ease. Chris saw this and developed it until it was like a sixth sense. He told me that this would be my second hustle, and each morning we would practice at Starbucks on McCormick. We would stay for hours playing numerous games, while Chris would correct my technique and strategies. I began to win every game I played against Chris, and when that happened I played against other members of the community and won tons of money, which I kept the majority of for once. Chris then, once he felt that I was unstoppable, took me to this man named D-Ride. I had heard of this man before. He was the big-time gangster and or drug dealer in the area. He scared everybody and nobody contested his word ever. And if you owed him money you were sure to pay for it, with cash or with your life. D-Ride didn't play with his money. I remember D-Ride very well because the next couple of months I worked with him very closely. It came to be that he was the big drug dealer that Isaiah worked for, so I was able to see where my money was going. D-Ride was like 6'5" with broad shoulders and a nice physique. He always had a group with him, like his bodyguards or something, and his homeboy was always on his side, like they was brothers. I began to love D-Ride because he seemed to have it all. The way people hushed when he came in the room, and how whenever he spoke things happened. He had a big house and like several different whips. I remember having to go to his crib and seeing all these half-naked women. The man had it going on. But what most attracted my eye at that time was the money he pulled out his pocket. It was always a wad of $100 bills. Never was it anything less. Chris introduced me to D-Ride, and at first D-Ride was like hell nah. But after I proved myself by beating all his homies, I was with him all the time from then on. He would take me to clubs where I would play against whoever. He would pay me a third of the rewards, which was pretty good seeing how many games I would play and how much money that could create. D-Ride would even take me out of state to casinos. He would sit me in his Cadillac with all his other gangbanger friends, and they'd wire me up and place me in front of this screen where I could see the playing table and D-15 rides hands. Then I'd just count the cards and tell him how much to put in and take out. By speaking into the headphones they had me hooked up to, we'd usually win big money and D-Ride would pay me, and then he and his buddies would go out clubbing or somewhere. They'd leave me in the suite and let me watch TV and eat all I wanted. But whenever they came back I made sure to stay out the way, because sometimes they usually came back high or drunk, and sometimes they had girls with them. Sometimes I watched when they had the girls over, because I never really saw girls because I was always with D-Ride or Chris or Isaiah. But I stopped, because the stuff they did was nasty to me, and I didn't understand why they laughed about it, or why they enjoyed it. D-Ride was pretty nice to me. He called me D-Money or Lil Money. He never really yelled at me, only if I got into something I shouldn't. He'd let me ride in his car sometimes with him, and he showed me how he ran his business. He never really let me stay with him though in his house, only if we were getting in late from an out-of-state trip. If not, he'd drop me on the street, until he needed another big money spree. So every 2 weeks he'd come and find me on the streets and take me somewhere. I remember once I was with D-Ride in a club, and this dude was dragged before him like he was some kind of king. D-Ride stood up from the table and his girls that surrounded him and walked toward the dude on the ground. He muttered to me, "Watch how I deal with this nigga Lil Money." I nodded big-eyed as the child I was as D-Ride circled the dude, saying all these things I didn't understand. And then out of nowhere he started hitting him and kicking him. Once he got his punches in, the dude's face was drenched with blood and his eyes were rolling around in his head. The dude was then beat up more by D-Ride's friends and then kicked out the club. I remember everyone around me laughing and taunting him. I didn't understand, but I decided to laugh too. I remember D-Ride rubbing my head saying, "That a boy." D-Ride never beat me up, but only one time when I read the cards wrong that cost him a bunch of money. He beat me up in the middle of a parking lot in Los Angeles. It was so dark that I couldn't see where his punches coming from. Blow after blow, after blow, after blow I felt on my face, in my stomach, and in my back. I could taste warm blood in my mouth mixed with my tears. I remember hearing his boys wanting to join in, but he said, "Nah man, this my nigga to beat, and not a damn one of y'all even touch him. You comfortable in here?" I look up at David and nod my head. "Yeah, I'm fine." David looks at me twice with a worried kind of face, but then he looks over at Michael beside me, sound asleep for the first time in so many nights it seems. And the way he looks at him, I become envious and hurt all over again it seems. But I just hang my head again and stare at my drawings. I don't know why I can't sleep. I guess it's something that will always follow me. "What you drawing?" I look up at him as he comes around to my side and sits down next to me. I stare at him for a second. I've never really spoken to a white man before, and I don't see many of them in the neighborhood. My eyes drop down and I stare at his suit that's so clean and so expensive looking. And then I look back up at his hair cut all nicely and his blue eyes that stare at me relentlessly. "You not gonna speak to me?" I let my eyes fall and I shrug. Shrug. Sheepishly. "I'm not gonna hurt you. Or bite," he says, smiling and pushing into my shoulder. I look up at him and into his eyes, and they look nothing like the eyes of my mother. "You're my mother's husband?" I ask him, though I already know the answer. I understand things that I don't understand, but it seems I still have to ask. I still don't understand. He sighs deeply and runs his hands through his hair. He looks at me uncomfortably. Yay, sure. I frown and look down at my hands. "You don't love her, do you?" He looks at me for a long time. "You love her, don't you?" he asks me, touching my arm lightly. I look at his touch, and then up at him. His eyes. "Yes." I love her. She's my mother. He stares at my face for a long time, as if searching for something subtly. He nods his head, and takes his hand away from me and nods his head again. I love her, lil man. Swear on my life. We just need some breathing room right now. I pick up my pencil and start to draw again, this time on a brand new page. Roses and birds intertwined. What does breathing room mean? They think I'm just a kid. Well, it means, he rubs the back of his neck, just means we need to be apart for a while, because we love each other so much. I look up at him, and stare into his blue eyes. 16. What is love? I ask earnestly. Earnestly I ask of this white man who I've never met before in my entire life, never seen, could ever trust. But I ask. He frowns at me softly and shrugs his shoulders. Love is a beautiful thing at the right time. I look down at my drawing. Like flying. Yeah, like flying. I still sold crack on the streets every night, making around 8 cells a night. I had grown so much and knew so much. Some days I'd walk with Isaiah and we'd sit outside the schools, and once it let out we'd sell our crack or other drugs. Then we'd make our way to D-Ride, and he'd collect and split our pay. After this we'd walk around aimlessly looking for absolutely nothing. We were like dummies, beings with no soul. No spirit ran through our veins that would cause us to excite in life. Birds flying, the perfect blue sky, the blessing of life itself. Breath. Life was slow, but then fast. Because you never knew when the police would show their face and take kids to orphanages or juvie. So I guess that in the end we were looking for something, though not immediately looking. But we were always looking. Because if we didn't, then the consequences for not looking would ensure that life that we did have would be bound and die. For me, I was scared of the orphanage. For Isaiah, it was juvie. He'd been twice already and he'd hated it. All for dealing. I asked him why he continued if it meant going to jail. He just muttered, "It's the only way right now. Your mother says we're a lot alike." I look up at him again, and now I'm starting to wonder why he's still talking to me. I shrug my shoulders and continue to draw the petals on the roses. He stares. He stares down at my work, watching with a curious eye, like all those who watch me. My mother used to watch me draw. It used to bring her joy, she said. But now, it angers her. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't sleep well at night either. I look up at him, and stare at him for a long time. You have no idea, no idea. I shake my head at him, becoming angered, and roll my eyes back to my paper. We are not alike in that way. One time I remember I was rummaging through this trash can behind this soul food restaurant, desperate for something to eat. For I hadn't eaten in days and my stomach was beginning, my body was beginning, to feed on its own self. As I ran through the trash as fast as I could, this lady came out the back way of the place and started yelling at me and shooing me away. The way people do stray cats or dogs. Was I that low on the social scale that I was to be shooed as a stray dog? Worse than one? Because sometimes people would give dogs scraps of food. I know, because I saw it with my own eyes. But this lady didn't even give me that. She just threatened that if I returned she'd call the police. For scraps of food out the trash can. Angel sometimes, when I could find her, would take me to the library. She would hold me in her lap and read to me any book I wanted. I loved hearing her voice. Angel was almost like the mother I never had. She always was taking care of me. She had this razor that she'd cut my hair with. She cut it. Every 2 weeks in the evening on her mat. And then she would let me sleep with her, which I liked. Because the building was cold. She provided me warmth and love. Things so non-existent, distant. I remember once she took me in a bathroom at the library and bathed me with hand soap. Because she'd found out that I hadn't bathed since leaving the orphanage. Which by this time had been about a year and a couple of months. I felt so old out there on the streets. I didn't feel 5 or 6. I felt more like 10 or 12. I knew so many things, but then I didn't. My world was just crazy. The streets were lonely and depressing to me, for I had forgotten the last time I smiled or laughed. It was like I had this tense feeling all over my body, all the time. And this cold sweat whenever I sold crack on the corner. There was some kind of longing in me, some kind of hate in me. I wanted something, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. I thought it was money, but money was now always there. It didn't make me feel any better. It just made me fat. I was missing something, or many things. Do you not like me, DJ? I shrugged my shoulders and begin to shade my drawing. I don't know you. I continue to shade. So how could I know whether to like you or not? He frowns at me. I suppose I let off too much of my age, my knowledge. How old are you? I shrug my shoulders again. I don't know. I don't know anymore. He sighs and leans back, and continues to stare at me as I draw. You know. You know. I'm your family too. I am your grandfather. Even though we don't look alike. I look up at him, and look him up and down. 17. I want a daddy too. I say all of a sudden, out of nowhere, coming from the child in me, and just screaming out. Tears start to run down my face, and I just start crying like I haven't in a long time. Why does Michael and James get to have a father and I don't? He looks at me shocked, and it seems as though he stops breathing. But you see your dad, right? That's what Julia told me. She said you go to see him every 2 weeks. I look at him through my tears and shake my head. He's not a dad to me. David frowns. But he loves you. But his love isn't beautiful, it's cold. It sits behind a barbed wire fence and big brick walls. And always wears orange. I hate orange. I shake my head. It's so ugly. And he's chained in there. And his face looks dry. And tired. Yours is. I look at David and his eyes. Alive. Come here, he says. I look at him hesitantly. But he ushers me to him, grabbing me by my hand and pulling me toward him. So I go to him, and he puts me in his lap and he hugs me tightly to him, and rests my head against his chest, causing me to cry and cry and cry, and I just wish it would never end. But in the morning he'll be gone, but in the moment I just wish it would never end. But in the morning he'll be gone. Done, man, little dude, let me tell ya. Life sucks shit. Everything about it, Anne. Everything about it, Anne. Ain't nothing ever changing. Isaiah shakes his head and stares out across the street, his hood over his head, the only protection from the rain that incessantly pours without relent. I bite my lip and shrug and stare out across the street as he does, watching as the rain pours hard and the cars whip by, seemingly as though everyone is in a hurry. I see across the street this family packing in their children from the seafood shack, laughing joyously, waving goodbye to their friends, and against my better judgment I stare at them curiously while I hold myself from the cold. Don't get excited, lil man. That's not you. Ain't nobody care about you. Why you think you here? I bite my lip again and look down at the puddle in front of me, trying not to cry, but against my better will a tear slips my eye. Nigga, you crying? Why you crying? That's not you. It ain't even gonna be you. Tears though still drip down my face. Because I wish it were me. Why isn't it me? Isaiah pulls out a cigar and lights it. Shit. We ain't nobody. Nobody cares. Once you understand that you gonna be better off. I look down at the puddle before me again, and see myself. And I hate what I see. A pale, frail boy shivering in the cold with hair going every which way. The face of a third worlder, with pain so strong, so convicting that my eyes cry blood. My eyes cry blood because all I see is blood, all I hear is blood. I am blood and blood runs me, hurts me. I cry blood out of exhaustion, out of sickness and hatred, out of pain and anger, out of depression that rests in the back of my mind. I cry blood readily and ineffectively, for nobody hears me, sees me. I cry blood for brothers, for sisters, for parents all struggling in this forsaken world. I cry blood out of the hopelessness of nothing else, and sometimes, when tears can't come, I speak blood, I hear blood, I see blood, I eat blood, I love blood. But slowly, like AIDS, blood all intermixed with people I don't know and to me cease to exist. 18 Kill me, I cry blood. Done, come here and stop all that damn crying. I look up at her with pleading eyes and mouth the words no, but it just infuriates him more. You tellin' me no? You low down piece of shit. I give you a home and food and you treat me like this. She slaps the belt against the back of my head with a certain violence I have yet to endure, and it lays me out for a good 5 seconds, for I struggle to see as tears flood my vision and pain screams throughout my body. Angel told me one day to get my stuff and pack up. She said I was leaving because the police were coming in hard to search the streets for children to put in orphanages or other home-like structures. She said that she would be staying with Chris in his friend's home, and Latoya would be staying with her many men, and Cody and Kiki, and Isaiah were going their separate ways. I asked her why I couldn't go with her, and she told me that she had found out that my grandmother lived in the city, capital I. City, capital I. Frowned when she said this, for I only saw those addresses as letters, not actual words that meant something. To me, I had no grandmother or father or mother. They were all non-existent, and in my mind it was like they never existed. I protested, saying I wanted to stay with her and Chris, that I loved them and didn't want to lose them. I even began to cry at this, which was weird, because it was almost like my eyes were incapable of forming tears. Get up and come here. She grabs me by my neck and drags me out of the bathroom and over to her bed, throwing me down violently like a school bag, like I was nothing more than a rag. I turn and face her, looking up at her, crying tears for not myself, but for her. Take your pants off. Come on. My stomach cringes and I close my eyes, and try and breathe, try and reach that place so that this no longer exists. I slip my pants off and look away as she goes down on me for pleasures I don't understand, that far exceed my comprehension. But this angers him as well, and so he grabs my face and forces me to look at him. I so red I scream for anyone to free me from hell, causing that ever peculiar sneer to form on her face. Angel got on her knees and held my hands, and kissed my forehead. She told me things would be better where I was going because I'd be with family, my people, my blood, that I'd be in a house with warmth and food and an actual bed. She said I would be loved and cared for. My eyes shot. Shot up at this. I would be loved, cared for, loved. I shrugged my shoulders and said okay, and we hugged each other, and then she kissed me again. You love me, right? I nod reluctantly and try to look away, but that's when she hits me. I look back at her, and that's when I see he's gone. It was just her now, but he ran her still possessed, starting to speak in tongues. It seemed like we were immersed in a satanic ritual. Say it, say it. I looked up toward the ceiling as she began to kiss me on my neck, and let the tears seep back into my eyes, and muttered words for this beast, for this satanic woman. I love you. The walk was long, but eventually we made it to this gate where behind was this white house. The grass was cut neatly and there were colored flowers in the flower bed. I looked up at Angel and smiled, and she smiled back. We walked up to the door and Angel knocked loudly. I remember loudly. This woman in her late 30s opened the door. I remember my grandmother at that time as a very beautiful woman, the most beautiful I'd ever seen in my young life. Her hair was very long and flowing, and she was fit as well. She was wearing an apron and at the same time an oven mitten on her right hand, which held a spoon. She looked at us curiously. Angel said, "Hi, Mrs. Lamar. I'm Kelsey and this is DJ. He's your grandson." She looked down on me with a look of disgust, kind of. "Baby, I ain't know who this kid is from Adam. How he minds." Angel took my bag off me and dug through it and pulled the picture of my father. "This is why," she said, handing my grandmother picture. "This your son-in-law." "Son, my son," she said curtly. Then she looked at me, then back to the picture, then back at me again. "I can kind of see a resemblance." Kelsey nodded. "Well, come in. Take your shoes off by the door. I don't want no dirt tracked through my house." I looked up at Angel and she nudged me into the house. We took off our shoes and walked into the kitchen where there was an amazing aroma of cooking food. We sat down at the table and watched as my grandmother started to prepare the food onto plates. I bet why all's hungry. I know the streets are crazy and food don't come easy. She placed the food 19 inches front of us and we began to eat in silence. The house was very well kept is all I can say. All I can remember. It was very, very nice. May I ask where his father is? My grandmother turned from her cooking and sat down at the table with a plate of her own. Will you tell me where yours is? Kelsey nodded. Well, his father is in jail. She sighed deeply. Brought up on drug charges, you know. She shook her head. Them stupid friends that boy had messed up his future. He was in the NBA, you know. She shook her head again. Every time I think on it, I just say damn, damn, damn. Kelsey nodded her head soberly. Well, no, sweetheart, you ain't gotta tell me nothing. My grandmother said, waving her hand. Get up and turn around. Sometimes I just don't understand. I don't understand how my mother can be there one day and then the other gone. Like she vanished. I don't know who this woman is who molests me at night and in the day smiles in my face and mocks me. Denies me rights and life. Locks me away in misery and denies me contact with the outside world. My mother is life. My mother gave me life. But he takes it away. And he takes hers and he hurts me. He hurts me. He hurts me. And I pain. Like nothing ever imaginable. I cannot even describe the things she does to me and the words she whispers in my ear. She tells me she loves me. She teaches me what love is. I am now a pro. When will she heal? When will she come back to me? I just want you to come back, mommy, and never leave me. Okay, Kelsey looked at me. I've been taking care of him best I can. But he been through a lot of mess. With the gangbangers and B-Ride. He be a drug dealer. My grandmother nodded her head calmly. Yes, I know of him. And yeah, everything on that street he's seen. So I don't know how he is emotionally. My grandmother nodded again. I think he'll be fine. I'll work with him. And send him to see his father. His mother. She's working in this large company off somewhere. I don't know where's, you know. But if I can, I'll send him to visit her. Kelsey nodded and stood up. Well, thank you for your hospitality. Doesn't happen every day. I gotta go for it gets late and the police. Police. Come out or I get snatched. She turned and looked down at me and I raised my hands to her and she picked me up. You take care of yourself, you hear? I nodded and then she kissed me on my forehead and then placed me back down on the ground. She said thank you again to my grandmother and then headed to the door. For a second I watched her in like slow motion, about to leave my life like Marcus. I ran to her and hugged her legs and said, I loved you, Angel. And I loved Chris and Isaiah and Kiki and Latoya too. She bent down to my level and stared into my eyes. Tears dripping down her face. We love you too. Gun 20 Chapter 2 Low VE August 2001 DJ Get Up Boy. I stretched my legs out and blew some air through my mouth. Turning over and facing the wall. I had been here for 2 months now. And had been put to work numerous times. My grandmother always had work to be done in her house. If it was getting the weeds out the yard, washing clothes, dusting, sweeping the floor, you name it, she had me doing it. My grandmother had 4 sons. One was my own father. The others were Michael, the youngest, who was 10 years old. Then there was Deshaun, the middle child, who was 13. And then there was Charlie, who was 15. They were all mixed with white and all had the same daddy, David. Deshaun was the mean one. And he'd always come home real late. So him and grandma were always fightin'. But Michael and Charlie were nice. Charlie especially. He was always giving me candy. And playing with me. He gave me piggyback rides and would run around the house and then dump me off in my bed. And so Charlie was becoming my favorite. Michael was nice too. But he liked to beat me up and tease me. And he'd always get me in trouble with grandma. DJ. Grandma said, coming into my room. Do you want to see your father or not? I turned and looked at her face and saw that she was serious, dressed and ready to go as if she were going to the mall today. I sat up immediately, still looking at her with her arms crossed and her face steady and compassionate, the ones she always wore for me, and yelled. Really? Grandma rolled her eyes. Yes, child. I said this yesterday. I jumped up with a burst of energy I had no idea I possessed and hugged her tightly. And then I started whooping and jumping around the room as if Michael's spirit had taken my body. I was so excited. This would be the first time I saw my father in 3 years. DJ, boy, put some clothes on and let's go. And with that she walked out my room. I swear I dressed in less than 2 minutes, putting on a white t-shirt and some blue jeans grandma had bought me, and ran into the kitchen. "Nigga, why you runnin'?" Deshaun yelled at me from the couch in the living room. I stopped and looked at him and started grinning inadvertently. "'Cause I see my daddy," I screeched. Michael popped his head out of the kitchen and looked at me. "Who, David?" "Ha. Yo, Deshaun," he called David daddy. Deshaun nodded his head. Coolly, and turned back to the TV, raising up the remote and continuing to flip through the channels, legs propped up and everything like he was stationed for the rest of the day. I heard. Grandma came out of her room with her purse on her shoulder and her keys in her hand, with a look like she was about to address us with that famous line, "The car is leaving with or without y'all. Time is of the essence. Is any of y'all coming?" Michael stood up from the table. "I's coming." "Shit, I wanna tell David he need to get his little nigga 'cause he eatin' up all the damn food." Grandma glared at him. "Boy, you watch all that cussin'. It ain't necessary." Michael nodded and spooned some more Captain Crunch in his mouth. "Fo sho, mama." She shook her head at him. "Stop talking wid your mouth full of food. 'Cause if you get food on my floor I will beat you behind." Michael rolled his eyes. Grandma turned to Deshaun. "Are you coming?" she said curtly, staring him down with a bit of disgust. The look she seemed to wear for him all the time between tiredness. 21 Nah, I catch him some other time. Grandma shook her head at him. But I knew she hadn't expected any different. I mean, seriously, it was Deshaun we were talking about. "Charlie, you mean?" Charlie came out his room holding his jacket in his hands. "Yes, ma'am." Grandma nodded. "All right, let's go." I ran over to Deshaun and hugged him tightly around his neck. "Bye, Shawnee." Deshaun pushed me off roughly, kind of throwing me back across the room. "Boy, get off of me." "Bye." I skipped back to Grandma, though, and held her hand, and we went to the car. The ride to the prison was long, but we got there. There was all this security and guards and stuff. I thought it was pretty cool with all the wire and tall buildings, until I saw these men with cuffs around their wrists walking in a straight line to the building, all in orange. Something about it didn't look right. "Grandma, why they got them silver things round their wrist?" Michael rolled his eyes at me. "They're incarcerated, dummy." And in return I gave Michael a puzzled look. "I don't get it." Michael shook his head. "You are some kind of stupid. He's just a kid, Mike," Charlie said, turning around to face Michael. "Sweetie, it's so they can't get out of jail. 'Cause some of them are bad guys," Grandma said kindly. I looked out the window at them. "Oh." We got out the car and went through all the security and stuff, which seemed like hours, before they put us in this room and told us to wait. We waited for about 15 minutes before my dad walked in with cuffs on his hands and 2 security guards following behind him. "Damn, bro, they got full force on you. Wonder what Carrie says when she sees yo ass." My dad looked up from the cuffs that the security guards were unlocking and looked at Michael. "Shut the hell up." My dad was super tall. He was taller than D-Ride by like 2 inches, and he had a nice physique and broad shoulders with muscles popping out of his white tee. He was thin though, built on a thin frame, and pretty much was Superman. The only thing that would complete the picture would be if he could fly out of jail and take me with him. And as I sat there watching as the guards unlocked these cuffs that held him captive, I wondered to myself, why didn't he do just that? He could easily overpower these guys. Maybe he was content. "Superman, fly me away. Fly me away from death, hurt, poverty, heartache, hunger." I found myself staring at him in awe and fear. He noticed this too and smiled at me, showing off these perfect white teeth. I smiled back. "Now there had better not be any fucking around in here, David. Literally. You do that crap again, I will ensure you never get visiting hours again." Dad nodded without even looking at the guy. His eyes just stuck on me. The security guard eyed him and then, looking at all of us one last time, turned and walked out the room, locking the door behind him. Who is Carrie? I asked Grandma. Grandma looked down at me compassionately and rubbed my head. Carrie's your mother, baby. Michael busted out laughing and I looked at him with an annoyed glare. My dad all the while was staring at me intently and I kind of shied from his eyes. You ain't gonna give me a hug, lil man. I looked at him with puppy eyes. Come on, you can hug me. I scare you. I shrugged my shoulders and looked off. Hey little, you're big, I whispered. Michael and Charlie laughed and Dad did too. Little, come on, I won't bite. I promise. I stood up and walked toward him, slowly biting my fingers. And when I reached him, he looked down at me compassionately and picked me up, sitting me on his lap. There, was that so hard? I shook my head no and grinned. I then grabbed his face with 2 hands and pinched it. And then I touched his eyes, his nose, his ears, and then his mouth. He grinned and in return I grinned back, kissing him on the cheek. Arg, he sounded, biting me on my neck and cheek. I screamed and laughed loudly. Then hugging him I laid my head on his chest. He felt so warm to me, and he was so big and tall compared to my small body, that I felt for a second, if just for a second, safe. I put my head to his heart and listened to his heartbeat. He was real. He was real. Okay, enough with all the love-dove stuff. My dad kissed me on my head and held me tightly to him. While meanwhile Grandma glared at Michael and rolled her eyes. 22 Y'all missed Carrie by 2 weeks. I'm tired of missing things, he said, looking at me. I stared into his brown eyes. I couldn't believe this was happening. My father was right here before my eyes, staring into my eyes, holding me. All I wanted in the world was to never leave, for this moment to never end. I just wanted to stay curled in a ball in my father's arms. I felt so protected in his arms. I needed and wanted his protection. It made me think of all those times on the streets when I was so scared and how I longed for my father protection. Tears formed in my eyes and they began to fall hard on my chest. The pain that they contained felt as though it could drown me. Yo, what's wrong, little man? I couldn't even speak. The pain was so deep. It was like this cut that kept bleeding and no bandage. Not even my father could keep it down. He's been through a lot, David. Selling crack on corners, going to casinos to play poker for D-Ride, getting beat up by gangsters. He's had to see prostitutes, and hookers, and all sorts of crap. He was malnourished, living in dumpsters and storage rooms in stores. David, do you see why I said not to have sex with Carrie? I know y'all was in love and she gonna be your wife and all. But cause of that y'all have messed up y'all's little boy. My dad's whole demeanor became very serious, and he held me tighter in his hands, staring at my grandmother as though she had cursed him. Look at him, David. And what if Carrie gets pregnant? What then? I thought he was in the orphanage. Grandma shook her head. He left 2.5 years ago because the orphanage was using kids as sex slaves, selling them to pimps and such. I'm just so glad he got out of there before it happened to him. My father just sat there, and then in one swift movement, he stood up, carrying me with him, only to place me back down in the seat. He paced around the room for a while, shaking his head, as though it didn't make sense. How he get to you? My grandmother looked at my father for a long time. This girl brought him to me. She lived on the streets as well. My father hit the wall suddenly. I swear I'll kill D-Ride. I got out the chair hurriedly and tugged on my father's pants. No, D-Ride was nice to me. He never let anyone hurt me. I liked D-Ride. My father stared at me, and then looked at Grandma. Carrie can't get him, otherwise she'd risk her job. And I don't wanna not see him for another 4 years. Grandma nodded. He's fine with us, David. I'll take care of him till you get out. And I'll bring him every weekend. Try to. My father nodded and stared at the ground. He then scooped me up and sat back down in the chair. For the next 30 minutes he played with me. Cards, which I beat him at. Rock, paper, scissors, and chopsticks. I loved being with him. He was funny and warm. And he loved me and I loved him. We had a true connection. And I never wanted to leave him, or him to leave me. Done what you doing? I look behind me and see Michael peeking into my room. And upon seeing him I sigh deeply and turn back around to the wall and continue to draw. Nothing. Leave me alone. Michael comes in and sits beside me, kissing me on my head like my big brother. You wanna play outside? They're playing football outside. I sigh inwardly and shake my head no. Picking up a black-colored pencil and dabbing at the eyes of this hawk on my picture. I don't want to play Michael. Michael frowns at me. Why? It'll be fun. Come on. I shake my head no again. No, Michael. I don't want to play. Michael sighs deeply and looks at my drawing with a frown. I don't like this one. It's kinda scary looking. I shrug my shoulders and pick up the red-colored pencil. I don't really give a fuck about what you like, Michael. Michael pushes me in my shoulder and I fall over. Don't talk to me like that. I'm older than you. I pick myself up and roll my eyes at him, and continue to dab at the eyes and blend the red in the black. That doesn't mean anything. Michael sighs and watches as I pick up the yellow now. Why do you always draw? I shrug my shoulders and lean into the picture on my wall. It makes me happy, but this doesn't seem like a happy drawing to you. 23. And why do you always draw birds? I sigh deeply and put the yellow-colored pencil down. Sometimes I feel like the older one. I like birds, they seem like the only things that are free. Michael shrugs. Whatever. You wanna play video games? Come on, put that shit down and let's go play. This is boring. Don't call it shit, I say angrily looking at him. Well, who do you think you are? Picasso. Michael shakes his head and looks around the room at all my other drawings. Drawing all the dang time. I shrug my shoulders again and pick up my 2B pencil and shade some of the bird's wing. I don't want to play today. Michael rolls his eyes at me and begins to stand up. You're so fucking boring. If you don't watch it, people are gonna start to think you're weird. Hey, watch that language. We both turn toward the door and see Mama standing in her work clothes like she just got home. I stare at her and she's herself, and so I kind of breathe relieved. But who knows what she'll be like tonight. She looks back at me and smiles weakly, so I know she's aware of what she did to me this time. Sometimes she doesn't even know she's attacked me, and that's what hurts me the most, scares me the most. She mouths sorry to me, and I just smile back weakly, and mouth that it's okay. Come on, Michael, and let your brother color. Michael walks over to Mommy and hugs her tightly. It's not coloring. It's art. Well then, what the hell are you doing then? My mother pops Michael on the head. I said stop all that cussing. You've been hanging with your father too much. Michael looks up at her and frowns. I'm going outside. He lets go of her and walks out the door. Did you give Charlie your homework to check? Michael yells some kind of inaudible response back, and so my mother just shakes her head. She looks back at me, I can feel, and tries to breathe as best she can. Then she begins to speak. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. She sighs deeply and plays with her hands and looks off. After a while she looks back at me. I'm really sorry, DJ. I turn and look at her. I know you are. She bites her bottom lip and looks at the ground. Did you do your homework, DJ? Did you give it to Jay? Did you give it to Charlie, to Jack? I nod my head and stare at the bird on the wall, and his eyes. I can recreate the eyes. I remember my mother saying to me, boy, get over here and take your hand off of that. I stared bewildered up at Grandma as she grabbed my arm and brought me to her. She got down on my level and pointed her finger in my face. Boy, I will tear yo behind up if I see you grab another thing in this store. You do not steal, she said, slapping my hands. Ow. She pointed her finger at me, ignoring me. Do you understand? I nodded, pouting, and at that she picked me up off my feet. A real man doesn't steal, you understand? I nodded and leaned on her shoulder as we entered the line. She pointed to the candy. Now what you want? I threw my hands to my mouth. Really? She nodded and placed the groceries on the counter. I want Milky Way. Milky Way. She smiled sweetly at me and grabbed it, placing it in my hands. Now was that so hard? I grinned sheepishly at her and shrugged. No. She nodded. Now what do you say? I hugged Grandma's neck and kissed her on the cheek. Thank you, Grandma. I look up from my hands at the eyes, and I shake my head. They just don't make sense. Me and Grandma had a relationship and an understanding of each other that I can't even explain. The care and the love that my grandmother showed me was phenomenal. The love and attention was phenomenal. She took the best care of me, and many times I believed that she was my mother. She put me on a soccer little league team, and I tell you that woman never missed a game. She took me to and from, and whenever I fell out there she rushed out onto the field to get me. Because of this I pulled the stunt several times, and yet she still, even though she told me to stop facking and toughen up, she still came. She still rescued me from the temporary hurt and agony of the fall, and placed me back on my feet. She was my protector, like my father and mother all in one. She never let Michael beat me up too bad, and she never let Michael harass me until my tears created a pool. She always stepped in and saved me from torture, from strife. 24 She was always there to save me. She had saved me. She had created a safe haven for me in that house. I could actually rest my head and enjoy a peaceful sleep. She would even, when I became scared, allow me to sleep with her, where she locked her arms around me like Marcus used to and just held me tightly to her, never letting me go. She taught me things. She taught me how to tie my shoes. She taught me how to wash my clothes, wash my hands, wash my face, brush my teeth, fold my clothes. She was everything to me. We would on Sunday evenings bake cakes. Of course she'd do most of the baking and I'd just watch and occasionally get utensils and other items that she needed to make the masterpiece. These nights were so special to me, because it was just me and her, together, and her showing me the attention that I so desperate desired. She would hand me the spoon after mixing the batter and eggs and allow me to lick it. And when the cake finished baking and the timer sounded, I would run full speed into the kitchen and she'd scold me about running. And sheepishly I would look up at her and nod yes ma'am, and then she'd bend down and kiss me on my forehead and then pick me up and sit me on the counter as she opened the oven and retrieved the cake, or brownies, or cupcakes or whatever. And she'd place it on the counter near me and tell me to not dare touch it because it would burn my pretty little fingers off. And then she'd come over with the icing batter that we had made earlier and she'd let me ice the cake. And afterwards we'd take turns licking the spoon. every Sunday. And then she'd cut it and we'd go into the den and we'd sit around the television and we'd watch the show and enjoy the sweetest cake on this earth. She'd even play dress up with me. She'd put on her best clothes and dress me up in a tux and we'd dance around the house together listening to some kind of R&B or the other. And then when we danced to our heart's content we'd fall down in her bed or mine and we'd laugh. And she'd tickle me until I couldn't breathe. And then after a while of her teaching me about the world and warning me about things, she'd read me the kids' Bible with all the animals and stuff and use all these weird voices to make the animals come alive. And I'd just laugh. And laugh until I fell asleep in her arms. And then she'd tuck me in quietly and then leave into her room. But not leaving until I was fully asleep because otherwise I'd rush into her room and jump into her bed because I loved her so much. She was everything to me. She was all I ever wanted, all I ever needed. Everywhere we went she would hold my hand and or pick me up, spoiling me so much that Deshaun and Michael became jealous of me. She took me shopping everywhere and bought me all the toys and candy that I could hold. Anywhere she was, I was on her hip. I was her baby and she was my mother. Mommy, I say staring up at the African Queen of Beauty, the most beautiful thing my eyes have ever seen. She stares down at me with brown lovely eyes and kisses my outreached hands, holding them to her mouth. I continue to stare up in amazement, smiling and laughing sweetly. Mommy, she smiles back at me and holds my hands in hers and rubs them gingerly. Yes, baby. I sit up and crawl into her lap and she holds me tightly in her arms, caressing my face and running her hands through my hair. Mommy, she kisses me on top of my head. Yes, baby. I snuggle up against her breast and feel her warmth and her arms encompassing me, and I don't ever want to leave. Don't ever want to forget this. Like I've been running, and now I am able to finally rest. Rest, have peace. Mommy, I love you. She kisses me on my forehead and rubs my face. I love you too, baby. Done. 6 months passed from that time when I went to see my dad at the jail cell, and in those months things were as great as they could possibly be. My grandmother though kept going to the doctor. She said she had headaches. Deshaun was being a little nicer to me, and Charlie and Michael were still the same. But otherwise everything was good for me. And in 2 days I was to be going to 2nd grade, even though I was really supposed to be going to 1 RST since I was 6. But Grandma took me to take this test and my IQ was so high that I could have been put in 3rd or 4th grade. But they decided to put me just a grade higher than what I was supposed to be in. I remember the day it all started, like it was yesterday. I remember everything. I remember everything. Grandma had me sorting out my clothes in my closet for school and church the next day. She said, "DJ, come here." 25. I remember nearly jumped out of my skin at her voice, and I remember turning my head toward my door and frowning slightly. She hardly ever used to yell at me like that. She only yelled in that way if I had done something completely out of line. And even then her temperament was always gentle, always patient. I got up and walked out my door and through the living room to her hallway and down until I reached her door and peered in, biting my fingers, scared for some reason. If I had only known. Yes, ma'am. Grandma turned toward me and stared me up and down. She licked her lips in some weird way, and since I was so young I thought she was playing with me. "Grandma, what you want?" I laughed. She stood up slowly and started walking to me. "You." She closed the door behind me and took my hand and took me to her bed. I frowned. Grandma's eyes didn't look right, and there was no one else in the house but me and her, which vaguely resounded in my mind. She sat me on the bed and she got on her knees in front of me and stared into my eyes for a long time before she spoke again. "Do you love me, DJ?" I nodded. "Of course. Yes, Grandma. I love you." She grabbed my hands and stared at them for a long time. Then she looked back up at me with her eyes glittering. "Then kiss me," she whispered, searching my face. Became scared. Allow me to sleep with her where she locked her arms around me like Marcus used to and just held me tightly to her, never letting me go. She taught me things. She taught me how to tie my shoes. She taught me how to wash my clothes, wash my hands, wash my face, brush my teeth, fold my clothes. She was everything to me. We would on Sunday evenings bake cakes. Of course she'd do most of the baking and I just watch and occasionally get utensils and other items that she needed to make the masterpiece. These nights were so special to me, because it was just me and her, together, and her showing me the attention that I so desperately desired. She would hand me the spoon after mixing the batter and eggs and allow me to lick it. And when the cake finished baking and the timer sounded, I would run full speed into the kitchen and she'd scold me about running. And sheepishly I would look up at her and nod yes ma'am, and then she'd bend down and kiss me on my forehead and then pick me up and sit me on the counter as she opened the oven and retrieved the cake, or brownies, or cupcakes or whatever. And she'd place it on the counter near me and tell me to not dare touch it because it would burn my pretty little fingers off. And then she'd come over with the icing batter that we had made earlier and she'd let me ice the cake. And afterwards we'd take turns licking the spoon, every Sunday. And then she'd cut it and we'd go into the den and we'd sit around the television and we'd watch the show and enjoy the sweetest cake on this earth. She'd even play dress up with me. She'd put on her best clothes and dress me up in a tux and we'd dance around the house together listening to some kind of R&B or the other. And then when we danced to our heart's content we'd fall down in her bed or mine and we'd laugh. And she'd tickle me until I'd breathe. And then after a while of her teaching me about the world and warning me about things, she'd read me the kids' Bible with all the animals and stuff and use all these weird voices to make the animals come alive. And I'd just laugh. And laugh until I fell asleep in her arms. And then she'd tuck me in quietly and then leave into her room. But not leaving until I was fully asleep because otherwise I'd rush into her room and jump into her bed because I loved her so much. She was everything to me. She was all I wanted, all I ever needed. Everywhere we went she would hold my hand and or pick me up, spoiling me so much that Deshaun and Michael became jealous of me. She took me shopping everywhere and bought me all the toys and candy that I could hold. Anywhere she was, I was on her hip. I was her baby and she was my mother. Mommy, I say, staring up at the African Queen of Beauty, the most beautiful thing my eyes have ever seen. She stares down at me with brown lovely eyes and kisses my outreached hands, holding them to her mouth. I continue to stare up in amazement, smiling and laughing sweetly. Mommy, she smiles back at me and holds my hands in hers and rubs them gingerly. Yes baby. I sit up and crawl into her lap and she holds me tightly in her arms, caressing my face and running her hands through my hair. Mommy, she kisses me onto my head. Yes baby. I snuggle up against her breast and feel her warmth and her arms encompassing me, and I don't ever want to leave. Don't ever want to forget this. Like I've been running, and now I am able to finally rest. Rest, have peace. Mommy, I love you. She kisses me on my forehead and rubs my face. I love you too baby. Done 6 months passed from that time when I went to see my dad at the jail cell, and in those months things were as great as they could possibly be. My grandmother though kept going to the doctor. She said she had headaches. Deshaun was being a little nicer to me, and Charlie and Michael were still the same. but otherwise everything was good for me. And in 2 days I was to be going to 2nd grade even though I was really supposed to be going to 1 RST since I was 6. But grandma took me to take this test and my IQ was so high that I could have been put in 3rd or 4th grade. But they decided to put me just a grade higher than what I was supposed to be in. I remember the day it all started, like it was yesterday. I remember everything. I remember everything. Grandma had me sorting out my clothes in my closet for school and church the next day. She said, "DJ, come here." 25. I remember nearly jumped out of my skin at her voice. And I remember turning my head toward my door and slightly. She hardly ever used to yell at me like that. She only yelled in that way if I had done something completely out of line. And even then her temperament was always gentle, always patient. I got up and walked out my door and through the living room to her hallway and down until I reached her door and peered in, biting my fingers, scared for some reason. If I had only known. "Yes, ma'am." Grandma turned toward me and stared me up and down. She licked her lips in some weird way, and since I was so young I thought she was playing with me. Grandma, what you want? I laughed. She stood up slowly and started walking to me. You. She closed the door behind me and took my hand and took me to her bed. I frowned. Grandma's eyes didn't look right. And there was no one else in the house but me and her, which vaguely resounded in my mind. She sat me on the bed and she got on her knees in front of me and stared into my eyes for a long time before she spoke again. Do you love me, DJ? I nodded. Of course. Yes, Grandma, I love you. She grabbed my hands and stared at them for a long time. Then she looked back up at me with her eyes glittering. Then kiss me, she whispered, searching my face. I frowned again, but she then grabbed my face and stuck her tongue in my mouth. She started moving around and stuff, breathing heavily and all other sorts of other sounds that I had no understanding of. She looked at me after she had kissed me for several seconds and smiled sweetly, but with a subtle perverseness. I love your kisses, you know. Always had. She kissed me again in my mouth and began to move again and stuff. I suppose this was what you did when you loved people. You kissed them and hugged them like I hugged and kissed Dad, or Angel and Chris, and Kiki and Isaiah kissed. They loved each other. And I loved Grandma, right? She pushed me back on the bed and started to kiss my neck. I didn't know what to. What to do, and my mind was spinning way out of control. Something about this didn't seem right. Grandma shouldn't be kissing me like this much. But maybe she loved me this much? Grandma then started to grab my behind and squeeze and squeeze. Grandma, stop. Stop, Grandma, I cried. Grandma sat up and looked at me puzzled. I thought you loved me. I gasped and choked while I looked in horror at her eyes. Her eyes were weird, they didn't belong to her. But sadly I would come to find out that they did. I do love you, Grandma. She then out of nowhere, with this sudden burst of rage, slapped me real hard across my face, making my head spin. You lie. You ain't nothing but some shit. And that's all you eva gonna be. I felt tears begin to stream down my face and my body began trembling in pure fear of this beast. Take your pants off. I shook my head no and scooted backwards on the bed into a ball, not daring, but wishing so terribly, wishing to take my eyes off of Grandma. No, no, I don't want to. Grandma grabbed me and threw me to the ground. She got the belt off her door and started beating me, and with every lash of the belt, my skin burned and my soul scarred. My innocence, my hope of life. This wasn't supposed to happen. Things were supposed to be happy and peaceful. Love, love. Okay, okay. Grandma, I will. She stopped the beating like rain stopping abruptly in a storm and stared at me. Well, go ahead. Give it to me. I stared at her with tears forming in my eyes and subconsciously, almost like I had no control over my body, I began to pull my pants down. I didn't understand what I was doing. I felt my whole body, still, trembling, shivering as if I was in the middle of an icy blizzard, naked, hot, burning tears fell from my eyes, burning me, scarring me. I couldn't breathe either. It was like my lungs were frozen and couldn't retain oxygen. Life. I'm standing here looking at my grandmother, but I don't see her. It's like she's this other person. I dare say it, a demon. She stares at me for a long time, but not at me. Her eyes scan me all over, and it's as if her hands search me, which makes my body cringe. I try not to cry as she circles me, to stand and be strong, but I can't. She was supposed to be my savior. She was so warm, so kind, so loving, and now, she is gone. And I'm not stupid, so I know this is the beginning of countless horrors. But I pinch myself inside, scream inside because she has left me too. She starts to touch me when the front door swings open, causing her to turn to the door and dart to lock it. Then she yells at me and starts hitting me and throwing me against the wall. 26, you worthless piece of crap. Put your damn clothes on and get out. I do this hurriedly and start to walk towards the door when she grabs me by my neck, holding me by my neck, and forcing me to kiss her again. Like a passionate goodbye kiss, by lovers. Then she stops and looks at me menacingly. I swear if you tell anyone, I will kill you. Then she throws me to the door. I try to pull myself up, and while doing so I look back at her one last time, and what I see confuses me, and to this day has me ever confused. She's grabbing her hair and tangling it, bending over and then wiping her eyes, holding her head in her hands. Distress. Get out, she yelled. And so in response, I pulled myself up, and ran out the room. I looked down at her picture in my hand, and then my eyes drift to my Xbox controller. She bought it for me for my 11th birthday. In society I'm 13. A day after she molested me for the blank time. I can't even remember. I wanted to leave there. I wanted to find Angel, Chris, or Isaiah, Dad, even B-Ride would do. I just wanted to leave. I made my way to my room and collapsed on my bed. My eyes poured this enormous amount of grief that buried me in my misery. Everything was so painful, so confusing, so terribly out of control, crazy, hurt. All I wanted, was searching for, was love, home. Why couldn't I find home? My own. I rolled over and felt the burning and searing of my skin, and the episode replayed in my mind over and over, and it was like I could feel the beating, the lashes again and again, my whole body cringing in anger, in hurt, in misery and torment. My mind had nasty, evil, violent thoughts, demons floating all around. It was like the world was collapsing on me and holding me down, suffocating me. I couldn't help it, but I was changing. Sweetness of child innocence was fading. Hopelessness was what I felt. Sickness, drought. Love was fading into a fantasy. I looked down at her picture again, and slid it softly off my bed. Grandma the next day acted as if nothing had happened. She dressed me and didn't look at me in that weird way she did the night before. She dressed me in my usual church clothes and kissed me on my forehead at the end like she usually and always did on Sunday mornings. But she didn't kiss me the way she had last night. all throughout my mouth. But she looked at me strangely like she didn't know who I was. She was dressed in a summer white dress that flowed beautifully and white shoes to match. Her hair was pressed and flowing beautifully around her shoulders. Sometimes she seemed more of a mother figure than a grandmother, because she was so very young, so amazingly beautiful. I stared at her in two awes. One, that she was so pretty, especially this Sunday morning. Second was that she was the enemy. She had the potential to turn into a demon. Beauty to demon. I didn't understand these two faces. Hurt is what she was. Selfish was what she was. Beauty was the trickery that would ultimately kill me. Hurt me. But she was in all. Right now. Beauty. Motherly. And warm. She stood up, continuing to eye me. What is wrong with you, DJ? She whispered. I fronted her and shook my head. Are you kidding me? I whispered. Again I felt I had grown to be 9 or 11. I wished in the same way I could grow physically, that I could protect myself. My grandmother then put her hands to her mouth and shook her head no, coming to the realization at what she had done. The irony was not so much in her not knowing, but the beautiful sun that seeped through the window in the kitchen and the clear blue skies that showed the birds flying free and with what seemed ease. What I wished to be those birds, flying so freely away from anything they wanted. Damn, it was dream not real. I couldn't have not you pity on your poor soul. My grandmother muttered, turning to the counter. She leaned on the counter and held her head while shaking feverishly. She kept saying no, no, no. I stared at her, and though I wanted to hate, I chose to love. It's all right, Grandma. You'll get better. She shook her head more. I ain't sick. I stared at her with wide eyes, and withdrew my arms. Fear had enveloped me. What's up, Mama? Michael said, walking in. He rubbed my head as he passed through the kitchen. He reached in the pantry and to the side of Grandma and grabbed a Pop-Tart, beginning to unravel it. Grandma bit her lip, and stood up slowly, dusting herself off, eyeing me as if I might run off. Come on, we have to go, lest we be late. Michael started smacking on the Pop-Tart. All right, Mama, we's already got the Humpty started and we's ready to ride flying high. Michael tumbled over with laughter. I frowned and glared at him. Nigga, you stupid. Michael looked at me in amazement. That was the first time I had ever said the N-word. 27, a lil man. What's up? Michael picked me up off the ground and swung me around and around. Then he held me in his arms and said, but between me and you, weed is amazing, my nigga. Gotta suit up sometime for real. Mike, this is the exact reason why you are going to church. Michael put me down and pimp walked to Grandma. Why you buggin' like that, Ma? I be saved in the blood of Jesus. Michael started dancing and clapping. Amen, 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 amen. Grandma rolled her eyes and called to Charlie. Plus, Mama, Deshaun need to go church more than me, Michael said, pointing in the direction of Deshaun, who strutted into the kitchen in his pajamas, obviously with no intention of going to church. Grandma looked at him disdainfully. Where were you last night, boy? Deshaun shrugged, not even looking up at her, just continuing on toward the cabinet. My girl's house. My grandma shook her head, irritated, and snatched her keys off the counter. Why you at this young girl's house at 10 o'clock at night? Huh. Deshaun just continued to ignore her, his eyes on the pantry, going through it and pulling out cereal. He then turned around to the other cabinet and grabbed a bowl, still not saying a word, and then past Grandma as if she think, boy, I asked you a question, she yelled, pointing at him with her keys. Face flustered and on the verge of really losing it, she was losing it. Deshaun stared at Grandma coldly, and then calmly walked up to her until he was inches away from basically kissing her. I was get him. My grandmother then pushed him violently into the counter, causing Deshaun to tumble back, knocking dishes and food off the counter. And for a second I got really scared, because Deshaun was violently crazy, and following his nature he jumped up and swung at her, yelling and cursing. My mother, though, fought back. She swung her fists back at him to ward him off and threw punches of her own, calling him a crazy-ass motherfucker just like his drunk uncle. Me and Michael watched in horror, both too small to do anything. And this war of words and fists didn't stop until Charlie ran into the room and basically tackled Deshaun, barking at him. But Deshaun could really barely stand. Mama had whooped his ass. That is it. You going with your daddy. I'm so sick of you. And that's when, I believe out of desperation and the desire to have a bit of dignity, Deshaun threw this glass cup on the floor that exploded and sent bits of glass flying everywhere. Hell nah, I ain't going with him and's white son. Treating him all favorably. That why I ain't with his ass now. Grandma shook her head and shrugged her shoulders, turning to the counter and grabbing her purse, throwing it on her shoulder. I don't care. You're gone Saturday. Deshaun hit the cabinet and started throwing more things, and I just remember standing there looking between them both, just a child caught in the chaos. I ain't going. I hate him. I hate him. And I hate you. You damn slut. Grandma continued to shake her head and walked toward the door as though she'd had enough. Let's go, Charlie. Leave him here to kill himself. I don't care. I'm so sick of him. Charlie glanced at Grandma and then back to Deshaun. You gonna be alright, buddy? Deshaun sunk down to the floor and shrugged, a tear streaming down his face, and as if to hide that he had feelings, as though the separation meant nothing to him, and affected him not. He buried his head in his knees. Charlie looked up to Grandma. Mama, he was just saying that. He really do like that girl. He wouldn't hurt her. Mama, please don't send him off to Dad. Grandma stared at Deshaun and then sighed deeply and rolled her eyes. I'll think on it. Charlie nodded and went toward Deshaun and sat by him, wrapping his arm around him and whispering to him and then kissing him. And somewhere in me, he made my heart beat wildly, like there was a humanity in the world. I walked toward Grandma, grabbing her hand, and followed her to the car alongside Michael, looking back ever so often, just so amazed. We waited for about 15 minutes while Grandma drummed the steering wheel impatiently, until Charlie finally came out, followed by Deshaun. I jumped up. Shawnee. He got in the back with me and Michael and stared out the window in something short of an angry daze. It was weird because I'd never seen Deshaun cry like he had in the kitchen. His body shaking and he with all his might was trying desperately to control it. I snuggled underneath him and held his arm. All of me was not gone. 28 at church. Grandma held my hand when we walked in. At first I was concerned about her holding my hand. How was she seeing me? Was she going to do me like she had the night before? I was so confused and a bit intimidated. She looked down at me as we were standing in line to go into the sanctuary, looking into my eyes as if searching for something. And in return I did the same. Her eyes were warm and inviting, full with mostly good spirit. I knew not what mine contained, but I began to feel at ease as I began to hear the music of the sanctuary coupled with the warmth in her eyes. But fear and hurt and pain and anger still swirled around deep in my gut, and the protective instinct that the streets had taught me was sounding faint alarms that there was something very, very wrong. But she got on her knees and looked right in my eyes, holding my hands. Compassion is what I was reading, but was it really compassion? Regret was what I was reading, but was it really regret? Or was I staring at deceit and hearing his trickery and embracing his temporal kisses and soothing words? Was I being fooled? Or was she sincere? I'm so sorry, DJ, but it's okay, you know. It's fine. I'm alright. I won't hurt you, you can trust me, okay? I stared at her, and though something was telling me not to believe, I did. Because I was child. Ultimately, no matter what, I always saw good in everybody. And so I nodded, and we hugged. I liked the music in the church very much and would sing along every time we came. But afterward I would always fall asleep in Grandma's arms or in Michael or Charlie's arms. But it was all still very interesting though. All the loud voices and colors were so interesting to me. Women would wear funny hats and men would wear colorful suits. But it was always interesting when somebody fainted or caught the Holy Ghost. This usually happened with the women. And every time me and Michael would laugh real hard. I liked church. The people were loving and were always laughing. They seemed to be so happy. Being in the church gave a feeling. It gave me a joy that I'd never really felt before. It was almost a place where I could breathe without choking. The place where I was free. We returned home and pretty much everyone went to their separate corners. I sat in my room and started to draw and color with the colors that Grandma had bought me. I immersed myself in these colors, drawing and coloring many pages that I spread all across my bed. I drew airplanes, and rocket ships, race cars, skateboards, and bikes. I drew girls as well. They amazed me, and then scared me. I never was able to see girls, so I suppose that's the reason. I also drew Angel and Chris holding hands, and Kiki and Isaiah holding hands too, and with Cody and Latoya and Treya, with all of us standing outside the building with a rainbow hanging over the building. It was so eerily ironic though, because our lives were far from happy. I stared at the picture for a long time and then hung it up on my wall. Even though it was a blatant delusion, fantasy, they were my family. I then drew my mother. It looked weird not because I couldn't draw, but because this was the first time I was seeing her, and she wasn't what I expected or wanted. She was still even in the picture, a blur. I walked out my room and went into Charlie's where he and Michael were playing video games. I threw the paper in Charlie's face and stared at him expectantly. "Is this what my mama looked like?" I yelled, my body warming up like I was in a hot sauna, cold to warm. Charlie looked at me uncertainly, and then turned to the paper, picking it up slowly and looked at it. He turned back to me and frowned compassionately, as though he was the only one who understood my little soul. Then Michael grabbed it out his hands and of course started laughing. "What the hell is this? I'm sorry lil man, but this is not Carrie. Carrie is fine." "Ha, got Carrie looking like a mutt." Michael rolled on the bed with laughter that I almost began to tear up. Charlie got up though, rolled off the bed, and went into what used to be Dad's room and came back. He gave me a picture and I stared at it. "That be ya mama." I looked at the picture and smiled, looking down at her face. My mother was beautiful and young. She had a nice caramel skin tone and beautiful brown eyes and long flowing hair. She was skinny and pretty tall for a girl. She wore a nice, modest yellow dress and her makeup was very light, so she looked like a supermodel. I looked up at Charlie in awe. "That's my mama." Charlie nodded and smiled. "You wanna write her?" I nodded my head vigorously. Yeah, Michael snorted. "Charlie ain't nobody right no more." He rolled over on his stomach. "Plus, how you know Carrie gonna write back?" I started to tear up, and turned earnestly to Charlie. 29 tell me he lyin'. Charlie nodded his head, glaring at him. "Yes he is," he said, turning back to me. "Go get some paper, we're gonna write her." I remember running into my room and running back, jumping up on Charlie's bed and handing him the paper with wonder, like it was magical in some way. Because see, I knew how to read and how to do math. I just didn't know how to write. So I had Charlie write the letter. It went like this. I remember it went like this. "Dear Carrie, yo, this is Charlie written on behalf of your boy DJ. By now I think you done heard he was dropped off on our doorstep and we been taking care of him ever since Nyway. This ya boy. Hi Carrie, or mama. I don't know what to say, but Charlie showed me your picture and you're really pretty. I wish I could see you. I've always dreamed of you but never knew your face. I hope you can come sometime and see me. I start 2nd grade tomorrow. I'm so smart they put me a grade higher. I like to read and draw. What do you like to do? Please send pictures. Love you. Bye. Love DJ. Plus Charlie and Michael. P.S. Michael say he still hope you know that you is fine. Some shit like that. Michael grabbed the paper out my hands and read it. Man, that sounds so stupid. All these misspelled words in it. And DJ, you sound so gay, man. Read and draw. Seriously. I frowned and looked at Charlie. I liked it. Charlie shook his head and bent down to my level. Don't listen to him, man, he's stupid himself. We gonna send this to Carrie tomorrow. You and me. I smiled at Charlie and he rubbed my head and then hugged me. Cool. I remember my whole body shaking with excitement, awaiting the day we'd send my letter off to my mom, Carrie. But even more so, what she'd say in return is what drew my interest. I looked at the picture that Charlie had given to me for a long time that seemed incessant. I studied everything in that picture, in that moment, and committed all to memory like an imam committing the Quran to memory. And then it's like I dived into this fantasy of a mother and her child and feeling the breast of the mother, Carrie, on my face. The security and love, and acceptance that only a mother could bring swarmed my vision, seducing me good or for worse. I remember going to my room sober from my high and completely drained. I sat on my bed and stared at the window, again seeing the birds, envying them so much that it hurt me. Why I couldn't fly I couldn't understand, wishing forever to fly to my mother and to rest my restless soul upon her breast, to finally in my mind and heart stop running. My room became dark eventually and Deshawn was gone again. Everyone seemed away and content with their lives while I sat isolated and alone, fearful of time, of people, of hurt. Outside it was still light and still beautiful, but in my room, which revealed my heart and soul, mind and body, was dark, polluted. Where had it come from? Where had it started? Was I always like this? Was this who I was? I looked on my bed and saw all the usual, normal child entertainment and told myself I was stupid to ever believe I was anything else than beyond a speck on the ground, that this rainbow story tale would ever happen to me. I thought about the letter and told myself I was stupid for that too. She'd never write back to me. Grandmother's words ran through my mind. "You're worthless piece of crap." A tear rolled down from my eye, and I pinched myself, asking myself why it was that I couldn't see that nobody wanted me. I remember I rolled over onto my stomach and curled into a ball and cried myself to sleep. Done 30 DJ. Wake up, baby. I squinted my eyes and saw Grandma looking down at me. Then I squinted some more and directed my eyes to the clock, which read 10:45 p.m. My body tensed and I tried to go back to sleep. Possibly I was only in a dream, 'cause I damn sure didn't want to be part of hers. She shook me again gently. "Baby, wake up." And in no way could I ignore her pulling and tugging. And so I sat up slowly, squinting at her. In my peripheral vision I could see that my bedroom door was closed. And my body heated up and then went away quickly, as if she sensed it, it might enrage her. And so I continued squinting at her, while in the back of my mind praying that maybe this wasn't real. Yes, my voice shook. I remember looking into her eyes, and to my misfortune they were different from the ones who told me she'd never hurt me. The demon was back. I breathed in deeply as she ran her hands across my head. Hands cold and nasty, not at all containing the love and warmth of a mother figure, but instead she was like a lion playing with its food, ready to devour it with enjoyment. And it was like, not even like, but she knew that its prey could not compete, because it was mentally and physically unable to. Sick. "Why were you crying?" I shrugged my shoulders, not leaving her eyes, though they distressed me deeply. "I missed my mother." She nodded and kept her hand circling my head, moving slowly to wipe my eyes. "I'm here for you. And I love you and you love me, right?" I nodded, and as my eyes were still adjusting I could see how amazingly beautiful she was. She had on all her makeup tonight. Even during days she never wore much because she was a natural beauty. And beyond this she wore a bra and underwear and a see-through nightgown that widened my eyes much. "You like what you see?" I could do nothing but shrug, because I was at a loss of words. And she looked like a queen to me. Plus that seemed like an alright answer. She smiled and grabbed my face to hers and whispered, "You know what people do when they love each other." I shrugged again and shook my head no. My child innocence was getting the best of me. I was so confused. But I trusted my grandmother. Where would I go without her? And I did love her. And I wanted to know what love was, what it was. Another was curious of the female, and another part of me was scared. But curiosity and love consumed me, and so I confided in my grandmother, and not the demon that ran her. She took off her slip and moved me out of the way and laid down on the bed facing up at me. She pulled me then on top of her and started to kiss me like she had the night before. And because she had tricked me into believing that this is what people who loved each other did, and this is what Chris and Angel had done, and my mother and father had done, and Deshaun did, and me and my father had kissed and hugged as well, I believed. I trusted that this was right, so I kissed her back. We kissed for 3 minutes straight before she stopped our Stopped our opposite intentions and added more confusion. I want you to pull my underwear off and kiss me there too. I frowned at her, confused. But then I thought I'm when Chris had done what my grandmother asked to Angel. And I knew he loved her. And I loved Grandma. And more. I trusted her. I slipped the underwear off and kissed her there. I was going to come up but she held me there and told me to keep going, instructing me all the while. And for the rest of the night between kissing her that's what I did. Finally after an hour, the confusion stopped and she freed me from this whirlpool of emotions that I couldn't comprehend. She stood up and went to the door and before leaving she sneered and said, "Good boy," and then left. I collapsed on the bed. What just happened, had not made me feel any more loved. Instead I felt as though I had expended this enormous amount of energy and gained nothing from it. It had left an emptiness inside of me, a hole, larger than it was to begin with. I swallowed my tears as it kind of dawned on me that she might be tricking me, that she had used me. But I pushed this out of my mind by throwing my shoe against the wall. No, I screamed in my mind. That's what people who love do. They kiss, they touch and hug. I wanted love. I needed love. Grandma loved me, right? I pulled my knees to my chest and cried, not being able to hold back any longer. I was so confused, so mesmerized, in such disbelief, so scared. I didn't understand. Understand anything around me. It is like everything is vague and a blur, like I can't see, like the more and more I go on, everything just becomes more and more screwed up. 31 My body still ached with physical pain, but it felt as if this emotional pain was so much more prevalent and extremely more severe, and I felt as if more was allowed, if more rain continued to fall, and my vision continued to deceive me, I'd die. Done. Your father says you're not doing too well. I look over my shoulder, back at Ricky, and then shrug half-heartedly and look out the window. What does he care? I feel Ricky's eyes on me, but I don't much care or mind. I don't have too many senses nowadays. Ricky sighs and sits down from what I can hear, and is silent for a while, a long while. Where do you expect to be, son, in 4 years? I shake my head. I'm 12, you know. That's my real age. I feel him nod his head. I'm aware. That's the most tragic part of all this. I turn around and look him squarely in the eye. Do you want my real answer? Ricky shrugs and looks down a little, but then he looks back up at me. Let's hear it. I stare at him for a long time, and then glance down at my hands and look back out the window. Dead. Yo. Lil man's first day of school. I walked into the kitchen fully dressed and sat down at the table and began to eat silently beside Charlie. Oh, Lil man, what's with the long face? Charlie asked me, nudging me softly. I shrugged. Nothing, I said, glumly. Charlie frowned. Well, we're gonna send your letter off to Carrie. Charlie paused and looked at me. Aren't you happy about that? I shrugged again and muttered. I don't care. Michael, where is your brush? Your hair's a hot mess. And where's your brother? Grandma said, rushing into the kitchen, opening up various cabinets and slamming others. She seemed to be in a hurry. She was fully dressed in modest clothing, work attire, and her hair was down with some up in a ponytail. She looked completely different than she had the night before. She was motherly again? Michael looked in the mirror in the hall and grinned to himself. Mama, girls like boys, ratchet. My grandmother looked at him blankly as if in disbelief that he would say such a retarded thing. Michael just ignored her, probably oblivious to her, and flexed his muscles in the mirror. Are you kidding me? Boy, go brush your hair. Michael jumped, turning around looking at her. Okay, mama, ain't no need to trip. He sauntered out into his room, and then came back and said, Deshaun at Danielle's. My grandmother shook her head and leaned against the counter, drumming her fingers in an irritated rhythmic pattern. What am I gonna do with that boy? He gonna go to his daddy's. Charlie shook his head. Mama, he fine. Just let him be. Grandma shook her head. Then she looked at me and frowned. What's wrong with you? I shrugged and stared at her intently. Had a bad dream. My grandmother tensed at this and swallowed hard, staring at me coldly. She turned away from me, not able to look me in the eyes. I'm sorry. She picked up her keys and headed to the door. Let's go. Why did you say you had a bad dream? I look up at Ricky and sort of find myself. Every time I talk about the past, think about the past, it's like the past entraps me. I become a pawn in its game. Disposable. Because I won. I was a child. I stare at him intently. Games we play. Well, what was the dream about? I look down at my hands and shake my head, thinking about it. Perception. It could have been a number of things, I presume. Probably a memory of me being on the streets. Most likely that's what the cause was. It was also raining. Pastor Ricky nods his head and continues to write things down on his yellow pad. 32 must not have been that bad. You didn't run to your mother. He looks up at me calmly and in Return I just stare back with my own deceiving eyes. I was a pretty tough kid as you know. He nods his head and glances back down at his pad. I know. They dropped me and Michael off first at our school because our school started early. Grandma held my hand when we walked in, which was nice because I was kind of scared of going to school. I'd never been before and everything was really big. And there were older kids there too, like Michael's age, and they were big and kind of scary. I smiled up at Grandma and she smiled down at me, which made me feel reassured that everything was going all right. She took me to class where we met the teacher and I was shown my seat. Then Grandma goes on her knees so that she could be on my level and said she would be leaving. All of a sudden I felt this pang in my heart because I didn't want her to leave. I started to tear up and I leaned into her, grabbing her neck. Oh DJ, it's all right. After school Michael will come and pick you up and then Charlie will drive y'all home, okay? And that's where I will be. Okay, I sniffled and rubbed my eyes of tears. Really? You'll be there? Grandma looked at me with warm eyes and wiped my tears away softly. I promise. I hugged Grandma and kissed her on her mouth and was about to, and she took her head back real fast. What the hell are you doing? She whispered urgently, looking around frantically to see if anybody saw. I frowned. I love you. Grandma wiped her lip and eyed me. That's what people do when they love each other. No. Me and you don't. That's what grown-ups do. Don't ever do that again. You understand? I frowned and wasn't even able to answer because Grandma then stood up and proceeded to the door. You love me, Grandma. Grandma stopped and stared back at me with hard eyes. Make sure Michael finds you. And then she left. I look up at Ricky and smile. She said she promised. And so we hugged and she kissed me on my forehead and left. I smile again and look up at the ceiling as if remembering a sweet memory. I'd say she won Best Mother Award. I smile. Again. To calm me down like that, I nod my head and smile some more. It was the best first day of school I ever had. Ricky stares at me a long time and then nods, smiling too. I suppose she would win the Best Mother Award to calm you down, huh? I nod my head and laugh. Yeah man. I was so scared of school for some reason. She was always good at calming me down if I was scared of something. Ricky nods his head. Too bad I'm not a dumbass. My eyes shoot up at him and he stares intently at them. At me. You're terribly sick, DJ. I frown at him and look around as if to ask. What is he talking about? What are you talking about? She taught you a lot, didn't she? I frown at him and then sit back slowly. She taught me a lot, yes. Everything I know. Ricky nods his head. I know. 'Cause truth is, you didn't have a good first day of school, did you? I shrug arrogantly, getting to the game he's playing. Perception is reality. Ricky shakes his head. There's only one reality. I smile and nod my head, and look out the window. We started out by saying our names to each other as the teacher wished, and then the teacher gave us a picture to color while she took roll and did other activities. There were 4 people to a table. Beside me was a girl who was in a pink dress with a ponytail which was tied with a white and pink ribbon. Across from me was this guy who wore this 2-pack shirt, and he was a little taller than me by like 2 inches. And the king diagonal of me was this Hispanic boy with a bright yellow shirt that seemed to light up the room. The room should have mesmerized me with its 10 computers, and letters, numbers, and butterflies with weird eyes. Animals dancing around the walls with bright colors and weird expressions that make many kids laugh and point. The kids themselves are various in colors and sound all different. And the class is full of junk like toys and crafts, blocks, and etc. But none of this interested me because my mind was on Grandma. Why didn't she tell me she loved me? We loved each other last night, right? We kissed many times and now she doesn't want to kiss me? Was love only at night? I didn't understand. How could she forget our love? Expended over moments of intense bonding? Love? What exactly was it we did? It was love that we made. Because that's what people do who love. Your mother is really, really pretty. 33. The sweetest voice I had ever heard whispered those words in my ear. I turned and looked at the possessor of those words. This sounds so sweet and beautiful. And I came face to face with this gorgeous little, innocent girl, with smooth caramel skin that stung me and froze me in a trance. How had my eyes not seen this beauty? I shook my head and muttered soberly. She's not my mother. She's my grandma. The girl's eyes widened and she screeched into this high-pitched laugh that seemed at first irritating, but then rang with sweetness. Really? Wow. She's young. My grandma's 67. S67. I nodded soberly. I don't have a mom. The girl's face saddened. Ah, it's okay. She looked down at my colorless picture and said, why don't you color? I thought about the drawings I had made the night before and how they resembled nothing but blotches of crap. I suck and I don't want to. She smiled sweetly and picked up a crayon. No, you don't. I'll show you. She grabbed my hand and placed the crayon inside and then turned my hand into a fist. She then grabbed my fist and moved it around the paper, slowly guiding me between the lines. I stared at the paper as it became alive with color. My eyes became entranced as I managed with her help to stay within the lines and neatly color the remaining of the bear's pants. She then let go and I smiled and laughed. Hey, I did it, I said, coming back to my child ways. The boy in front of me snickered. With the girl's help, my eyes darted at him coldly. I don't know why, but his smart commit had made me extremely angry, along with his He coolly continued with his coloring. I shook my head. Shut the fuck up. The girl gasped and stared at me bewildered while the boy in front of me just laughed. Immediately, since I'd spoken loudly, this 30-year-old teacher came to our table pointing at me. That language will not be tolerated here. If you do that again, you are going straight to timeout. I frowned at the woman in pure confusion. I had heard cursing all my life and nobody had ever become overly upset. Not even Grandma. Really? Which planet was she from? And furthermore, timeout? Was she kidding? She put her hand on her hip and raised her eyebrows at me. Are you going to say yes, ma'am? Sorry, ma'am. Okay, I understand. I leaned back in my chair and slouched. Whatever. She was about to object but decided not to. She just shook her head and left, muttering something underneath her breath. In fact, Ricky says, pulling something out of his suitcase-like thing, you got in trouble nearly 4 times that day. I stare at him as calmly as I can, trying not to show my irritation. He looks up at me smiling. Good stuff here, really. Because you see, until you graduate, all your records, academic and behavioral, stay on file, he says, reading a piece of paper. Let's see. You were written up for bad language twice, hitting this one kid, and beating up this other kid pretty severely. He looks at me. That kid's like your best friend now. Go figure. I stare at him and breathe shallowly. Ricky flips through the pages, and the list from day 1 goes on and on and on. Numerous fights, numerous confrontations, numerous write-ups for foul language, and then somewhere you just stop going to school altogether, kinda like today. I went to school today. Did you? Ricky sits up and stares at me, and then slowly he begins to shake his head. How does a child, 7-year-old kid get this kind of anger first day of school? And it just continues and continues. I lean forward and stare him in the eye. I had a great day at school. I lean back and smile. I've had many great days. Ricky breathes in deeply and sits back and nods his head. You're terribly sick, terribly sick. I grin and look down at my hands, and then shrug. Maybe. The kid in front of me snorted. You think you're a badass? Please. The girl shook her head. Stop cussing, she chirped, and in return I turned toward her, confused. Because see, she was all innocence. She had never faced any heartache. No one had ever left her. She had 2 parents, a good home, and a grandfather and grandmother. She had a family full of love. And when she opened her eyes, she didn't see the cold, gray ceiling of an orphanage, or the gray cement of a sewer, but she saw her ceiling, her family, her home, and a part of me envied her for this. because she was able to indulge in childhood, whereas I had to fight it, because if not I could die or get hurt. But she was living it. She was child, sweet and full of grace, while I was evil and 34 hurt, and hateful confused. There were only a few times to none when I could live as a child. And I hated this. As I look around, all these kids had parents, houses, none of them had ever gone hungry. Hunger was what ran me. The hunger for more than what I had, around me, through me. But that hunger was never filled. And it always nagged. What are you? Who am I? I in some way spat at him. The kid. The kid sat forward and stared into my eyes. I am your only friend. I stared back at him for a long time. Friend? What did that mean? I was a loner. I had no friends. I'm a loner, I said. I do fine by myself. The boy sat back and nodded. Nobody survives alone. I stared at him, but I couldn't match his eyes. He was not child. He was what I was, but stronger. But then he wasn't me. The girl was frowning at us. So was the boy diagonal of me. What are y'all talking about? The boy looked at her. Don't worry about it. She snorted. Whatever. Just as a child. I got to get going. Can I get my hours, please? I hand him my paperwork standing up. He looks up at me and bites his bottom lip, and then looks down at the paper in his hand. He folds it up and puts it in his pant pocket and pulls out his pen and takes my paper from my hand. She definitely should win Best Mother Award, he said, alluding to the record in his pocket. He looked up at me after he signed my paper, giving it to me. Just tell me, son, when are you going to be honest with yourself? I smile at him and just shake my head, throwing my hood over me, and shrugging walk out the room. At recess I wandered around the gated playground, not interested in child games. Plus I needed to think. But think what I didn't know. All I could think about was Grandma, and how she had been so weird lately. All that she had said, been saying. I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand what love was. But something inside of me didn't care if I loved her. All I needed, all I wanted was her love. And if love was touching and kissing, then that's what I wanted. If that's what love required, if that's how you expressed it, then I wanted it. I sat against the gate and overviewed the playground, watching as kids my same age enjoyed freedom that I could only dream of and would never know, stuck in bondage. And so, as if in an attempt to escape, I closed my eyes and tried to focus on the sun tanning my face. But something in my mind kept telling me something was wrong. Something was telling me it was time to go, time to move on. That danger was lurking in this plausible picture of seemingly freedom and love home. Something was telling me that I urgently needed to move on, to right now stand and walk away from everything. But my heart and body, mind and soul was tired. So very, very tired. I didn't want to go back to the streets. I didn't want to run the subways or the sewers. I didn't want to have to constantly obey my stomach. I looked out again and saw all the children laughing and playing. And while I watched this from outside, trying to assimilate myself, something kept telling me, that's not you. But how I wished it to be me. I could hear Marcus in my ear now, telling me urgently to obey my street sense. That it will never fail you. I shook my head and groaned, trying to argue with him. Where will I go? Who will I work for? What drugs? Which drug dealer? What city? What rules? Whose block? Whose gang? I didn't want to be a part of that heartache. People died out there. I could die out there. Here I could live. But then again, something was telling me, you can't be here. Leave now while you can. And I screamed at this voice. No, no, I love her. I pulled my knees to my chest and held myself. I loved Deshaun and I loved Charlie. And I loved Michael. I loved my dad, but something told me you don't touch them. I run down the steps of the church and out onto the street. I pull my hood over my head a little more and start to walk toward Willie's house. Everything tonight is pretty busy. Hometown rivalry, with the East about to play the South. And now I kinda wish I'd went to school today. I could have played in it. But coach told me don't even bother. He tired of gangsta. Drug dealin'. Thug nigga ways. Say he got a movement going on. A move to better African American young men, and if I don't want to be a part of that, so be it. I don't know why you can't be like your friend X, but all X do is blend in and play the part better than I do. I'm just a really bright colored kid. I'm just a really bright colored kid. I make my way across the street and start to walk through the cage, which is empty tonight. So weird and all. This place never empty, man. Always great competition. Niggas come here to play and they play all day like no stop. Hard 35 pounding and hard fouls. Like they're in the NBA. Place made all the niggas on my team made me. Only thing before weed to let me escape. Just an 8th grade kid. Just an 8th grade kid. Nigga, where you been? I walked through the door and nodded his mama in the kitchen cooking a little something. She don't never come to the games. And especially when I'm not playing. She say some shit always go down at every home game. Somebody gets beat up or killed and it just don't make no sense to her. The neighborhood been bettering itself, but some just insist on keeping up foolery and ratchetness and every other word known. But hell, she ain't lying. That's why I always stay strapped. Man, you know I got to do that counseling shit on Tuesdays. Willie nods his head. Oh yeah, you right. I sit down in his sofa and kick my feet up on his table. Put your feet down, Mr. Lamar. I don't play that in my house. I look back at her. Yes, ma'am. I take my feet down and look at Willie. You think anything'll pop off tonight? I say in a low tone. Willie shrugs and sits back in the couch staring at the TV. Hey, I mean, it is what it is. I ain't no pussy though. I shrug my shoulders too and look down at my phone. Don't nobody be about they word anyway. I look up at the doorway and see X come in with Kelsey. Where the hell were you at school today? I wave my hand at X. Man, bruh, calm down. I was there. X walks up to me earnestly. All he care about is ballin' ways. That's all we really have. Man, my nigga, you whooped his ass. Michael said. Ass, Michael said, laughing as we sat on the curb in front of the elementary school. Damn, lil man, I ain't know you could fight like that. Me either, I thought. The day was kind of getting dark. We'd been sitting here for over an hour and a half and there was no sign of Charlie. You know, it's pretty cool to have you here. That way I have somebody to talk to. And that's exactly what Michael did. He talked, and talked all the dang time. I swear he never shut up. I looked at the ground and watched as the ants marched around. They were pretty funny, bumping into each other. The sweet girl had stared at me the rest of the day. I think she was scared of me. I mean, occasionally she would smile at me, but other than that she remained in her own child world, talking with other girls and coloring various things. I looked up as Michael started walking toward a bush. What are you doing? Michael didn't look back or answer. He just continued toward the bush, bending over to pick something up. He stood back up and came back with a basketball in his hands. I rolled my eyes, remembering the incident today. Just seeing a ball annoyed me. Michael threw the ball at my head. What the fuck? I said. Michael laughed. Shut up and get the ball and pass it to me. I rubbed my head. You didn't have to hit me. Michael sighed deeply. I walked over and got the ball and passed it to him and sat back down. Michael caught the ball and stared at me for a long time. What the hell? He then suddenly said, "What?" He put his hand on his hip. "How are you the son of an NBA player and you passin' like a sorry white girl?" I frowned. "White? What's that?" Michael frowned at me with his mouth dropped. "Are you serious? Nigga, white people right there," he said, pointing to a woman waiting on the DART bus. "Me and you black," he said, pointing to our skin. "You see the difference?" I looked back and forth and then nodded. "Yeah, sure." He hit the ball. "Beside the point. You suck." I shrugged and kept looking at the ants. "Don't care." Michael threw the ball at my head again. "Yo, what the hell is wrong with you? Nigga, you ain't gonna be no pussy looking at butterflies and crap." and draw in rainbows. He went to go get the ball. But I like rainbows. I frowned. Michael turned around and eyed me as if I was a complete idiot. He shook his head and reached into his bag and pulled out a football. Choose one. I looked up. I don't want to play. Leave me alone. Michael threw the football at me and so I stood up and ran to him and pushed him. It made no difference. 36 nigga, are you crazy? Michael said, ignoring the fact that I had pushed him. This is the way you gonna get out the hood. Like David did. Don't you wanna be like David? Yo daddy. I thought about it while Michael ran off to get the football. I turned around. Yeah, Michael grinned that stupid grin he always did and ran back to me. Well nigga, we got a lot of work to do. Cause you gonna be a star, you hear? Here, I shrugged. Yeah, whatever. What we gonna do? For the next 30 minutes Michael worked with me on my passing, showing me the correct way to pass the ball. He'd throw it real hard at me so that I could learn to catch balls that come flying at insane speeds. He said I'd need this skill when I went to the cage. I didn't know what that was, but I listened to him. I actually began to pass pretty well and Michael even said I was a quick learner. That's how it all started. Long days after school on the blacktop, and long summer days at the cage, 500 shots and pools of sweat. Just working for something that could barely be seen. It was the only faith I had ever known. It was all I had in a way. You know, you're real selfish. This is a big game tonight, and we need you, man. You know coach ain't gonna let you play. I shrug my shoulders and stand up. He'll let me play. I pat X on his shoulder. It's all good. X just shakes his head and follows me to the door. Bye mama. She waves back at all of us, but doesn't say anything. Just gives that half-worried face, trying to seem distant from emotion. Willie's dad takes us to the game and lectures us about not getting into any fights, not being tough guys and being men. Stop with all the gang shit, he says. You're not in Compton. You're in suburban East Texas. But I don't listen to him. I stare out the window most of the ride there and ignore Kelsey's eyes, staring at the sunset. Sunsets. When we get out, I walk with X and Willie Ann. With X and Willie Ann. Kelsey go to the front of the school. Willie not that good, so didn't get picked up for varsity, but me and X did. Straight out of 8th grade too. That's how bad the team suck. Without us, they really ain't shit. I don't even know why you mean this way, man. You know coach ain't gon' let you play. I open the door for him and follow him on in down the hallway to the locker room. He gonna give away this game to Southside. I look at X and nod my head when he doesn't have a response. I don't think so. I shrug my shoulders. Plus, he my bitch anyway. X looks down at the ground and snickers. Hell yeah. You be doing him in practice. Gentlemen, we turn around and look at Coach Aaron coming down the hallway. Sir, he raises his hands at us. What's going on? Everyone is out there warming up. Let's go. Xavier X nods his head too enthusiastically like a fucking bitch, and so I roll my eyes as he runs down the hall to the gym entrance. Fucking yes man nigga. I shake my head and wait for coach to speak to me. And where were you? I shrug my shoulders and rub my neck. I was at school. He nods his head at me, glaring. Really? That's why nobody accounted for you today. I shrug my shoulders. What can I say? I'm a quiet kid when nobody fucks with me. He points at me. Your attitude is not good for this team. I sneer at him, and then just start laughing. But I know what is good. Coach frowns at me. And what is that? I shrug again coolly. Winning, sir. I put my fist in Sir, I put my fist in my hand and shrug again. So what's it gonna be, man? You gonna be the pussy nigga to lose this rivalry again and definitely lose yo job? Or are you gonna cut with all the bullshit and let me play? He starts laughing and shakes his head. He looks like an idiot. You're kidding me. You think I'ma take orders from you, little boy? Do you know how long I've been doing this? Obviously not very well, and not for very much longer if you keep this up. He shakes his head. You're gonna sit on this bench and support your teammates. You'll play next week. I frown as he starts to walk off. What's the point if I ain't gon' play? He turns around and yells at me. To support your team. I shake my head. You got me fucked up. I say, walking past him. Enjoy losing. If you walk out, you're no longer on the team. And smile at him. 37. I'm too good for this team, remember. I laugh and turn back around, shaking my head. Done. I heard you quit the team. I look up and behind myself at Lydia, and kind of give her a half smile. She knows how my temper can get. I hate that man anyway. She comes and sits by me and runs her hand through my hair, staring down at my drawing of these people drowning in fire. She kisses me softly on my head and kind of rests there as I continue to draw. Grandma called for you today. I tense and have to swallow to regain myself. I stare at the fire for a while as though lost. She said she was worried about you. You don't call her much. Call her much anymore. I shrug my shoulders. Tell her I miss her too. Lydia kisses me again and hugs me tight to her. I will. I sat at the table running through my homework at like a 100 miles per hour. It was fun, but I wanted to go outside with Michael, who was shooting hoops on the driveway. Charlie was in his room deep in study and Deshawn was nowhere to be found like usual. Grandma came into the kitchen and poured herself orange juice after retrieving it from the refrigerator. Then she slowly made herself to the table, sitting across from me, trying to look anywhere but at me. Hey, she said, looking at me shyly. Hey, I said back, looking up at her and seeing that her eyes were sane. She took a sip of her orange juice and then placed it down slowly and quietly, trying to avoid my eyes again. You like school? I shook my head no, staring at my homework, trying to focus. No, I hate it. She smiled sweetly and shrugged. Why do you hate school? I shrugged and muttered under my breath. The kids are bitches. My grandmother immediately hit my hand and I looked up at her, about to protest but thought better about it. Don't cuss. It's poison and you're too young. I rubbed my hand and looked at her in awe, trying to understand how she could tell me not to cuss when she did the exact opposite. But I trusted my grandmother and so I nodded and looked at her with puppy eyes. Sorry, I muttered. My grandmother nodded and sighed, sitting back in her chair. I heard you got in a fight today. My grandmother raised her eyebrows at me, expecting an answer, and when I didn't give her one, she said, "You thought I wasn't gonna find out?" I shrugged, staring at her, trying to decide. Figure what she was going to do next. These days it seemed as though I never knew how my grandmother would react. One moment she could be sweet and the next a monster. She looked down at the table and played with her hands, seemingly distressed. It's never good to physically fight with fists, even if you have a legitimate reason. She paused and looked at me. You understand? I nodded. I don't understand that. Speak. Yes, ma'am, I said, staring at her. She nodded and looked down at her hands again, as though she couldn't keep looking at me. Good, she muttered. She continued to look at her hands. Seemingly she was a bit distressed. She ran her hands through her hair and said, "So you gonna..." She wasn't able to finish because that's when the front door opened abruptly, followed by a whole lot of yelling. In came through the kitchen Deshawn and this white man who was very tall and wore a fancy, expensive black suit with a gold watch on his arm. He had a nice haircut and was very handsome, like some kind of model out of a magazine. He came in the kitchen carrying Deshawn in like he was nothing. Deshaun was pretty messed up too. He had cuts all over his arm and some severe bruises, one being his eye. His clothes were dirty too. Grandma jumped to her feet. What the heck is going on? Going on? David dumped Deshaun off in a heap on the floor, glaring at him, and wiped his hands. Deshaun, glaring at David, rose to his feet and charged at David, who pushed him back to the ground with ease as if he was a toddler, which widened my eyes much. Deshaun stood up again and started barking at him. I hate you. I hate you. You dumb piece of shit. You fucking cracker, if you ever fucking touch me again I'll mess you up, man. Deshaun tugged on his shirt real hard and raged, eyeing David. Sure you will, he said bluntly as if he was pointing out the sky was blue. Deshaun's words seemingly had no effect on him. Just remember you got cracker blood in you too. Deshaun shook his head with this menacing look in his eyes as Charlie walked into the kitchen and immediately grabbed Deshaun, pulling him back from David. 38 Yo. Just leave it alone, man. Just leave it alone. He pulled Deshaun to the other entrance and they disappeared into the house with Deshaun still yelling and cussing. That's when Michael ran into the house, and as he passed through the kitchen he went and slapped David on the head. Hey Dad, he yelled as he ran after Deshaun and Charlie. David rubbed his head and sighed. At least one still likes me. Grandma sat back down and shook her head annoyingly. Why you busting into my house? David ignored her question and turned facing the refrigerator, retrieving the orange juice and then reaching into the cupboard next to it. He took a cup and filled it with the orange juice. Juice. And sat at the table taking a long sip, finishing with a dramatic ah sound. Just like old times. Huh, Julia. She glared at him coldly, and uncomfortably moved her hands about on the table. You don't have the right to be just busting in my house like this. If you have somehow forgotten, let me remind you that you do not live here anymore. He took another long sip, ignoring her yet again, and coming down he grinned at her. And let me remind you that I still pay on this house. Thus I will enter it whenever I wish, he said with the wave of his hand. My grandmother glared at him and then shook her head coldly, muttering, whatever. David took yet another long sip and then looked at me. Who is he? Grandma looked at me and then back at him. He's David's child. He was dropped off here like a year ago. David stared at me for a long time, kind of making me uneasy, so I tried to avoid his eyes and focus on my homework. But then he said to me, you like it here? I looked at Grandma, who I could just tell had just gotten very tense and was staring at me intently. I knew not what to say, so I just sat there staring at my homework, saying nothing. David continued to stare at me curiously for a long time. You can tell me. I won't bite. Must be a lot of yelling around here, not good for a kid. I again just look at Grandma, who stares back with this cold but worried look, searching in her eyes, and hoping that she would give me the words to say to this man. Why the heck? Heck. You keep looking at her. Grandma rolled her eyes dramatically toward David. Because he knows me. He don't know you from Adam. David waved his hands at her, and continued to look at me. Why is there so much pain in this kid's eyes, Julia? He said, still staring at me. Grandma tensed terribly but tried to play it off, shrugging. He was on the streets. David. In that godforsaken orphanage. David nodded coolly and continued to stare at me curiously. That's the orphanage where they molested children, raped them, and sent them with pimps, right? Grandma breathed in deeply and silently muttered, "Yeah." David didn't see this because his eyes were intently directed at me. "Have you ever been molested?" I frowned at him, not knowing the word's definition. "That means, has any adult ever touched you where you don't want to be touched?" His eyes were tight on me and I gulped, not knowing what to say but knowing the answer was yes. But I couldn't tell. She said she would kill me. Plus, I loved her. She might go to jail if I told. I looked at Grandma, who stared at me now with the demon in her eyes, and trembling I turned back to David and said, "No." David looked back at Grandma, who then immediately changed her eyes as if she was turning off a light switch. He again didn't see, but I feel he sensed that something was wrong, which I then pinched myself for because I knew that somewhere deep in my brain that I'd pay for it. David shook his head soberly. "The kids messed up bad." David slammed the table and stood up, pacing the kitchen, muttering to himself and shaking his head. He pointed to Grandma suddenly and said, "You watch. You just watch. He gonna end up as some thug or gangbanger or some other kind of shit." You can see it all in his eyes, the anger and hurt, the growing violence. David continued to pace the room. "All because y'all wouldn't listen to me and make that girl get an abortion." Grandma stared at me, but not coldly or menacingly. The demon was gone. She shook her head annoyed. "Her name is Carrie, David. And how could you say that in front of him?" David shook his head annoyed and waved his hand. "Oh, he's a kid. He doesn't know what it means." Grandma looks at me worriedly and I look back at her, wanting to ask her who this crazy white man is anyway. She sighs and shrugs her shoulders and plays with her hands for a while before looking up at the man. "What happened to Deshaun?" David returned to reality and stared at Grandma, calming down. "I was driving by." David sighed and looked out the kitchen window and I saw him getting jumped. David shrugged. "So I jumped in. Got him out. He threw a fit, of course." David shrugged again. "He'll probably be the laugh in 39 school tomorrow. Plus it looks really bad, you know. He trying to be a gangster and all, and you got a white boy beating ya ass while dragging you out of the ignition." David shrugged yet again and let out a deep sigh. "Not another one of my boys are going to jail. Worse." Worse. Shot. I put my whole life into Junior. And damn it, I'll do it again for Deshaun. I be damned he go to jail too." Grandma just nodded soberly and silently. "Charlie can't be his father." Grandma shrugged and looked at David shyly. "You might as well talk to him." David rubbed his face and shook his head. "No. He needs time to calm down." Grandma nodded silently, staring at the ground, playing with her fingers. "You gonna take him to be with you?" David stared out the window and said nothing for a long time. "I don't believe him being with me is what he's mad at. Or angry about. It's that I left him. The family." David shrugged, staring now at the ground. "You." Grandma looked at him, a bit of bewilderment in her eyes. "What he wants is the love in the family to be as it was without the drama." David shook his head and muttered, "But it can't be." I looked at Grandma and saw her heart drop. More like stop. Die. But she played it so well, as if it didn't bother her. But I knew it did. She looked at David with angry eyes. "You should hear the things he calls me. All because of you." Grandma spat at him. David turned from the window and looked at her with no kind of emotion. "I didn't make him say those things about you. You did." Grandma stared at him coldly, sheltering her hurt yet again. "I did." "Are you kidding me?" She stood up and pointed at David, full of anger and hurt all mixed into one. "You have caused him to lose all respect for me." David waved Grandma's hand out of his face and stepped around her, becoming irritated. "If you hadn't slept around, there wouldn't have been an issue. The family would be tight and all would be well." Grandma grimaced and shook her head, her eyes beginning to be filled with water. Tears started to slowly drip down her face and she was trying desperately to stop them because she wanted to be strong. She always did. Grandma never cried, it seemed. "You fucking made me beg." Crawling on the floor, saying multiple times, "I'm sorry." "And what do? You selfish piece of shit. You ask me to strip in front of my boys, and make them stand there to watch. And because I don't, you want to say I can strip for any other man, but not you. Are you kidding me?" "They ain't forgot about that, David." David didn't look at her but instead just stared off somewhere as if trying to get away from the situation that night. "Are you kidding me?" He looked back at her. They were inches apart now and said, "Baby, baby, baby," he said, grabbing her hips and bringing her to him, caressing her hair and face. I didn't overreact. "What you did hurt me." He looked around the room. "Still hurts me." I looked down at my homework, trying to stay out of their conversation. But I can't help it. I feel for my grandma. No wonder she hurts like I hurt. "You hurt me too." Went off and got this new life. New house. New son. New wife. David's eyes darted quickly to Grandma and he pulled her even closer to him. "Look here," he said, whispering and grabbing her face. "I made a mistake. But that girl is not my wife. You are." Grandma now was crying a hellstorm into his arms. "You are my wife. And will forever be, but you just right now aren't. We aren't ready to be together." Grandma released herself abruptly from his arms and wiped her eyes and turned and headed for the door. "Fuck it. I don't care." David looked at her with compassion and sympathy, reaching his arm out towards her. "Julia." But Grandma walked on out the kitchen and didn't look back. "They're better now. They're together now. But it still confuses me." I looked down at my drawing and sigh. "She called for me. She hardly ever calls. I can't believe I missed her. When she calls, she's Mama. How could I have missed her call? Missed Mama." I sigh and sit up and throw the paper down on the floor and throw my pencils and colors with it. And throw the covers over me and stare up at the ceiling. I can't ever think about that day without thinking about what happened hours later. When everything made sense, when everything became so confusing. It made sense. I sat in my room drawing again, focusing on the future, though it was extremely hard. I drew birds mostly, though, among the clouds and the sun. I stopped abruptly. My street sense sensed faint footsteps approaching my door, and it was without fail because the demon entered my realm again. Grandma came through my door holding a belt. Belt in her hands. My body tensed terribly and I looked into her eyes, and sure enough, she was gone and the demon ran her. I jumped off my 40 bed and ran to the back of the room, terrified and starting to cry. I pleaded with her or the demon as best I could, wishing that she would just touch me and not beat me. For this was ironic because these last few days I would have gladly embraced the physical pain above the emotional. Her eyes were menacing and full of evil hatred. Can you imagine me, as a child with my only hope, my first love, hating me? In that moment, though I feared her strength, I had compassion for her because she felt what I felt, as if we were alone in this world, and as if nobody understood us. But I understood enough. I begged and pleaded, but she ignored my cries and started slashing me and beating me. She beat me with such a force, such authority, such as a master to a slave. I was now, truly, in bondage. More than her beating me, and pain that swelled all over my body was myself beating myself. I could have left. I could have fled. I had forgotten that though on the streets, where death lurked, there was still this immense freedom. Now I was connected to her in this crazy, sick way, and I couldn't leave. I don't know how much time passed, but it was greatly significant. Or maybe the lashes were significant, because they imprinted in me fear that I had never ever felt, even on the streets. She kept saying, "Tell on me again. Tell. 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 I'll kill you. You worthless piece of crap. Crap. Shit. Worthless. Stupid. Retarded. Low class. Inferior." They all spelled out the same thing. Nothing. Which was what? As I think on it, what I had. Nothing. Then all the beating stopped. Like a rainstorm that just ceases without any explanation or warning. The door to my room opened and I looked up in a daze and stared at Grandma and David. She still held the belt in her hands, and so I, trembling, scooted back into the corner, shivering as if I had been standing in rain. David looked at me with compassion while Grandma's eyes still roared with menace. "Why are you beating him?" Grandma whipped her hair around and looked David squarely in the face. Because he didn't clean up his room as I had told him to. Why? David looked at me worriedly and then turned his eyes to Grandma in protest. Well, you shouldn't beat him. Grandma looked at me and smirked with the demon inside her, and I broke down into a flurry of tears, trembling terribly. Then she turned back to David, and I suppose her eyes changed back and were normal. I am going to raise him to be a competent man, and this is my way of doing it. If you don't like it. Grandma shrugged and stepped around David toward the door. I don't care. David shook his head and looked around the room, which was grunted messy. He's been hurt too much already. If you hoop him, it'll only cause him to be violent later. Grandma rolled her eyes and rolled the belt in her hands and barked at me. Clean up this mess. She then headed out the door, but David grabbed her arms, turning her back to him. Do you hear me, Julia? You will mess this boy up. You can't discipline him this way. Grandma tugged her arm away from him and stared him down coldly. The demon still possessed her but was hiding behind her eyes. I will discipline him as I please. She shook her head. And why are you still here anyway? Take the boys and leave. Grandma, eyeing him, inched up closer to him and whispered. Or do you just want to get it and go? Like we always do. Let's go tear it up. Come on. Grandma took his hand, tugging him to follow her, but he now tugged back and frowned at Grandma. She sneered at him and laughed. You sure? Grandma inched up to his ear and whispered, though loud enough for me to hear. Fuck me like you always do when you're here. Pound me. David pushed Grandma back away from him, eyeing her coldly. Julia, you're crazy. What's wrong with you? Grandma smiled evilly and spit on the floor near his feet. Doesn't matter anyway. I have something better than you. Something that will always love me no matter what I do. David swallowed hard and stared at her, upset obviously, but trying his best to hide it. You're seeing somebody. Grandma stared at him coldly and nodded with pure satisfaction. Yeah. Whenever I call he comes. David shook his head in disbelief and backed away from her. And I was gonna take you up again. I really was. You stupid. No, you weren't. My grandmother explodes with rage. You never would. Grandma's eyes returned to her, signaling that the demon had left her, leaving her lost. She stood with this crazed look and looked around the room as if she didn't know where she was, and then her eyes came upon me cuddled up in the back corner of the room. Tears fell from her eyes and she stood there shaking her head, crying and crying, holding her stomach as if she was about to throw up, and I could make out her muttering, "What have I done? What have I done?" 41. David stared at her confused, and he was about to reach out and touch Grandma, but she blew out the door in such a distress that I can't even explain. This is what made me stay. Made me remain with my grandmother for the next 3 years until she kicked me out because she couldn't help that she was hurting me. I saw that she was not the enemy, but the devil. The demon was. She couldn't help it. Done. 42. Chapter 3. Falling down. Look up at me. I look up grudgingly and face the principal. What man? He stares at me like he can't believe me, like it's such a hard concept. Do you understand how serious this is? I shrug my shoulders and look back down at my hands. Not because I'm ashamed, but just because I'm tired. I'm just so tired. And so high it just really don't make sense. They say you came to class high, DJ. I look up and to the right at my mother, Carrie. Her face is so soft and shy right now. My father is gone again. And she feels overwhelmed with me. She doesn't even know how to speak to me. She doesn't understand me either. I don't understand myself. Wouldn't this be a horrible thing if she was a single mother? I did, Carrie. I look at her one last time, and then look down, sighing deeply, and continue to look at my hands with no care in the world. I did. I look up and at the principal and the new head coach. That other nigga got fired like I promised he would. The whole school protested against him, saying that if he didn't put me back on the team he'd have to leave. And the crooked board didn't do anything to stop it, and in their own ways edged it on, as they knew that the tournament this past weekend was ever so needing my presentation. Because see, if the team won, the school would receive $25,000. And receive they did. But they can't prove it. I think we're gonna call your father. Because this, he says, pointing between me and himself, is not working. I shrug my shoulders again and just look down at my hands. And while I do, Carrie touches my shoulder nervously. Baby, why don't you just cooperate and go to ISS? This is going to get way out of control. I look up at Carrie, her sweet and innocent face, and smiled perversely. Because I didn't do anything wrong, Carrie. They can't punish me for something I did before I got on school grounds. At my own damn house. I didn't even cause a scene. And if I go to ISS then I can't play tomorrow, and that's truly, I say, looking at the new. The new white coach. The only thing I live for. He uncomfortably looks away from me and at the principal, who is still waiting for my father to pick up the phone. Baby, they're gonna call your probation officer, and is that what you want? Do you want to go to jail? I look at Carrie and touch her cheek softly and grin. Baby, I'm 12, they can't do anything to me. Carrie swallows and sits back from me, as if scared. Probably terrified is the better word. I look up at the door at a knock and see Ricky come in. Who are you? The principal asks, looking up at Ricky putting the phone down with irritation. I shake my head at him. What a dumbass. He's flying, you idiot. I'm his doctor. I look up at Ricky and smile real big. Hey Ricky. Ricky doesn't look at me and instead goes up to the principal's desk. Y'all called the court today? He asks, pulling out a court order, I suppose, out of his pocket. The principal takes it and begins to read it. Yes, we did. Ricky nods his head. Well, Mrs. Green wants me to take him out of school today and work with him, and from there take him back to court for a brief hearing. The principal rolls his eyes and hands the paper back to him roughly. Is she gonna do anything this time? Ricky takes the paper and folds it, sticking it into his coat pocket. Let me work with him. He eyes the principal. Let the court do its job. He turns and acknowledges my mother. Carrie stands up and shakes his hand gratefully. Oh, thank you for coming. Capital I. Didn't know what to do with him. I roll my eyes and look down at my hands. 43. I know. It's a work in progress. You just got to trust me. He's fine. He's young and he'll be just fine. I'm almost to the root cause of all this. Just be patient and have faith. I hear him whisper to her. Senses ever acute. DJ. I turn and look at him. Let's go, man. You hungry? I stand up and walk over to him, shrugging. Pull your pants up for me. Come on. He slaps me on my shoulder and brings me into him, hugging me. You say you're not hungry? Oh, I doubt that. I laugh a little bit and hug him back, wrapping my arms around his waist and laying my head on his chest. I'm straight. The next months at school I got into 7 fights with all sorts of different kids. It wouldn't even be my fault. They'd just come up and piss me off. So I'd hit them. What else was there to do? I hated these kids. Hated how they ran and jumped in their mother's arms after school let out. Hated how they were so damn cheerful. I hated it. Me and Xavier, as he had said, actually did become friends. Seeing we were always in ISS together, it never failed that he or I would get in a fight during 2 weeks or a month. Though he usually fought with kids much older than us, meaning he always had some kind of busted lip or black eye. Though sometimes he did manage to beat up older kids, much to my surprise. Grandma even started to allow me to go to his house sometimes, where we'd play video games and watch TV. To my understanding, he had one older brother and a sister, and one younger baby brother. His dad was pretty cool and his mom was pretty, but not like Carrie. Carrie did write back, much to my surprise, and immediately. She sent pictures as I asked, and sent candy and teddy bears, and colors and everything, it seemed. She said she loved me very, very much and would be seeing me possibly if she could work it. Don't get excited, lil man. She lived too far away and the courts are crazy, Mike said. I nodded at him, understanding, seeing it best to understand than to nod and expect and not receive. But at least she wrote back. I sent her letters and drawings and everything, and she always wrote back, kissing the page as her signature. She was all my joy those days. The only thing that made me smile and laugh, because sometimes she'd send funny pictures. Grandma, though. Grandma seemed to get worse as every day wore on. She didn't snap back into motherly warmness like she had other times. She just turned into this cold and gray, depressed and irritated woman. She even began to become annoyed with me when I'd come around her. She'd yell and bark at me, hit me, and she always said I was nothing. She said it so much that I began to believe it. And she didn't stop touching me. Some weeks it might be once, others twice or 3 times. Sometimes it might even have never happened for a month or 2 before she came and touched me. More. Like played with me. And then other times it was every day. I began to become used to it as if it were common procedure. Sometimes I wanted it, because I wanted love. I wanted to be with her because I wanted what we had when I first arrived on her doorstep, where she protected me and was motherly and showed and taught me things. Some nights she was like that. Others she was mean and cruel. Others she did nasty things to me. It just depended all on what the demon wanted. But she had seduced me beyond measure. Because I believed those nights that we were in love and that we were showing or expressing our love. I even find myself sometimes thinking about my mother and what we will do together, and how I will kiss her, and how she will kiss me, and where she will touch me. But then again, some nights I didn't want to, and that was not a choice. So she beat me like a dog, worse than a dog. And of course she'd get her way. Something about the whole thing was not right, but I believe if you do something enough, then you become blinded by it and you no longer recognize there's anything wrong with it. Even the most outrageous things. I didn't tell anybody either. Because I was scared, yes. But also because I wanted her, it seemed all to myself. Her love that I thought was real, thought we were sharing. So you wanna talk about it? I don't look up. I just continue to stare down at my food. Or what was. Ricky smiles a little and looks at my empty plate. I knew you were hungry. I smile faintly and kind of look up at him. You want some more? Money ain't a thing. I laugh and just move my fork around the plate. Ain't that what y'all kids say nowadays? I shrug and sit back, still staring at my plate. I miss my dad. I try to hold back tears, 'cause everyone in this place seems to be looking at me. The whole community knows me by name. They all hate me. They all hate me. Ricky sighs and leans forward looking up at me. I know you do. I look at him and bite my lip and dab at my eyes. 44. I just wish he'd take me with him sometime, you know. I don't need to go to school. It's too easy. I only go there to play ball. And half the time I can't even do that. You need his attention. I shrug my shoulders. I mean, I ain't no punk. But it was just supposed to be me and him when he got out of jail, you know. Ricky nods his head. Does he call you at night? I nod my head. Yeah, but all he talks about is school, and how I need to do well in school. And so I tell him I am. But then he asks if I went to school, and I lie. And then he gives me a lecture about school. And then he starts talking about basketball. I shake my head. Ricky touches my hand, and so I look up at him. Do you wanna play ball, son? I nod my head at him. Yeah, I wanna be just like him. Ricky sighs and looks down, and for a while, he's quiet. Mrs. Green is worried about you. I shrug my shoulders and look away. Capital I. Away. Capital I. Don't want to think about Mrs. Green. She worried about you being in this gang. You're too young for that. And everybody out here thinks you're 15, but you're not. Kids been dying like flies who are a part of that mess, and for what? I look down at the table and don't say anything. And Carrie is scared to death. And your father is worried too. He's scared that one day he's gonna be out of town and he's gonna get that call about you. You're his first and only son right now. I shrug my shoulders again and sit up and stare at Ricky in the eye. I need protection. Insurance. If that's the game they play, I'ma play it. Ricky stares at me. You don't have to be a part of that. I shake my head and look off. You don't get it. I shake my head again. Even if I weren't a part of it, they're big bullies, man. They could one day decide to mess with me, and then what? Nobody would have my back, man, 'cause I ain't a part of either one. And then what? Ricky shakes his head. No. There's plenty of young men out here who are not a part of that stupidity. I shrug my shoulders again and look off. Well, I'm not one of them. Yo, nigga, what you doing? I looked up and saw Xavier coming toward me. He seemed to have a bit of a skip in his walk. What's up with it? Xavier pointed to the back of the school. Man, yo brother bout to fight somebody, yo. I darted up and started to run towards the back of the school like a light switch had turned me back to reality. Really, I asked as. Reality. Really, I asked as. We ran full speed to the playground. Yeah, he fight in some kid from middle school. We arrived short of breath at the back of the school where there were all these 6th graders and 5th graders and some 4th graders in a tight circle around Michael and some kid. We pushed our way to the front of the crowd where we saw Michael and some black kid wrestling on the ground. And for my pride, my brother was beating the living daylights out of this kid. Punch after punch he blew on this kid. It was crazy. Somehow they made it to their feet and the boy was about to charge at Michael when Michael lifted up his shirt. The boy stopped dead in his tracks and raised his hands in surrender. Yo man, okay, you won whatever, the kid said backing up. Some other kids darted out of the circle running away like madmen. Michael snickered at him and put his shirt back down. Yeah, that's right, back the hell up. I laughed to myself and watched as the kid kept backing up slowly, holding his hands still in the air as if in surrender, and then suddenly turning, running away with his gang not too far behind. Michael busted out laughing after a while. After staring them down for a long time, he turned around and shook hands with this boy who was really big. He was one of Deshawn's friends who had been held back a year. So I's in. The dude shrugged. Nah nigga, you gotta rob CVS. Michael frowned but then shrugged it off. What at gunpoint? The dude shrugged and lit a cigarette. Nah, just get me. Get me something expensive. Michael grinned and shook hands with him. I got you, man. The guy nodded to the rest of the group and then left. A couple of them though shook hands with Michael as they passed, following behind the big dude. When they all had left and the circle had cleared, Michael skipped to us with a big grin on his face, as if he had discovered the female 45. I'm the king of the South. I frowned and stuck my hands in my pockets and turned my head to the side and nodded at him. "What's in yo pants that made him jump like that?" I asked Michael. He looked in my direction and grinned mischievously. "You swear you won't tell Mom or Charlie?" I nodded vigorously. He turned to Xavier. "You?" He nodded vigorously as well. Michael, satisfied, kept on grinning and raised his shirt showing a platinum gun. I backed up immediately, but Xavier stood still trying to be tough. "Man nigga, you scared?" I shrugged and tried to play tough best to my ability. "I ain't scared." Michael put his shirt back down and started walking toward the front of the school, and in turn I followed him, running because his legs were way longer than mine, and finally after a while fell into step with him. "Why you need that, yo?" Michael kept walking, shrugging. "'Cause the streets call for it." I kept running, trying to keep up with his pace. "I don't get it, cousin. Why you need it?" Michael kept walking, looking forward. His demeanor was tight now. Tight and focused. "Y'all ever hear about Doug?" I looked at Xavier, who was on my left, also running as I was to keep up with Mike. He shrugged. "He ain't know either." "Well, he was my homeboy, and during the summer him and my other homeboy was fightin'." We made it to the front of the school, and so we all sat down on the steps leading to the front doors. "Well, my homeboy ended up beating up Doug really bad, and he was taken to the hospital where he later died." Mike stared out and watched as the sun was beginning to set and clenched his fists. "Now my homeboy been bragging about it, and he got his posse, and everybody has to pick sides. And now I gotta choose." I frowned and looked at Michael in bewilderment. "He killed him with his bare hands." Michael nodded solemnly, causing Xavier to shake his head. "So whose side you gonna choose?" Michael didn't answer for a long time. He just sat staring out at the sunrise, deeply troubled. And in looking at him I could see that his chest was heaving subtly, meaning he was full of hatred. "Dogs. I liked him better. Can't just kill somebody like that and brag about it." Michael shook his head and stares at the ground. "Makes me mad every time." I sighed and looked at the ground too. "Damn, that sucks." "Yeah, plus out here in the hood you need a gang. Just in case somebody tries to run up on you." I frowned but didn't say anything else. I loved to fight. It was like a high that released so much. I just ain't understand that fighting could kill somebody, eliminate somebody. So, that's how you got into it. I shake my head no. I got into it later, but that's the first time I heard about it. Ricky shakes his head at the stupidity of it all. "So how did you come to choose sides?" I shrug and lean back in the chair. "I just went into my brother's gang. What was I supposed to do? Be in the other gang and fight against my own brother?" I shake my head no. "Plus, really in the beginning I just hooked them up with drugs. And that's really how I got pulled in. We can get you out, you know." I shake my head no. "I'm good where I am." Ricky sighs and then stands up. "Come on, let's go." I stand up with him and follow him out the restaurant. "We going to go do a drug test." Ricky opens the car door for me and then walks around to his side. "That'd be a little pointless, don't you think?" I get in the car and wait for him. "So where we going then?" I ask him when he gets in. He starts the car and looks behind him. "We're going to the hospital." I frown at him. "For what?" "Mrs. Green wants you to take a class there. It's 2 to 3 hours. Discusses the adverse effects of drug and alcohol abuse." I roll my eyes and lean back in the car. "Are you serious?" I shake my head and look out the window. "Why can't we go bowling again? Or go to Dave and Buster's like we did that one time?" Ricky sighs and goes through the stoplight. "Because this isn't a fun day." I sigh and roll my eyes. "Whatever, man." Done 46. I put the phone to my ear and wait while it rings. While it rings, leaning against the cage wall and staring out across the empty courts, shielding my eyes kind of from the sun that's just starting to rise. This is the time. This time that I like. When the court is all mine, and the air is cool and fresh, and the sky has more than one color, like a watercolor painting, still and silently moving. I dribble the ball to the side of me, up and down, up and down. I pick it up and spin it on my finger. Still no pickup. I sigh and try and breathe. It is early, but then a part of me wants to hang up before I get hurt again. Seems we never connect nowadays. The phone call goes to voicemail, and so I hang it up. I place the phone down on the ground quietly and pick up the ball with two hands and dribble it between my legs, staring at it for a long time. I escaped this morning. Dad didn't even hear me leave out the front door. He'll be so mad at me. But I don't care. I'll go to school. I will. And Ricky said if I don't go to school high or drunk for a week, he'll take me to any concert I want. I took the challenge. I'll smoke after school. Hell, I just like the morning. It lets me know that I've survived. I don't know about others. Plus, I like to come out here and work out. Dad says that's fine, but he says I need to go with him. I just don't think he understands that. I need this time to myself. That the sunrise and the air is mine 500 shots 200 layups 1 dream. I look back at the phone. I pick it up. At the phone. I pick it up. And dial one more time. Just one more time. And I wait. And I wait. And I wait. And just when I thought I couldn't wait no more, she answers. Hey Grandma. I peeked into Grandma's room, seeing her arranging her clothes on the bed. She looked up towards me and smiled sweetly as if she was pleased to see me. Hey baby, how are you? I smiled and walked on in, closing the door behind me. And then running, I jumped and plopped on the bed and rolled over laughing, feeling childlike again. I'm fine, I chirped. Grandma smiled at me and rubbed my head gingerly. You're a sweet kid, you know that. Don't let them white folks tell you different. They try and make you out to be the devil. I nodded and picked up a piece of her clothing that I didn't recognize. Examining it, I looked at Grandma. Whose is this? You buy this? Grandma shook her head no and came back to the bed and took it into her hands and stared at it for a long time. No, David bought it for me. A peace offering, I guess, from long time ago when he came. You remember? That was like almost 9 months ago. I nodded, remembering it clearly and not wanting to think on that day. You like it? I nodded vigorously. Yep, it's pretty, Grandma. She held it up to herself and twirled around. I laughed and laid on my stomach looking up at her. Yeah, I like it too, she said, pinching my nose. I laughed again and grabbed the remote, turning on the TV. Michael Lee. I nodded, flipping through the channels. Hey baby, why? You up so early? I smiled and sat up a little bit. I like the sunrise, Mommy. She made a rustling sound like she was sitting up too. Oh, that's right. You do like the sunrise and the sunset, don't you, baby? I nodded my head. Yet I could feel her smile. Where are you? I look around myself at the empty courts. I'm at the cage. I'm working on my game, Mama. I feel her smile again. Oh, you go, boy. Hard work and dedication, that'll take you far. I smile and hold the ball to myself. Yeah, I'm on varsity. And a whole bunch of niggas hating on me. My mother laughs. Well, hell, let 'em hate. I look up at the sunrise and sigh softly. I miss you, Mommy. She's quiet for a long time, a painful time. I miss you too, baby boy. I let a tear drop because I'm the only one here. When will you come see me, Mommy? She sighs. I don't know, baby. You know I'm scared to come see you, she whispers, which lets me know she's in bed with my grandfather. I don't care if you touch me. I just want to see you again. Let's not talk this way, DJ. 47, but I don't. I say earnestly. Carrie isn't my mother. You are. She's quiet for a long time again, not saying anything. I know, baby. I know. Yeah, him and Charlie went to see a movie. Grandma frowned and looked at me. You didn't want to go. I shook my head no. I wanted to stay here with her and be with her, hoping and praying that she'd be sane. Well, there ain't nothing here to do but help me fold up these clothes. She hit my Fold up these clothes, she hit my butt. Get up and help me. I looked in her eyes and it was Grandma, so I didn't mind her touching me there. I jumped up and followed her numerous times in and out of the bathroom, folding clothes and putting them away. Grandma was Grandma. She was so full of joy and happiness that it almost made me want to cry seeing her like this, because she was so upset and depressed nowadays. Angry and seemingly I think, felt humiliated, but I knew not of what. She played with me on the video games, and board games and other various things. We dressed up in her clothes and danced around the room until we collapsed on her bed full of laughter. I have good grades, Mommy. I feel her nod her head. Do you, baby? That's great. That's just what I want to hear. I don't expect anything less. You didn't give me any money for my last report card, did I not? I'm sorry, baby. I'll put it in the next one. But the next one isn't for another 4 or 5 weeks. Patience, child. Patience. But I like money, don't we all? I hear her move around again. Are you staying out of trouble, DJ? I shrug and look down at my basketball. I mean, Yeah, DJ. I know things have been hard, but you have to will yourself to move on and better your life for you, baby. It's kind of hard when all I do is think about you. She sighs and is quiet for a while. I know. I fucked up a lot of things. I turned towards her and stared at her for a long time before crawling over to her and kissing her. Kissing her. Like I had many times before. She shyly nudged me to get off of her, and so I did, frowning at her, not understanding. DJ, it's not right, she said, not making eye contact with me. She shyly and desperately looked all around the room, trying to avoid me. I shook my head at her. Yes, it is. I love you, Grandma. Grandma looked around the room, trying not to look at me still. You have to leave me alone, DJ baby. I'm not safe. Grandma looked at me with tears forming in her eyes. I'm not safe. Okay, baby. I continued to frown and even looked at her in disbelief, like this couldn't be happening. I didn't understand. No, mama. You fine. I love you and you love me. Grandma shook her head and sat up and rubbed her face. She was in such distress, such hurt, that I wrapped my arms around her and kissed her in her neck, feeling such compassion for her and love. I never wanted to leave her, even though we did nasty things and she beat me and called me names. I loved her. 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 I just don't understand why I can't come live with you and Grandad, because then it would happen every day, DJ. You know this, she whispered. But I don't care. I just want to be with you. By God, you're sick, DJ. No, I'm not. Why do people keep saying that? Because it's true, child. Now you listen to me. I shake my head and look at the sunrise again. You know how you felt when it happened all the time. And you know you hated it. And now you have a chance at a normal life. But my life isn't normal. Cut out all that yelling. I mean it. Listen to me. I am not your daddy, little boy. Tears run down my face and I begin to cry, feeling hopeless. You are not going to come here. You are going to get up, clean yourself off, go to school, practice, draw, do your time and go to college and make something of yourself. You do not need me. Do you understand? But how can I live without my mother? Baby, please, please. 48. She blew out and breathed in deeply, still shaking her head. She shrugged and pulled me around to her side to sit next to her. Maybe just one more time, she said, not looking at me. Standing, she walked into the bathroom and started the bath water. I followed her in and watched in awe as she stripped down bare and entered the tub. So I did as well, following after her, trusting her feeling for her. I watched as the water filled the tub and clothed us, laughing and splashing the water. Grandma smiled at me weakly. She was obviously bothered by something or the other. And so I crawled to her and started kissing her and touching her, just as she had taught me to. The rest is too graphic for detail, but forever imprinted in my memory. I hate you. Don't ever call me again. You called me. You're such a hardus. How do you live with yourself? I don't. All I wanted is for you to come and see me, and I will eventually. You just have to be patient. I've been patient. It's been been 4 months, and in those 4 months I have been terribly demonic and sick. But I don't care. It's not fair. DJ, you sound like a child. I am a child. Remember, the one you want to sleep with. DJ, please don't say those things. Whatever. I hate you. You're a fucking bitch. I hang up the phone and let the tears fall from my eyes. I look up and see Ricky way across the courts behind the cage, staring at me. Dad must have been so upset and so angry he sent Ricky to get me. I just shake my head and look down and cry. Never shall I forget those many nights. Nights spent in her room, bare naked from head to toe, quivering in fear of her rage. That destroyed my sense of being wanted, and forever confused me on the definition of love. Never shall I forget her crooked, twisted smile, scanning me up and down in her sick, perverse way. Never shall I forget the whisper of the snake on my ear, the irony of the perpetrator fooling me into confessing that I loved them, her. Never shall I forget how I believed those words, how they became real to me, but only a sick game. Drugged to her, never shall I forget the sight of my skin tearing at her rage, and my screams of how I love you. Grandma, never shall I forget how twisted I became, how crazy I was to receive love too. How now I still hallucinate that the only way to receive love one must give sexually. Never shall I forget how I actually came to her wanting it, in hope that maybe she'd say, confirm in me what I so desperately needed to hear. Never done. What happened? Ricky pauses and looks down at the record. November 1st. I sigh and look out the window. I was very agitated that day, extremely hurt and dismayed. I wanted to fight somebody so badly. I wanted to indulge in the high and never leave it. I was so mad. My heart ate something awful, something despicably awful. Hatred ran through my veins. All I could see was myself trying to fight somebody, beat somebody so badly to where they felt what I felt. Regret, dismay, anger, hurt, pain. I wanted them to feel like nothing, as I felt I was nothing. I wanted their spirit to crush as mine had been crushed. And when it started to regrow, replenish, become fruitful again, I wanted to pounce on it, dismember it, belittle it just as it was with me. Violence, violence. It's all I could see, all I could hear, all I could taste and smell, sense. I wanted to kill the spirit of child innocence and freedom because I never was able to enjoy it. I was gone. I crawled to the corner of my ISS cubicle and pulled my legs to my chest and held myself as tight as I could, scared that if I let go I'd turn into a tornado and tear everything in my path. My body trembled with anger while my hands, mine 49 and soul, yearned for violence, yearned for authority once. I felt like a psychopathic murderer, because all my mind could think of was ways to physically harm and kill the enemy being anyone who was happy. I stared coldly in front of me, seeing my grandmother, and father, and mother. I hated all of them, for my father had the chance to be with me, to protect me and guide me, but he sold me out to drugs, to the fast life. He further sent me to Sodom, to be raped by men and used for drug dealing. How could I love him? How could I trust him to appear? How stupid of me to ever believe that he'd ever want me, ever come back, and carry. What the hell? What mother leaves her child? What mother fails to see her child? How could she love me either when she's never seen me? Yes, she lies. I hate her more than any of the others because she is supposed to be mother. When all else fails, she is supposed to be there. And grandmother, she is the demon. How could she do this to me? How could she hurt me, play me? She never said she loved me. She played me like a fool. Received only what she wanted, what she needed. What about what I needed? Why couldn't she fight this demon? Why'd she leave me? I loved her. Why couldn't she fight harder? Damn. I hit the wall and threw chairs, crying through gritted teeth and flailing my scarred arms. I hurt. So much of me was so different, so cold and gray and evil. I threw computer keys, tore down posters, anything I could get my hands on. Childhood was gone, if there was one. My innocence was gone. My good heart, love, was gone. I as I used to know myself was gone. Grandma this morning had done incredibly nasty things to me, and wanted me to enter her. I didn't get it. What was that? I was in 4th grade now. She had promised multiple times that she'd never do it again, but had many times. And now today she tries to do this. No, I had said to her, not this far. That was all wrong. I didn't believe that. Would not believe that. So she beat me like crazy, with anything and everything. She said I was meant to be nothing. Nobody wanted me. I'd never be anything. I escaped her wrath and ran to school where there they isolate me, confine me as if I were an animal. I didn't understand. I was gone. I kept thrashing the room until the teachers came and got me. And like a blur I was in front of the principal. Then Charlie came. And now I'm here in the jail waiting for my dad to come. It's like I was intoxicated and everything was moving so fast except for this. My dad walked in and sat down in front of me staring at me coldly. I remember him looking down for a second, and then he looked up, and said, "Why, I hear you been fightin'." I remember staring back him in the same fashion, so hot with anger at every injustice dealt me that I found myself ear up with, "'Cause I like the fucking high. Why you care?" My dad scooted back in disbelief and looked at me as though he didn't recognize me. "What you say?" I rolled my eyes and stared at the clock, trying to balance my mind by figuring what the time was. And I remember seeing 1 o'clock and it making no sense to me. To me. And that's when I knew I was gone. My dad breathed in deeply and stared at me, wiping his lip meticulously, like he was trying to figure me. "Who taught you those words?" I cut my eyes at him, sick and insane. "The streets. They taught me everything I needed to know. Taught me how cruel the fucking world is. Taught me not to trust nobody but myself." My dad was still in disbelief, like the devil had come and stolen his son, but in ways that was exactly what had happened. My whole demeanor was different, sick, and demonic still to this day. "Ain't I taught you better than that?" I shook my head at him, baffled, keeping my eyes intently locked on his. "Taught me?" I grinned at him and stood up, pacing around. "You ain't taught me shit. Only to be like you. Stuck in here." My dad stared at me, his eyes sharp now, deathly looking. "Sit down." I sneered at him. "Sit down." I shook my head at him and laughed. Sit down. I laughed still and stuck my hands in my pockets, looking down at the ground and laughing silently, shaking my head like nobody would ever really know, ever really believe. You want me to sit down? I laughed, looking up as my father became more and more enraged, unable to control me, the one thing he should have been able to. I kicked the chair, knocking it over, then leaned on the table facing him. I ain't gotta do a damn thing you tell me to do. I'm my own man. I turned away and headed for the door. DJ, he yelled, standing up, staring at me with bewildered eyes now as if he'd lost something. Something so sweet, so innocent. 50. I turned around and faced him, and shook my head angrily. Don't worry about me, man. I do fine on my own. I opened the door. Always have. I shake my head and look back. Ricky, how much longer do we have to talk about the past? Ricky looks up at me. Until we reach the present. I need to understand. The only way I can help you is if you tell me what happened and tell me honestly. Ricky looks at me uncomfortably. Your father says you have a love-hate relationship with your grandmother. I don't want to talk about her. Ricky stares at me a long time, and in my insane attempt to hide her, I look down at my hands, desperately trying to hide the pain. Is she the reason you got high today again? I shake my head no. DJ, the house was empty because it was a Friday and all my brothers were out hanging at a friend's house. I would have been at Xavier's, but Grandma had grounded me for a month since I had that outburst at school. And did she enjoy it? She was like some sickness that I can't even describe, always awaiting me and wanting me all to herself. She paced around me and licked her lips like the devil she was, murmuring, "I'ma have real fun with you tonight," causing me to grimace inside. But for the life of me I attempted to keep a straight face, not wanting to cry, as if trying to win this battle, knowing I could win the war. So desperately wanting to be strong against her, but it never seemed I managed it. The demon was present in her, but it was as if there were two demons, her and the demon. She came near me and laid me out against the bed, and started to kiss me and touch me in places that I hated now. She sighed in all her sickness and continued to kiss me, and like I was trained I touched her back, feeling her sick soul. If not, she might lose it, and beat me until she received it. Whatever it was she was after. And after a while, she stood up and pulled down my pants and started to feel me there. Dumbass bitch. I tried to look anywhere but at her, but she grabbed my face and forced me to look at her. Look at me. And I did, gulping hard and trying to brace myself as she played with me as if I was some kind of doll. I hated the bitch so much I wished I was my father's size so I could beat the shit out of her. But I couldn't even if I was my father's size. She had my mind in the palm of her hands. There was no fighting her even if I wanted to. She then took off my shirt and started to lick me all over from my neck on down, and still I tried not to cry, especially when she sucked me down there. I wished so much that this would pass. Why was this happening to me? I was dying so slowly, but then again so fast. My whole body, my whole world was crashing. Why was she doing this? Why does she keep coming? Damn. And I love her. She turns me over and does other insidious things to me, running her whole naked body over me and feeling me all the while. Oh yes, DJ, she says. So sick is she. So sick she is. So sick I am. 'Cause I want this just as much as she does. Just not as frequently. So sick. I know you were on your phone with her, DJ. I look up at Ricky and frown. So what are you saying now? You check in my phone calls too, huh? Ricky leans forward and looks at me with compassionate eyes. But compassionate eyes I can't take. They make me burn and hate, rather than feel at peace. You wanted her to come see you. I shake my head no, and look down at my hands, hating him. It's okay, DJ. Sometimes we're let down by the people we love. I shake my head again and look off and around myself. Ricky sighs and sits back and looks out the window as well. What can you expect to accomplish if you never go to school? School is too easy for me, I reply. Hurting yourself is not hurting her. My eyes dart up at him. Oh, so much you know. You sit there and act like you know everything about me. Nothing ever happened between me and my mother. She's not your mother though, DJ. I stand up enraged and throw my chair at the wall and scream at him. 51. Yes, she is. She's the only one who loves me. The only one who ever cared about me. And you'll never take her away from me. I breathe hard and realize I'm giving in too much. And the way he looks at me, it's like he's figured it all out. Me and her secret, and it frightens me. Oh, does it frighten me? Sit in. Sit in. There with her fucking notepad and shit. Writing notes on me like I'm fucking crazy. I'm not crazy. And I don't need your damn help. But you do. Because she's not here anymore, DJ. She doesn't want to be with you. He stares at me cautiously and I eye him back with hate. She moved on. I have an inclination to start fighting him. To tear him to shreds. But that I've already tried. And it did nothing. Meaning it was meaningless. And in any way that would give more of the secret away. So I shake my head and without another word I open up the door and leave. My insides burning terribly, and now more than ever I wish I could see her now. Maybe I could buy a plane ticket, or hitch my way there. I stare at the cement ground and follow my feet, and before I know it, like time moves on without me, I'm standing at Kelsey's door, and I don't even give a fuck. I knock on the door, more so pound on it, and yell for her to come out. The energy, I don't where it came from. Boy, have you lost your mind. I make a grudge-like face at Mrs. Anderson and ignore her. I start to step into the house but she blocks me off. Kelsey ain't available right now. She has homework to do. Her mother glares at me. She has a future to think about. I eye her, and I don't. She purses her lips at me and eyes me up and down. You know you're not allowed over here. I'm tell her daddy. You do that. 'Cause her dad likes me. I push her aside and walk into the house. Move, bitch. The house. Move, bitch. Kelsey comes around the corner from the hallway and she for a second looks like she's at a loss of words. But that quickly fades. DJ, don't call my mother a bitch. I roll my eyes. Whatever. I walk toward her and start to go toward her room. But she instead grabs my arm and begins to walk me to the door hurriedly that I don't even have time to protest. Mama, I'll be back. She doesn't wait for her response. Instead she pulls me hurriedly out the door and slams it shut. When I turn around to look at her, she grabs my hand and starts off running, dragging me behind her. Come on, DJ, before she follows us. So I clench her hand tighter and follow her through the yard to the alley and then through the other neighbor's yard, and down another alley until we're far enough away. I turn around and look back toward where we came and I don't see her mother, so I breathe a little bit and look at Kelsey walking up the street at a more comfortable pace. This why your mama hates you. Kelsey looks back at me and smiles a little bit. My mama hates you. I shrug my shoulders and look down at the ground. You looked out of it at school today. I look at Kelsey and pause for a long time, and then I catch up to her and walk in step with her. I was high. I whisper. She looks up at me, and the look she gives me is like she's crying for me with and without the tears. I'm sorry. I know your life is hard. I shrug my shoulders and look down at the ground. Everybody thinks it's so. Thinks it's so easy. She reaches up and kisses me on my cheek. I know it's not. She takes my hand, and we walk on down to the park. And for a long time we don't speak. Don't speak. I remember her saying, "Why you always got scars on your arms," in the sweetest voice yet. I turned around and looked at her gently, though it was hard because I was full of such anger again today. Grandma had felt me up last night. I shrugged at her and looked away, not wanting her to read my eyes and figure out my lie. Michael and I practice basketball a lot. She smiled and accepted my answer. Stupid, cute kid. She sat down next to me and snuggled against me. Yeah, I've been seeing you play. You're really good. Not as good as Xavier, but you're a lot better than you were in second grade. I smiled at this. You think so? She nodded vigorously like I used to. Such a sweet kid. I know so. She laughed and I smiled and stared out watching as Xavier beat up on some kids. I then looked down at Kelsey curiously. Ain't you scared of me? Kelsey frowned and sat up off my shoulder staring into my eyes. She shrugged and sighed. 52. Sometimes you're kind of mean, but I know you're sweet, she said, grabbing my nose. I laughed and grabbed hers and she laughed hysterically. She was so cute. You know, she said, gasping as though she had run a mile. You're one of my best friends beside Kayla, LaQuanda, Kristen, Kylie, Ashley, Xavier, and Trizzy, but she sometimes gets on my nerves. She kept talking. Talking non-stop, but I didn't mind because she was adorable to me. She sighed at the end of her long monologue and looked up at me. I like talking to you. I remember smiling. I see your dad getting more playing time now. I smile and continue to run my hands through the grass. Hell yeah, that nigga don't really see the bench no more. She laughs and snuggles up against me. Are y'all growing closer? I nod my head. Yeah, he's cool. It's just weird kinda he like my big brother. She nods her head. But I need him to be my dad. I just really want a dad. She looks up at me. Is he not being your dad? I shrug. He is. He just looks like Charlie to me. So it's hard for me to take him serious. She nods and leans back into me. What about Carrie? I shrug again. She don't know what to do with me. She know I don't see her as ever being my mother. It's like she my daddy girlfriend. I rest my face in Kelsey's hair. Plus I don't trust females, yeah no. I kiss her hair. I only trust you. I like you too. She sat up and gasped, putting her hands over her mouth. You like me? She said with big round eyes. I frowned and shrugged. I meant I like talking to you too. She frowned at this and looked sadly at the ground. You don't like me then? I laughed and shook my head at her. Stupid kid. If I like talking to you, don't you think I like you? She frowned and thought about it really hard, scrunching her face up. Then she burst into laughter and hugged me. I like you too. I didn't know what to do. A girl had never hugged me before. She let go and then ran away. When I didn't come after her, she turned around and motioned me to follow her. I got up and chased after her all around the park until we were called in. At the table, she kept smiling at me sheepishly. I didn't understand. But we shared our pencils and crayons and I poked her and played with her hair and she giggled like the little girl in pink she was. Xavier just rolled his eyes at us. Man, stop being a girl. I turned and looked at him angrily. I ain't been no girl. He made a face. Yeah, you are. I shook my head at him and sat back in my chair and crossed my arms. Shut up. Kelsey grinned and tugged on my cheeks, and when I didn't budge, she proceeded to tickle me. At first I didn't budge, but I couldn't help it, so I started laughing. Xavier rolled his eyes. Weak man. I just rolled my eyes at him. At the end of the day, when we were in the carpool line, Kelsey ran up to me and hugged me before she ran to her car. She only high-fived Xavier and that made me feel special. I couldn't stop grinning for the rest of the day. Yo mama gonna be mad you out here this late. Kelsey shrugs and sighs. I don't care. She looks up at me. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You haven't looked too good these past months. I shrug. I guess. I sit up, which causes her to sit up. Can I tell you something? She looks at me a long time with curious eyes. Anne. Eyes. Anne. Then nods her head yes. I look down at my hands. And then I look up and across the park at these kids playing and my heart starts to tear open all over again. I shed a tear, but no more. Tears come only on rare occasions, like her to me. It's been bothering me, you know. You remember how when we were in elementary I used to always stay at school late until your mom would come and get you. She nods her head and smiles. Yeah. She hugs my arm. You were always there for me, even when it would start to get dark. I nod my head and look down at my hands again. And you remember how in 7th grade I moved in with X? She nods her head slowly. I didn't really know you moved in with him. I know y'all were always together it seemed. I shrugged my shoulders. Well yeah, I moved in with him. I looked down at my hands again. Well it was because my grandmother kicked me out. 53 2 years passed with the same sort of torture of being emotionally tied to a sick and perverse woman, and being beaten by a psychopathic idiot. She never stopped once from fingering me, touching me, sucking me, and other nasty foul things. It was a very, very hard time those 2 years with her, because sometimes she would be loving and motherly and then she was a demon. And no matter how hard I tried I couldn't hate her, because I was child. I was programmed to love no matter what. At home I remember I rushed into my room and closed the door pulling out my homework and reviews for finals as any. As any other day. But all I could think about was Kelsey and how she and I had hugged a lot today. She'd never hugged me so much before. Last year and all this year she had only hugged me maybe once. Only really speaking to me. Oh how her voice rang in my ears. So sweet and innocent. I stayed in my room and wrote to Deshawn and my cousin James who stayed with my grandfather. James was white and the summer of 3rd I was able to meet him for real when we all stayed in Grandpa's mansion. Everybody except Grandma. And Deshawn halfway through the summer went and stayed with Grandma. The summer of 3rd grade leading up to 4th Grandma didn't let me go. For no reason at all. She just made something up and so she had me the whole summer to herself. And she molested me almost every day and humiliated me by making me walk around butt naked in the house for her enjoyment. I hated that summer like no other. It showed me how incredibly possessed she was. How incredibly sick she was is. I don't know why Grandma didn't go first to Grandpa's house. I mean her and Grandpa were not together and all but they still got along. She didn't seem to care anyway or maybe she did? For me it was a relief to get away from her and all the confusion that came with her. There were no beatings or touching and all the other nasty stuff she'd do to me. When I was there it was like paradise. The house was huge. Bigger than anything I had ever seen. Grandpa had like 3 cars out front on the driveway and large windows were on the house to where you could see all through it. And there were maids all through the house cleaning and dusting on Mondays and Thursdays. He even had a butler who'd ask us if we wanted anything to drink or eat. He even had a pool in the house. And a gym. It was crazy. At first though, we didn't really like James because he was different. He spoke weird and he was white. He wore polo shirts all the time it seemed and dress-up pants. And if he wasn't wearing that then he was wearing some Abercrombie or Hollister shirt and weird shorts. Michael said he dressed like a rich white boy, which was what he was. Michael said. Deshawn seemed to tolerate him distantly, but he wasn't too fond of him. None of us were until we got used to him. And even that was something because he had a smart mouth and held his own amongst us. But we got used to him, and me, Michael, and him would play hide and seek. basketball, swim, and make crazy things with the chief. And sometimes Charlie and Deshaun would jump in. The chief was pretty cool. He always made us delicious food and let us make whatever we wanted even though most of the time we made a mess. He even taught us how to make things. Flipping dough and creating big flames and stuff. It was really cool. Really, really cool. I wish I could go back. Grandpa taught me a lot up there. Like how to act, how to wear a suit, tie a tie, though later I would forget, and ride a bike. I found up there that I could trust Grandpa. He was kind of like a father, actually the only father I had really ever known. And Deshaun and him only got in 2 fights, which is pretty good from what I heard when Deshaun first arrived. I'm glad I was not there, but their relationship seemed a lot better. They would laugh together, play basketball, and video games. They'd also play catch, which only led me to think about my father and how absent he was. I shook my head. I didn't want to think about him. He caused me so much misery and grief. It was him who caused all this. I shook my head again. He's not even real to me anymore. He never existed. I stood up and walked out my room into the kitchen where everybody was eating. I sit down at the table and start grabbing things to fill my plate. I get 1 scoop out before Grandma slaps my head, knocking me forward and almost into my plate. I frown at her and she says, "What the hell are you doing?" I look at her as if she's crazy and then look at Michael and Charlie as if to ask, is she crazy? They shrug back through eyes and say nothing, not trying to jeopardize their freedom. "You think you own the place?" Grandma yells. I look at her and keep frowning, so confused. She slaps my hand again, causing me to drop the serving spoon, which crashes to floor. "You think you can come in here whenever you want?" She folds her arms, sitting back in her chair, staring at me coldly like I've betrayed her in some way. But it's Grandma, so I'm not understanding. Understanding. 54. Who the hell are you? I shrug and look around the room, searching for an answer. "I'm just eating." Grandma shook her head as if an answer. "Hell no you ain't." Grandma grabs my plate and scrapes the serving back into the bowl, throwing the plate back on the table, and grabs me by my neck and drags me towards the back door. "Mama, what the hell is you doing?" Charlie yells, standing to his feet and following her. "Shut up, Charlie, and sit down." Grandma reaches the back door with my neck still in her hands and throws me outside into the darkness. "You worthless piece of shit. You can eat the scraps with the dogs." Charlie pushes Grandma in the back. "Mama, he a kid. He ain't even do nothing." Grandma turned around and slapped him so hard that he fell to the ground. "Big old Charlie. Oh my god. She's a mad woman." All I could think. She turned back to me and stared at me coldly. And I stared back, scared to death. "What he done?" She closed the door and locked it, leaving me laid out there in the dark, perplexed and shocked. What the heck had I done? I hadn't even talked to her all evening? This was crazy. Exactly what she had been all this year and years past. I remained out there the whole night and the whole morning, having to go to school again with a whole bunch of crap on my back. And when I returned home that evening, she doesn't let me in. This happens the whole rest of the school year, and I have to sneak into the house with Michael and Charlie's help. And if I'm caught, she beats me like hell. The whole year passes like this until Charlie is so fed up with Grandma that he leaves, getting me. "Come on, little nigga, we out. We don't need this bitch." I remember staring at Grandma, not wanting to leave, not wanting to believe that she's evil, that she's tricked me from the beginning, that the love I thought I had and hers that she never confirmed was never real, but it was evil, all evil, that she knew exactly what she was doing. And in that moment, as I was there staring at her, I hardened my heart, forever hurt and dismayed and all other sorts of grievances. I stood without a tear, though many would follow. I stood, looked, shook my head, and turned away from her. I had lost my first true love. Kelsey stares at me a long time, with disbelief in her eyes, and then she slowly shakes her head, holds her knees to herself, and looks out across the park with frowning eyes. After a long time she says, "That's crazy." I swallow deeply and nod my head. Eventually I started doing drugs, and it's all because of her. And I can't stop, because it hurts too much. Why would she just kick you out like that? I stare at Kelsey, but she doesn't look at me, so she doesn't see me lie. I don't know. That's what I'm still trying to figure out. I mean, over dinner? 'Cause you didn't wait? What? I mean, that's crazy. Kelsey shakes her head distraught and continues to stare out across at the park. I know, I whisper. She turns around and looks at me. I won't ever do a thing like that to you. I'll never leave you. I nod my head. I'll never leave you. Done. 55 Chapter 4 Sodom and Gomorrah. I put the blunt to my lips, and then exhale the things I remember. 2:45. 2 Zigzag. Baby, that's all I need. Pretty little hoe. Come here, blow. Put that pussy on me. I rap. Xavier throws me a glare along with all the other women in the beauty shop. I buck at one of the women and yell, "What, bitch? What you gonna do?" She just shakes her head at me and rolls her eyes to her magazine. So I laugh and continue to sweep up the floor. Believe it or not, I really do like the beauty shop. With all the pretty women that roll through here, and their chatter about their boyfriends and husbands gets me all the time. The thing pretty much is that I love women. I really do. It's just maybe, like a love and hate relationship. Because I like the way they talk, the way they think, the way they can cook some good ole food. There's these ladies who come into the beauty shop and the barber shop all the time with catfish, or gumbo or some shit, selling that shit for $5 a plate. And man, you know I be paid, so I be grubbing on that shit. But the main reason I be in here is because of my probation officer. She got me doing community service because I always be in some kind of trouble. Me and Xavier got into the gangbanging business back in September, so we were sentenced to so many hours of community service. So we gotta wear this orange jumpsuit kind of thing, and we gotta sweep inside the beauty shop, take out the trash, clean, dust, clean the windows, and pick up anything outside the shop. We do this hoe for 5 hours every Saturday. I sweep around this lady's feet and she looks up at me with this stupid look on her face. Like she detests me or some shit, like all the other ladies in the shop. She's like about 40 years old and she's sitting underneath the dryers as though it'll help her reclaim her youth. Boy, don't you touch my shoes with that. I frown at her. Bitch, please. Just focus on your curls and I'll do me. Some of the other ladies gasp, but she tries to grab me. So I stick the end of the broom in her face and laugh hysterically as she flails her arms and sneezes and so on. Xavier pulls me real hard on my shoulder, turning me all the way around. Nigga, what the hell is wrong with you? These are women. You treat them with respect. I frown at him, completely confused. I'd never heard of respecting someone, needless to say women. And why the heck was Xavier all on my back? Any other day he would have laughed. Why you buggin', man? The bitch-headed commune. I say, motioning to the lady whose nostrils are flaring up because she's so enraged and embarrassed. Xavier just shakes his head at me and then points his finger in my face. You shut up, you hear me? Ya shit ain't funny. I frown at him and shake my head and wave him off, turning back around and beginning to sweep again when this lady looks at me angrily and proceeds to put her 2 cents in. Yeah, shut up, bitch this and bitch that. Ain't nobody wanna hear that. I cut my eyes at this woman and feel my body heating up with anger. I'm always getting this shit. People ganging up on me. Especially these hoes in here. I don't give a fuck what you wanna hear. Miss Charlene stands up now from the desk and looks down near me. She's the one who owned the place. Okay, enough DJ. Get back to work. If I hear you say bitch again, I am not going to give you your hours. I eye the woman one last time and then roll my eyes, and begin to sweep again in anger and haste. Stupid bitches in here. Man, whatever. You need to get your customers. Miss Charlene makes a face and puts her hands on her hips and stares down at me. I don't have to get nobody. They are grown. You are not. And they ain't my responsibility. You are. I shake my head and keep sweeping, pissed. Miss Charlene continues to look at me, eyeing me short of what a mother would, and then snorts, turning back to her desk. Little boy trying to tell me what to do. Boy, you is so lucky you is not my child. I teach 56 you a thing or two about respect. She eyes me and wipes the front desk with the rag she's been scolding me with. I just roll my eyes and keep sweeping the floor. If there's anyone I respect, it's Miss Charlene. She doesn't necessarily treat me like the other ladies do. Mean, rude, and judgmental. She actually tries to talk to me, understand me. She tolerates me and doesn't let the ladies just run me out because I speak differently or because I'm a gangbanger. She has simply compassion for me. Secondly, to me, she's gorgeous, beautiful from top to bottom. Now she's not the flashiest, or dressed cute every day, but it still doesn't deny her undeniable beauty. She always has her stuff together too, but I think what really makes me adore her, never degrade her, is her love that she gives me. Her care. She is always making sure that I eat, or that I'm staying out of trouble. Of course I lie and tell her that everything is fine with me, but her concern is just like a waterfall of refreshing water, with magical properties that work wonders upon my soul, seeming to help patch open wounds that bleed and bleed. That's why despite the women who detest me I still come, because the little concern that she showers upon my heart has become like a daily medicine. Slowly and very minutely, it patches me up. After a while, sit down in an empty chair and relax. My legs are aching terribly. I've been walking the streets for days, not wanting to see family, trying desperately to flee it. I even find myself trying to avoid Michael because I don't want him to ask about family, tell me to go home, tell where I am. The last couple of days I haven't smoked much weed, but right now I feel like I am in desperate need. DJ, come on, get back to work. I groan and roll my eyes, leaning back in the chair and rubbing my eyes. Man, I'm tired. Lean. She makes a face at me and then turns to the door as police officer man comes in. His big white beer belly looking self trying to lock me and X up. Man, these crackers be getting on my last nerves. Xavier stops sweeping and looks up with disgust. What you want, man? We ain't doing nothing. Officer man gives a mischievous grin and makes his way past Miss Charlene and to the back of the shop where me and Xavier are. I tough him up a bit and then, shaking my head, just look down at my hands. I ain't got nothing on me, so I ain't worried about nothing. Just cause you ain't doing nothing doesn't mean you don't have anything on you. Officer man eyes me especially. Come on, I don't have all day. Xavier grudgingly walks up to Officer man and stands in the searching position. I wave my hand at him. Man, you ain't gotta do that. He ain't got no search warrant. I sneer at Officer man and shake my head at him, always trying to catch a nigga off guard. Officer man eyes me as he finishes searching Xavier and purses his lips. Wouldn't have to if niggas wasn't always causing trouble. I tense at this with pure hatred and disgust running through my veins. Some of the ladies say a couple of things to him, but he blows it off as if it doesn't faze him at all. Which it probably and most likely doesn't. Racist bitch. Come on so I can lock you up. I shake my head no and continue sitting in my seat. Capital I. Don't move for nobody. And I definitely ain't nobody's bitch. Officer man sneers at me. Resisting arrest is a serious offense. I stand up and get in his face. Absolutely sick of this dude. The way he always coming after me and thinking he can say whatever shit he want to. Bitch ass cracker, ain't nobody scared of you or the pits. Xavier pulls me real hard on my shoulder. Just go with it, man. It ain't that serious. I turn to Xavier and look at him as if he's crazy. Man, I ain't no bitch. Ain't some cracker gonna run over me, man. At that second the bell rang, signaling that someone was entering the shop. I turned from Xavier and looked past Officer man and saw Carrie and my grandma entering talking. Shit, I say under my breath. Carrie looks up and sees me and immediately begins to walk towards me, dropping the conversation with grandma. What is the issue, officer? Officer man stares down at Carrie, not literally, and frowns at her. Like, how dare you approach me? Who are you? Carrie frowns back at him. His mother, Carrie says with an attitude. What is the issue? Officer man laughs and looks around the shop, which is consumed with whispering and low chatter about the whole situation. So you the mother of the little baddest nigger who runs around the hood causing havoc because you couldn't keep your damn legs closed. I was about to hit him, I swear, but Xavier catches my arms before I can light him up. Who the fuck you think you talking to, bitch ass cracker? I'm the only one who can say that to her. Bitch man, I swear I'ma kill you. I'm kill your whole fucking career, you hear me? Xavier keeps trying to hold me back frantically, because one hit and I can be off to jail. Just one hit. But I break free from his grasp and get up in his face, standing toe to toe with him, which creates a grin on his face, causing him to slowly inch into mine. 57 watt. Is that a threat? I in turn inch up closer into his face. You better believe it. Better watch yo back, man. I shake my head and back up, still eyeing him and so much wanting to hit him, kill him. You better watch that pretty boy of yours. Xavier nods as well beside me. Yeah, cause he ain't gonna be so pretty when we finish with him. Officer man eyes us, and finally steps back. I tough him up all the way too. So pissed I could just smoke his ass right here. Ask around, man. I make good on my threats. Officer man knows this too. That's why he turns around and walks out the door with a bit of regret in his eyes. Carrie turns to me and uncomfortably looks at me. Shyly she asks, "You not really? Are you?" I turn around and sit back down in my chair I had been sitting in prior to all the drama. I start to drum this beat that I hear in my head on the arm of the chair, infuriated and already thinking of ways to harm his son. "I'm for real, Carrie. I say I'ma do something, I'ma do it." One of the ladies in the shop raises her eyebrows in disbelief at me. "So you gonna kill him?" I shake my head. "No, I ain't gonna kill him, but it'll be like killing him." The shop began to get loud after this. All the ladies pretty much disapproving of my position. Carrie left and sat near Grandma in the middle of the shop where they talked and talked. Mostly about me. The lady who had told me to stop saying bitch after a while of eyeing Carrie decided to speak up for everybody and put Carrie on blast. "So you DJ's mama," she says real ghetto-like. Carrie looks up shyly and looks around the store and notices that all eyes are on her. She shrugs and says, "Yes." I stare at her, and I feel a bit of sympathy for her, but I shake my head. Why should I? This is her mess. Let her fix it. Should have taken care of me, kept her legs closed, took them pills, something. Xavier is now sitting to my left and Miss Charlene stands up from her desk, now interested in the conversation all of sudden, and leans against the counter near one of her hairstylists. "Yeah, Carrie, where you been?" Carrie eyes Miss Charlene, and so I'm getting a sense that they know each other, because from the time Carrie walked in here Miss Charlene will look at her and then roll her eyes. On and off, on and off. On and off. Carrie shrugs again, uncomfortably shaking her head, a bit annoyed that she's been put on the spot like this. "I've been in New York, writing for the New York Times." "Why?" This gets a lot of chatter. The ladies start saying stuff like, "Oh, she thinks she bad. Why she ain't take her bad boy with her?" Miss Charlene applauds sarcastically. "Nice, nice. Look everybody, we're in the presence of somebody important." A lot of the ladies in the shop laugh or snicker, causing Carrie to close her eyes and shake her head in almost agony. She breathes in deeply and says, staring at the ground, looking as though she wishes she were somewhere else, "Shut up, Charlie. So why you ain't take your bad boy with you?" some lady asks. Carrie shrugs and looks at the ground. "I didn't have custody of him." Miss Charlene snorts. "That's pitiful. Then who did?" "David was in jail. What mother don't see her own child?" Carrie eyes Miss Charlene, and out of nowhere fires away at her. "They took him away from me." Carrie shakes her head. "It's none of your business." Miss Charlene sneers and throws her hands up. "Doesn't seem like it's yours either." I shake my head and lean back, trying to escape. There's so many emotions running through me that it's hard to identify. I'm tired of them treating I'm not here. I'm tired of them saying how bad I am. I'm tired of them labeling me. I just wish I could be my own person. I don't understand why people hate me, why they detest me so much. I never really mess with anyone. I just kind of stay in my own lonely life. But it just seems like people are always testing me, always pushing my buttons, always trying to get me to jump so that they can point the finger and say, "Ha, see, I told you." I'm just so sick of people with all that they got to say about my life. My life, my problems, my anger. What they don't know is that they stem it, they stir it on, they cause me to become angry and violent, savage, because of their indifference, because of their judgment, because of their distasteful glances. I sit up hearing Grandma's voice. "That boy just stubborn anyway. He don't appreciate nothing. That's why I kicked him out of my house with all that disrespect. But I bet you bring him to my house and I'll straighten him out." Grandma says, looking at me. I look into her eyes and she's that demon that haunts me in my sleep. And as if to announce it all the more, She sneers at me in that sick way and then says, "Turn that bad boy in him into a good boy." 58. All the ladies in the shop start agreeing and I just continue to stare intently at her, trying to be strong, trying to hold my anger and hurt that's welling up in me. Xavier touches my arm trying to calm my rising anger, hurt. But Grandma scares me, and her sneer, that crooked twisted smile, is the worst for me. Sends chills up my spine. I lean back and wipe my eyes. Grandma is well respected in the hood. Everybody loves her, respects her. Nobody ever degrades her. She is said to have a lot of wisdom for her semi-young age. But mostly she walks and demands respect. She walks with such poise and purity that she is always sought out for advice and comforting. She is a good Christian woman, and many young girls and young women strive to be her, though she had that affair with some man many have chosen to overlook that since she is always in the church and is one of the main contributors to the church. Money bought her out of her trouble and consistent attendance to church. All is such a mockery. Such a mockery. If they only knew the things she did to me. If they only knew. Bitch, shut the fuck up, I say. Grandma sneers and shakes her head. She then turns to Carrie and says, "See, he has a mouth." She turns to me and eyes me evilly, the demon running all through her veins. "Bring him to me and I'll clean it out and a lot more." My body heats up terribly at this and I feel my mind escaping to times when she would do nasty things to me. And I can't shake it out. This stupid sick beast. If you ever take me to that bitch's house, Carrie, you will never have me as a son, you hear me? When I yell this, all the other ladies' eyes get real big. Carrie stares at me wide-eyed too, confused, but yet a sort of compassion wells up in her eyes, like for the first time we might actually be connected. But it means nothing to me, because it's here and gone. Everything good is always here and gone. I stand up and make my way to the door. "See, Carrie, you need to let me get in that ass." When I was, he was a. Grandma pauses as I stop and dare her to say it. But in any way I knew I wouldn't be able to do anything. I was hopeless with her. She controlled me, and she knew it. She only wanted to torment me. That's what she did best. That was her mission. She sneers at me and Mian says, "A good boy." I flail my arms at her in every way, just so desperately wanting to hit her, but Xavier catches me for a third time. I roar at her, cursing and spitting, and cursing and spitting, but no matter how many curses I spit at her, they even hurt her. Like arrows that fly with full speed and intensity, but when it hits its target it just bounces off. Wet, hot tears stream down my face at non-stop and Grandma just remains placid as anything and still holds the same sneer. And this only enrages me more. To know that in no way I can fight her. That I am truly hopeless, helpless. I scream at her. Yell. I've completely lost it. All of me is gone. I have no control over anything and poor Xavier, my big brother, is trying desperately to hold me back. I'm like a lion that hasn't eaten for days. I need to revive myself. I have to become equal. But I can't. It's not meant to be. Like a slave that's set free from its masterage yet, on its own, still, in this crazy insane way, still yearns for its master. Xavier, though with much struggle, gets me outside of the shop and still I go crazy. I throw my whole body into the brick wall of the shop and punch it and punch it. I feel absolutely no pain and can see none either. For my eyes are like blind. My nerves are like numb. My brain is like absent. It knows only anger and destruction. It's like I've been driven mad. Sent myself into self-destruct. I hear a faint yell, but can't make it out. My ears are like drowned. I think it's Xavier, but I can't be for sure. No, You leave him alone. Don't talk to him. Don't see him. Don't nothing. Just leave him alone. I make out faintly. I collapse on the ground and shake my head wearily. I'm so hot, don't leave me, mama. I'm burning up, mama. Like I'm on ecstasy, mama. Somebody lifts me up and we start walking for a while, and then we come to a place where we can sit down and relax. This person who is with me rests me in their arms and holds me against their chest. I notice by touch. My nerves seem to be coming back because I can feel this overwhelming burning sensation on my hands. That the chest does not belong to a female, but to a male. My weary eyes manage for one last time to open up, and when I do, I can see my brother glowing like an angel holding me. It's alright, man. I got you. I got you. What I say about smoking that shit in my house? I turn around and look at my father standing in my doorway. And it's at times like these that I wish I had a lock on the door. 59. It helps me relax. I say, facing my wall again and drawing on it. I know Carrie hates that, but hell, what do I care? You know your mama been asking you to stop drawing and written on her walls. You got plenty of paper to do that with. I shrug my shoulders and continue to draw on the wall. I'm no longer scared anymore. Ricky told him not to hoop me or to hit me until he finishes his evaluation. Instead he said, talk through things. So pretty much I'm safe. I like drawing on the walls. So what are we for? I look back at him and hold the blunt between my lips. You making fun of me? He grins to calm himself down and rubs the back of his neck, looking down. He doesn't have his shirt on, but he has his Maverick shorts on and these red socks on for some reason. So I guess he just got back from the game or a game. I don't even keep up anymore. I'm leaving again this week. Another series of rope games. I shrug my shoulders and act like I don't care. Whatever. He walks on in. You know, man, I was thinking and shit. Like, since you don't go to school and all that, maybe you could come with me. I look up at him. And I mean, they cut you from the squad. I quit. He smiles at me softly. You quit, right? He shrugs his shoulders and rubs his neck. I mean, I was thinking about maybe taking you out of school so you could be with me more. Get more help and counseling with Ricky. What does he say to you about me? I feel my dad shrug and stare at me as I draw Hitler's face on the wall. He says you need a lot of attention. I exhale again and shrug, which causes my dad to pull on my shoulder. I give me that. He snatches it out of my hand and throws it in the trash. He then looks back at me and sighs uncomfortably as I stare at him, and rubs the back of his neck. Hey, I know things have been rough, okay? I'm not here a lot, and I know you need me. I look away. I know you might not admit it, but I know you do. He shrugs again. I'm just trying to make amends as best I can. I stare at the wall, at Hitler. Quit your job then. He looks at me, and I turn around and look back at him. Quit your job. He starts grinning and shakes his head no. Lil man, you gotta be kidding me. I'm in the freaking NBA. This is my freaking dream. I've been dreaming ever since Jordan. I mean, dog, you gotta understand. I stare at him a long time, and then turn around to the wall. Yeah, I understand. Yo, little man, come on. I just shake my head and continue drawing. I have to make money, get another job, like all the other dads. If you homeschooled, you can come with me. I turn and look at him. I like school, dad. I shake my head. No bullshit. I sit up and stand up and sit on the bed next to him. I want to stay in school. It's just that I can't learn and I can't behave because I'm just so angry and high all the damn time. I shake my head and look down at my hands. I like to learn. And I like Mr. Ramirez. He say I can sing. My dad sighs and runs his hands through his hair. So you like school? I like to learn. I like to read. I have good grades. And I like choir. I shrug my shoulders. I don't sing or nothing cause people might think I'm gay or something and the gang might think it's weak. But I like it. My dad frowns at me. So what do you do in choir? Nothing. Just take the tests on like notes and shit. The paper shit. I work with Mr. Ramirez sometimes after school where it's just me and him alone. My father nods his head. Alright, we'll keep you in school, and we'll just have to work this out. I nod my head soberly. Yeah, my father lifts up my face. I love you, you know that. That's why I came back for you. I told you I would. He searches my face and I search his. And I'm never gonna stop coming back for you. I bend my head down and try and hold back tears. I'm so messed up. My father brings me toward him. Then tell me why. I shrug my shoulders and shake my head no and push him away. I can't take any more counseling sessions. My dad raises my face. I'm not a counselor. He brings me into him again and hugs me for a long time. And I found. That's all I needed. And it's like I knew. No, it'll hold me until he gets back. Done 60. Michael taught me a lot that summer. And throughout the end of the year as well. Charlie taught me a lot too. But not like Michael. Michael taught me how to run the streets. How to hustle. Gamble better. Create my own dope. And he even gave me my first gun. Teaching me how to use that too. Michael taught me how to survive the temporal, to live for today and always act in a way that benefits me. Because I was all that mattered. Charlie tried to keep me on the wraps though, making me go to school always. He instilled in me the importance of an education. That if I could master the game of education, play the game, then the game when I turned 18 would take me. Anywhere I wanted to go. And he stressed this so much that sometimes he'd turn blue in the face trying to get me to understand. At first I was like, nah man, I ain't get no money there. But eventually I came around and realized that if I couldn't do it for myself, I'd do it for him. It's the least I could do for him. Michael remained with grandma who spoiled him, as if in a way it was meant to be served as a mockery to me. He received anything and everything he wanted. He'd come around the hood with the tightest clothes, shoes, hats, bikes, anything. So everybody praised him, respected him. Plus he had gotten really tall, so he was the leader of the gang eventually, and then especially nobody messed with him. He was caught, tall, good looking, and had swag. Nobody messed with him. Grandma let him do whatever he wanted to, because she said she trusted him, that Michael would never do her wrong like Charlie and me, and Deshaun had. And Michael didn't. He never hurt her. Went to church when she asked. Helped around the house. All like a good little boy. But he led almost a double life because with all that freedom he blew it up. He went to clubs. Drank. Smoked. Got all the girls. Went to house parties. And everything. The fast life was what he was. And I followed him. I went to the house parties and sat and just observed. Most of the time Michael took me so that I could eat. But I'd sit there mesmerized as girls close to naked danced and partied all night long. Watched as the smoke fogged up the room and listened as the music drowned my ears. At first I wasn't used to the smoke and it made me cough really bad. It burned my eyes too. But eventually I became accustomed to it. I come here lil nigga, I'm teach you how to jig. I stood up from my seat on the couch and got up and stood next to him. Now move your shoulders like this man. I looked up at him and watched his movements and then imitated them on my own. There you go. I grinned at him and started making up my own and imitating others I had seen. The whole party started rooting. Other times Michael would sit down and girls would dance on him. He'd just sit and watch with this blank expression. I swear he was so cool. Girls always flocked to him and danced up on him, and gave him digits, and kissed and hugged him. And immediately that's what I wanted. As young as I was, I told myself when I became Michael's age I'd have girls all over me. Most times in these parties I could make a lot of money selling drugs to stupid kids needing a high to alleviate something or the other, or to hip in their mood. In one night I could make $300 cause everybody seemed to need a lick. And kids took anything. Anything I had on me they'd take just to get a high. It was crazy. I got most of my drugs from D-Ride. See, when grandma had kicked me and Charlie out I had gone to D-Ride to get back in the hustle. Charlie didn't like this at all, but I persuaded him on the likes of otherwise we'll starve. But it broke something in him, cause he just kind of looked off and said quietly, once you start going, you can never stop. I shrugged it off. All I was concerned about was my stomach. When I arrived at the club and went in the back to see D-Ride I expected him to blow up at me, but he didn't. He greeted me instead with love and compassion, like a father finding his lost son. All his striper hoes and bad boys looked at him like he was crazy, but he didn't care. He motioned me to come to him, and I did. "Where you been, man?" I shrugged and stared at the ground, playing with my hands. "Family just ain't for me." D-Ride frowned for a long time, staring into my face with that rare expression that some give like he cared. "It's better you go back there," he whispered. "The streets will kill you, man. Throw you in jail." I looked away from him and then looked back shortly, knowing that he was right. But I didn't have anything else. "Then why you do it?" 61 Because it's all I had. I nodded solemnly and stared out past the hose and into the club and the music that was seeping into the room, and breathed in slowly, letting my breath seep slowly back into the darkness. Same with me. So D-Ride got me back in the game, and in a few days I found myself on the same old block, running the same old hours. Except this time I wasn't as scared as I used to be. It was like home to me, the streets. I blended in perfectly. I'd make my money, then I'd walk around aimlessly the rest of the night. It was like a relief but then pain. My body was free but then tense. My mind was at rest but then racing. The streets gave me two faces. Freedom but then hurt. Hurt that I was back to the same old games. Same worries. Same heartache, same hunger. I hated the streets but then I loved it. The people were simple and their stories were just like mine. Their struggles were identical. Their points of view pretty much the same. And their scars were scars. They weren't faking this life of destituteness. But all that they were was legitimate. They had reason for what they did. Why they did. Why they stole money. Why they robbed banks. Why they got high. All of it had a reason. Even the young girls who stood on the corners at night and the strippers and the prostitutes all had a reason. But most importantly, nobody chose anything. Nobody chose to be a bum. Life had just made them that way. I remember very clearly this young girl about my age who stood on the corner every night a block down from me. She would hold this sign that said, $50 for whatever you want. Only $50. I would walk down to her usually every night after my rounds and talk to her before some guy came and picked her up. At first she didn't talk to me and would throw me scared glances. She would be out there with shorts and only a bra-like thing with high heels that she struggled with incredibly. But she always wore them. Other than the cold, her fear shook her body as well. She seemed scared of everything. Night itself, men, cars, and any sound. Even the slightest. But the sad thing is that I knew what she felt. For I had felt it many times before when I first got started with my hustle. I just stood next to her for a long time before eventually she started talking to me. I then asked her what her story was. She told me that her mother had her out here doing this every night so that they could pay the rent. I couldn't understand, and it brought tears to my eyes to think that a mother, her own mother, would make her do such a thing. She told me that she tried not to think about the men and just accept whatever they wanted. She said that when she first started it hurt greatly, but day after day she begun to get used to it, to where it didn't even bother her anymore. In time, as time usually goes, she became a very close friend of mine, and we depended on each other nightly to get through, relax our fears. But with all good things, come bad things, and everything dear to me always leaves. I came one night to her corner and she wasn't there, so I walked on, going to go home or to me and Charlie's sewer. But I heard these horrific screams coming from an alley, and so I followed running. The screams like my North Star. As I inched closer I could hear men's voices laughing and whooping. And so I ran behind a dumpster and watched in horror as man after man raped her, throwing her here and there, and exploiting her in the worst of ways. Then to my misfortune and hers they started to beat her. For no reason whatsoever they beat her and beat her and beat her. They beat her for 15 minutes straight and then ran laughing and whooping away. When courage found me I ran towards her, my heart racing, and praying to whomever that she'd be okay, be alive. But when I reached her, her eyes were glazed over and one showed only white. Her arms were broken and her head bled something awful. I took her pulse in desperation, that maybe, just maybe, but ended up screaming instead. Bloody mercy, looking up to the dark sky, asking why her, why her. I held her that night and didn't let go, crying so much that it washed away her blood and all hope. You know man, if you need, you can stay here. I didn't look at X and instead stared straight ahead and focused my attention on the TV. I had never really thought of myself as homeless. I mean, yet I had to sleep in sewers. But I wasn't homeless. I mean, I had a place to go. But I guess since it wasn't home, it wasn't a home? I bit my lip and played with my hand, sighing hard. Maybe I didn't want to admit it. Maybe I was homeless. But I ain't bout to say that. I mean, I'm cool. I don't have a parent telling me when to wake up or when to go to sleep. I don't have a parent telling me to go to school. I mean, I go to school when I want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't eat vegetables. I go out to eat every night. But I eat alone. But I'm cool, right? I'm so paid. I got unlimited paper. Tight kicks. I'm ballin', right? I shake my head. Man, I got a place to stay. X looked at me with disbelief. No, you don't, nigga. You homeless. And you know it. I bite the inside of my lip and a tear slips down my face. I shake my head again as my lip quivers. Thinking about how, long time ago, I was going home 62. I got a place to go. X stares at me dumbfounded but just solemnly nods his head. Okay, DJ. I breathe in deeply and pull out my phone. I gotta go. X shakes his head, upset but consenting. I stand up and walk to the front door and he follows behind me. And just as I'm about to walk out, he grabs my arm. I turn to him and stare at him. What? I whisper. He bites his lip and lets me go. You, my brother, always. You always got a place to stay here. I bite my lip hard and nod at him. Okay, Ricky nods his head and quietly writes things down on his notepad. I stare at it for a few seconds, but then I look off and around the room at the Jesus symbols and Christian symbols and kind of let my mind wander. But then I just shake it because I heard they're such hypocrites anyway. Nothing for me. How did Charlie feel about the drug dealing and then later the gangbanging? How did you feel about the gangbanging? Or does it even affect your conscience? I shrug and look down and try and differentiate the memories. D-Ride still took me to casinos to count cards and such. And I counted to the utmost professional, not wanting to get beat. I became so mastered at it that people tried to recruit me and such. But I remained faithful to D-Ride. He was here first. I liked the gambling trips because I got to see different places. Bright places that were good for me as a kid. Plus, I ate well on those trips and I lived for a weekend in paradise. Charlie hated it though, and he hated D-Ride. He didn't like me just up and leaving and not being able to communicate this to him. He said that what I was doing was illegal. He said that everything I was doing was illegal. And this caused friction. How the hell you gonna tell me what to do? You ain't my daddy. I yelled at him. I remember Charlie sat up from his lying down position and looked at me through the faint candlelight that lit the sewer and he said, I'm trying to keep you from ending up like David. I let my eyes drop from him and stared at the ground and watched as the puddle of water trembled from the cars overhead. I'm not gonna be like him, I muttered solemnly, but Charlie just shook his head in this way as if he was done forever trying to convince me otherwise. You don't get it, lil man. You black. When you get bigger, you get to be my age and you still doing the same things you doing now. They gonna arrest you. And more so cause you black. They already want to arrest you. I shook my head no and stared off down the long dark tunnel of the sewer, telling myself no, that's not going to be me. But somewhere deep in my mind, I knew it would be me, not me. Charlie stared at me for a long time as though he couldn't believe how stupid and defiant I was being, as if heeding to a child who could not comprehend, who just had to touch the fire to see if it really would in fact burn. You're kidding, right? Charlie asked. And when I didn't respond, he just shook his head all the more. It's only two fucking choices with this hustle. Jail or death. Is that what you want? I shrugged and continued to stare off into the midst of nothingness. And I remember thinking, what did it matter? What did my life matter? All was the same, jail or death. Fact is, I was already dying. Everybody dies someday. I stood up and climbed out the sewer. I no longer needed to steal money really, because my cash flow was strong. I had so much money saved I could do whatever I wanted, whereas Charlie had nothing pretty much. He went and got a job as a waiter at some restaurant that paid close to nothing. Chump money compared to what I was pulling. By the time I hit the first day of 7th grade, I had grown to be 5 feet 9, so everybody was looking up at me like they was scared. But for me it was a blessing. The greatest gift in the world to be feared. Because I could actually protect myself. I could instill fear. And that's what I did. Nobody messed with me. Not even the 8th graders or 9th graders. Kelsey at first was timid of me. But she came around. DJ. I turned around. And saw her in a smiley face yellow t-shirt and beige short shorts with a yellow ribbon on the end of her pigtails. And yellow flip-flops to match. She was incredibly cute. I stared at her for a long time while in awe, causing her to call my name again. DJ. I continued to stare at her until something in my mind clicked and told me she was speaking 63. Huh? I said, as if waking up from a deep sleep. She smiled sheepishly and rocked from side to side, which was confusing to me. What the heck was she doing? I was saying hello. I laughed weakly and looked at her a bit as if she was crazy. Who says I was going to say hello? Just flip and say hello, girl. Oh, hey Kelsey. How are you? She continued to rock from side to side and smiled at me. I'm fine. She continued to smile and rock. And so I continued to nod. This was quite awkward. So I grabbed her pigtails and darted away down the hall towards the bathrooms. Hey, she said, chasing after me. I ran past the bathroom and hid, and when she came past it, I grabbed her hips and pulled her towards me. I didn't mean to, but I was overwhelmed with this affection for her, and so I tugged on her pigtails again and she laughed hysterically. Then out of nowhere, without my command, I kissed her on her cheek. If she was white, she would have turned so flippin' red. Hey y'all, get in here, Mrs. Brown said to us, shaking her head in disapproval. Kelsey darted immediately to class while I sauntered in, not wanting to be here anyway, and little pissed that she cut us short. But a part of me felt like the man. Maybe that's what Michael felt. For the rest of the year we only remained friends. It was me, her, Willie, who had moved in during the 3rd grade, and X. They turned out to be my whole world. I went to their birthday parties, their houses, slept over X's and Willie's houses, and went to movies with them. They treated me like I was normal. I don't think they even knew or had a clue about how much that meant. During the middle of 7th grade I was admitted into the gang, Michael's gang. Man, I tell you, they beat the shit out of me. Michael told me it was no hard feelings, but that they had to make sure I didn't break under pressure. They got me good too. Just when I wasn't expecting it, they jumped me. I was walking to the cage to make a cell and work on my game with Michael when they ran up on me, knocking me to the ground. Kelsey was very upset when she saw me. She thought they were serious when they had jumped me. I had to explain to her that I was going to be in a gang and that was part of it. She still didn't like the violence of it all and pleaded with me that I get out. Then I'd have to get beat up all over again, I said. She shook her head and frowned, sitting down near me on the park benches. Why are you in this gang anyway? I shrugged and thought about it. I need protection. Back up. Case somebody messes with me. She made a face at me and rolled her eyes and stared off. Elsewhere. Tell a teacher, dummy, she muttered. I laughed out loud and rubbed her shoulders playfully. Teachers can't do nothing. She shook her head solemnly. Yes, they can. Then she shrugged and looked at me. And if not, then call the police. I busted out laughing real hard at this one. The police? Are you kidding me? I shook my head and thought about it long and hard, not saying anything for a while. They'd only watch. I remember this time when this really smart boy used to walk home every day near the cage. Probably the reason why I don't let anyone know I'm smart. But these 9th grade boys who were in the gang against Michael's used to pick on him every day after school, knocking his books down and stuff and spitting on him, calling all kinds of derogatory terms, every day. So one day he got so sick and tired of it and said something smart to one of the guys. I watched from one of the courts in the cage as this one boy tore him to pieces, beating his skull into the ground. Now there were these white cops who just sat and watched the whole scene, laughing and smacking on their hamburgers. When the guy was done, they just let him walk away with his friends. on about their business. The boy stood up and ran to the police officer's car, pointing in their direction enraged. The police officer only laughed at him and started to drive away when the guy hit the car with the rock, cracking the windshield in anger. Immediately the police officer handcuffed him and put him in the back of the car and drove away. I shook my head that day, but I wasn't surprised. The streets were cruel. The streets were unfair. That's just how it was. In about a month I got my bandana. Michael showed me all the ways to rep it. Mostly I preferred it hanging out my backside. The next week Michael got me a platinum gun and we skipped school. Me, him, X, and Willie to learn how to shoot it out in the country. He had stole it from Granite on one of his trips to see him. Swore up and down Granite would never notice. It was very loud and when I shot it I closed my eyes scared and shocked by its power. But as I continued to shoot my aim became better and I began to feel the gun as Michael would say. Every Saturday we went out there and shot. And me and X became superb shooters killers. Of course Charlie disapproved of this too. And we argued many times over it. I told him I needed it in case somebody tried to run up on me while I was on my rounds. And one time I did shoot this one guy in the foot. He was an 8th grader and he had stolen my money and was part of the Crips. It was dark outside and I had stashed my stuff temporarily behind a corner. I remember I came around the corner and I saw this kid darting down the alley. I glanced at my bag and saw that it was open and my stuff was falling out of it. So I stood calmly and aimed down at the ground near his feet and shot. The kid stumbled down and started screaming. I collected my stuff, just as calmly, and proceeded towards him. He was holding his foot when I came close enough to see and was gritting his teeth in pain. Lying there near his head was my money. I kneeled down and shook my head at him, my brain calculating countless violent thoughts. I grabbed my money in one swift movement and twirled it in my hands staring down at him. "You stupid or something," I said. The guy eyed me, still trying to play tough even in his demeaning state. I laughed at this, and then suddenly punched him in the face. Then standing up I said, "I'm feeling pretty good today so I guess I won't," I said pointing the gun in his eyeball. "Blow your caps off." I put my gun back in my pants and spit at him, and then before leaving I stepped hard on his foot causing him to scream again. I just sneered, shook my head and left, grabbing his bandana in the process. The next day in the field after school I waved their bandana at them, the Crips, and then lit that mug on fire. Michael and my gang whooped and hollered and patted me on my back while the Crips mugged us and walked away. I was being congratulated for violence, for humiliating a human being, scaring a human being to where the fear that I had caused had almost caused them to pee in their pants. What was that? Maybe it's what my mother did to me, so maybe it's why I didn't cringe. But in all things, I felt like the baddest nigga on the planet. I had never put much thought to why I got in. Got in. The gang or wanted to be. It just seemed like the thing to do. Why and how did you get arrested? Ricky asks looking up at me. You already know why, but I want to hear from you. I want to know your perspective on everything. I bite my bottom lip and look out the window. It was crazy, but one day somebody in our gang had this crazy idea of robbing the church on McBethany Street. Because supposedly they were having this fundraiser and had managed to raise $100,000. Well, Michael and the head 9th graders of our gang decided that we do it. Me, X, and Willie. So they sent us to go rob the church to see if we were tough enough. I wasn't no punk and didn't wanna be called one, so I jumped on it along with my boys. It turned out to be some true mess, cause some lady tipped off the police about our plans, and so as I and Xavier and Willie went out the back door to give our other comrades the last bag of money, we came face to face with the police. For the first time I received handcuffs on my hands. They were very uncomfortable, and the way that the police officers put them on us made me feel as though we were animals. They pressed us up against the car and bent us over, pressing our faces against the car. I was so scared I didn't know what to do. How long would they keep us in jail? And how was jail was all that ran through my mind. I racked my brain fiercely trying to figure how they found out, and the light only seemed to make everything worse as members of the church came to the scene. Many of the women said, "Look what BET done. And terrible boys. Stealing from the church." And lastly, there go more of our young black men. They allowed us to stand up after a while, and they questioned us a bunch. We must have been there for 2 hours. And to my surprise and misfortune, Grandma showed up with Michael. She stared at me with this disapproved look, and I stared back with this pissed look, as if to say, "You did this to me." Tears slipping down my cheek and rage filling my veins. She had done this to me. This is what she wanted. This is what she said I'd be. She discussed things over with the police and agreed practically to everything that they said. She even said that it was best that they did take me into custody so that I could learn to appreciate a home instead of running wild on the streets. She was wicked, I saw now. I swear the woman that I once knew was gone. And as if satisfied before she turned to leave, she sneered at me. Sneered this evil, crooked smile. It sent chills up my spine. Sent me into this trance when she was on top of me, doing things to me, beating me. She still, even from afar, had control over me. The police put me in the car with Willie and Xavier, and they drove us to county, where we stayed for 2 months. And all I can say is that I hated juvie with a passion. It was total isolation from the rest of the world. It was dirty, filthy, and moreover people died in there, people were raped in there. It was the sickest place I had ever been in my life. Surprisingly, it surpassed the streets. There was drug dealing, wars, jumpings, beatings, rapings, and death. Like real 65 prison or something. Cells were stacked on top of each other and provided you with no kind of privacy. And worse, it all smelled like a zoo. As if we were animals. The cops said anything and everything they wanted, and there was nothing you could do about it. Because they had guns. They held life and death. Literally. One time this boy smarted off to one of the cops. And this cop that he smarted off to was crazier than any cop there. He was most definitely a racist and loved to humiliate us. I still to this day do not understand what possessed him to mess with that cop. The cop in any case threw him to the ground and started beating the living daylights out of him. But the kid wasn't no punk, so he threw some punches of his own. That cop, damn it, took out his gun and smoked that nigga in front of everybody. And he was justified in it too. He turned to everybody watching and said, "Let this be a warning to all you stupid niggers." I charged at him so enraged and hurt, as if he had shot me, or my brother. But X and Willie both jumped in front of me and frantically held me back, trying to place their hands over my mouth. "Fuck you, cracker man. You better watch yo back, man. You better watch." The cop only sneered at me and walked away, obviously pleasantly happy at that day's outcome, and needing not any more excitement. That night I cried, scared, hurt, angry, and confused. I'd never seen nobody smoke right in front of me like that before. It wasn't right. I was so happy by the time we got out. I felt like we'd been there for years. I felt different though when I came out than I did when I went in. I felt more aware of things than I had ever before. Like all innocence had been drained from my body. And more so now than ever. I was aware of racism. And now more than ever before hated the white man. I shake my head and look down at my hands. I hated jail, juvie, Kelsey. When me and Xavier and Willie returned to school, embraced us all with a warm hug. I missed y'all so much. I hugged her really tight and put my face in her hair, feeling so relieved and sad at the same time. Her sweetness I had missed so much. She was almost like a light in all the darkness, and without her it was as if I had been lost. I missed you too. At the end of the day I was sitting with Michael waiting for Grandma to pick him up when Kelsey came outside from her choir practice. She sat down next to me and was quiet for a long time because none of us were talking. It was as if I was in my own world, still deeply troubled by all the things I had seen in jail. Almost like I was stung, frozen in a time zone and couldn't seem to shake the smell. Grandma rolled up eventually and got out the car and came towards me, climbing the steps of the school in swift, elegant strides. She looked gorgeous to me, but then that was the ominous thing about it all. She looked good all the time, making my heart skip a beat as she continued to make her way towards me. "Get in the car, Michael," she said, staring straight at me and I staring straight back at her. And Michael did quickly, frowning though, trying to figure the same thing I was trying to figure. What did she want with me? But then again, what did she always want? I stared at her with this pissed look on my face, remembering the last time I had seen her. I shook my head, bracing myself, annoyed and emotionally a wreck. "What you want?" Grandma sat down beside me where Michael had been sitting with sufficient space between us and said, "Your father wants you back home." I sucked the inside of my bottom lip and played with my hand, staring down at the ground. "I don't have a home." Grandma sighed and looked out at the sunset and grinned to herself. "I only did what I did because I had to teach you a lesson," she said, turning back to me. I turned to Kelsey and rubbed her shoulder gingerly. "I go inside, please. Will ya?" Kelsey looked at me questionably but nodded and consented, gathering her things and heading back up the steps. I turned back to my grandmother when Kelsey was fully out of earshot. "What? Teaching me a lesson on how to suck titties whenever you call?" Grandma rolled her eyes and shook her head at me. "I don't know what you're talking about." I frowned at her in the most surprised way, shaking my head then in bewilderment. "You're kidding me, right? All them damn nights and you don't know what I'm talking about." I stood up, ready to leave, so through with her. I didn't need this. I had bigger problems to worry about. "DJ, sit down." Her voice threatened, like those times when she would dare me to object to her sickness. I turned around and stared at her in awe, mad that she had this kind of power, control over me. I sat down and shook my head at myself. "You're such a punk. You're nothing," I told myself. 66, she smirked and said. "Good boy." And inside I could feel myself trembling with anger. How dare she use those words? Now, my grandma flipped her hair in that seductive movement, because she knew she was gorgeous, as if in a way to entice me. "I was saying that your father and your mother want you back with me. I at first didn't want you back because you are spoiled, rude, and a slacker. And now," my grandmother made quotation marks with her hands, "you're a gangbanger." She laughed. "I mean, really, what are you going to do without me? You need me. You love me." I looked at her, my body trembling with anger, and in response I felt a tear escape me and slip down my face, which she sneered at and then sighed, staring back out to my sunset, which made me even crazier. "You will die out here, or get strung out on drugs, or go back to jail. But with me, you can have a home, food, clothes." I continued to stare at her, trembling, just wanting to yell, scream, hit her, anything to make it stop. "You don't have to be Jay," she whispered. Grandma shrugged at me and stood up, walking down the steps as elegant she had walked up them. Then she turned back around and looked dead at me with the demon hiding behind her eyes. "Of course, all comes with a price," she sneered. "You have to be a good boy for me." I broke like 3 more hot tears at this and trembled more than ever now, and she just laughed as if taunting me and got in the car and drove away. Kelsey eventually came back out and stared out in the direction she was going. She sat down after she was clear out of view and stared at me a while my body shook terribly, feeling truly like I might lose it. Tears started falling, but I wiped them away hastily. I hated her. I hated her. I hated her. I hated her. Kelsey put her arms around me and brought me into her chest and held me there. "It's all right to cry. It's all right. So she asked you to come home but you refused? Why?" I sigh and look away from him. I wish he would stay off my mother. I was content where I was. On the street. Homeless? You expect me to believe that, son? You can believe whatever you want. He stares at me a long time, almost with an irritated glare. He looks down at his notepad and taps his pen on it. "What happened on November 13th, one of the rainiest and coldest days in 2006? I look up at him and frown. "How do you know these days?" Ricky stares at me. I
In this video, I'm going to be showing you how you can import Elementor templates to help. This video is for you, or maybe you just want to, and yeah, it comes with some Elementor templates to help you, just to show you how it all works. Let's give it a course if you wanted to import into plugins and then add new. Install now. Give that a click and you'll have Elementor up and running. And that's where we're going to be going. Click choose file. Mine is right here within the downloads folder. There we go. There's my templates. So if I wanted to use them, just simply go and create a new page. So I wanted to set up the home page. I'll call it test homepage. Then I'm going to click edit with Elementor. Then I'm going to click on this little grey folder icon. Go to my templates. Here they are, the ones we just imported. I'm going to click insert. Just click on this little, just for this example.
Me, I have made it my job to know. I breathe in deeply, and then look away from him, trying to see how I will get out of this one, not wanting to revisit that day. So much pain that day brought, or rather that night, the day after, and how it shined without restraint, without any courtesy. I look up at him again and there he is waiting. The rain was pouring incredibly this day in November, mixed with ice and everything the sky could pour. Me and Charlie couldn't stay in the sewer, so we were sitting on the curb soaking in the rain. But to me the rain didn't bother me. It felt like nothing. It only numbed me, which was to me the best feeling in the world. It's all that I could wish for, just to be free of all pain, heartache, worry. In that moment I cared not about life or death. Both didn't faze me. Both were the same. My eyes poured no water but the water that rained upon them. My heart beat not fast, not slow. It was hard to even feel my heart hear it. I knew not where it was anymore. It was like it had escaped me. Like water on a sunny, hot day. It's gone, suddenly, with no hello or goodbye, just vanished. My arms, legs, hands felt no pain anymore. My mind was oblivious to all things, even money. Like it didn't matter anymore. I didn't matter. My heart no longer screamed like I said it one day. Disappeared, cool breeze signing the start of something new. The breeze had healed me. It was like this awakening, this understanding. No longer hungered, not physically, not emotionally. I had accepted finally that I was just was. Nothing spectacular or special. I just was here, accepting that I was nothing and that nothing ever special like family would happen to me. All hope and all joy was drained out of me. Not even the slightest hope ran through my veins. All was gone. Maybe just a trickle of joy from Kelsey, but that was it. Y'all kids need to go home. Y'all got a place to go? It's supposed to get record cold tonight. I glanced up and saw a white police officer sticking his head out the car. And I remember thinking, why the hell you care? 67. I nudged Charlie, who hadn't even looked up to see who the guy was. He looked up at the police officer and nodded with no visible emotion and said, "Yeah, we got a place to stay." The officer gave a worried expression and looked to his partner, speaking with him briefly before turning back to us. "We see y'all again, we're taking y'all to county." He drove away on with the roar of many other cars. We stayed seated for a while before abruptly Charlie stood up. He started walking at a fairly fast pace, so I hurriedly, like jumping back into life, stood up and followed him, like a puppy following its master. "Charlie, where we going?" He didn't look at me, only kept walking through the pouring rain with a sense of determination. He answered roughly, "Mamas." I stopped dead in my tracks. And stood in disbelief. Why would we go there just to hear her say get out? Too bad. Charlie turned around and stared at me with bloodshot eyes. "We'll die out here, but isn't that what I wanted? Death? Death just come and snatch me away, instead of playing with me and mocking me at every turn of my head? When would it be my turn to die? To pass and be like dirt? But even dirt is valuable. It grows and multiplies things, helps and feeds. But me, I've no value. If I died, no one would mourn. No one would cry. Life would move on as it always had. It wouldn't stop for me. It'd spin as it did every day. People would laugh, and children would sing and play. Rich folks would be comfortable in lofty houses. White folks would count their flow. Nobody would stop for me." Charlie looked at me, compassion in his eyes now, and he said words that I will never forget. "There is always a reason to press on. Life is always worth living for, and the strong always find a way to survive. Never commit suicide at the hand of another." I sighed deeply and shrugged. My mind tired, yes. Dismayed, yes. Confused, yes, but those words meant something new, something. And yet my mind was all these things. My heart had a strength that I couldn't explain, and to me is a part of my mind. So I walked, preparing my mind as I best knew how. We came to her house shivering and wet as anything. When she opened the door, she stared us up and down quickly and then allowed us in. "I want you out of my house in the morning." We went into the kitchen and sat down as she disappeared off somewhere. I looked around and noticed how the house was warm and clean, just as it had been when I first arrived. Such mockery, I thought to myself. Such a show. She came back with towels and clothes which she gave to each of us. "I want y'all to wash up real good. And if you're hungry, there's food in the pantry and the refrigerator." She stood back and looked at us both with a bit of concern, but it faded quickly. "Charlie, you use the guest, and DJ, you can use mine." My body heated up terribly, but I tried to ignore it. Charlie got up and headed to the guest, eager to become dry again. There was never a thought, never a question. "Thanks," he muttered. I in turn stood up and headed into her room. She followed behind me and locked the door immediately behind her. I didn't look back at her. I focused all my attention on the bathtub, which started in haste. "Don't use the tub, use the shower." I turned around and she was leaning against the doorframe staring at me intently. I shook my head solemnly, knowing exactly where this was leading. I turned the water off and stepped towards the shower, turning it on. I began to strip, first with my shirt, then my pants, and so on. All the while I could feel her sick eyes on me. Once naked, I stepped into the shower and looked for a face towel. "There's one on the rack to your right," she said. I looked at her.
There we go.
Go to My Templates and find the right one. Click Import from your local computer. Let's go with it and press Import Now button. Okay, the template has been added successfully. Now let's create a new page and add this template. Click Edit with Elementor button. On a new page, find the templates icon, click on it. Now go to My Templates and
At her. Again. She was still staring at me intently, sending chills all over me. Why stop it, Grandma? I nodded and turned to my right, seeing the face towel, and began to bathe. I wanted so much to close the door, but I couldn't, knowing that she'd only open it. She wanted this. Any way, shape or form, she'd get what she wanted. There was no point in fighting. You've grown up nicely. You're thicker. She said this with a sick grin that made me cringe. I hated this. Oh, how I wished to escape. Somebody damn save me. She came to the door of the shower and stared at me while taking off her shirt. Why won't you make love to me? She stripped down and stepped into the shower with me. My body cringed, but with all my strength that I contained, my mind controlled my body. She grabbed my privates and squeezed it and then moved to my butt. I gulped deeply and looked elsewhere, grabbing the soap and trying to